You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, what up, fools? Today is 5/28/2026. It is 10:29 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? We had I saw a bunch more stuff on the Kevin Hart roast that I thought about playing today, but figured nah. Good evening, Sparty. How you doing?
Hasan brought his fat friend on to make fun of me. Can you believe that? All right, get ready. Get ready.
Suck Trump off and the one who wants to suck Trump off.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer agree. So does Asmongold. Asmongold was like, yeah, fuck around and find out. Yeah. Yeah. Lock him up. Again.
Yeah.
I never advocated for Hasan to get locked up. I never advocated for that.
Fucking content creator on this goddamn platform. Literally supposed to be somewhat of a colleague here.
I didn't like, so I want.
Still didn't catch up on the end of yesterday's stream. You're going to be totally lost for everything that happens today. You're going to have no idea what's going on.
Make sure that he knows this. I'm not advocating for him to go to jail. I don't know if he did anything wrong. Now, if he did something wrong, of course you should go to jail. Of course you should face a penalty. Like, yeah, duh. But that's not because I have disagreements with Hasan politically.
I haven't seen anybody advocate for him to go to jail. I haven't seen this at all. Like, the last time I saw him, he was talking about, like, everybody's so excited about him possibly going to jail. I haven't seen anybody. He said all of my haters are all so excited that I could possibly get locked up by the Trump administration, that they're so anti-me that they're willing to take Trump administration side. I haven't seen this at all. Like, literally anywhere. I have no idea where the fuck this is happening. I'm sure, like, MAGA's doing that, but not, like, I haven't seen, like, you know, randoms on Twitter and shit, you know, the regular grifters, but I haven't seen a bunch of people running around saying that he should be locked up or anything. Not providing an early defense for him equals the same as advocating for him to get locked up in his eyes. Yeah, maybe. Nobody's even talking about it really on the far right. I mean, on the far right, yeah, they're probably not. They're tuned out of this shit, but also when Hasan says his biggest haters, he's obviously not talking about the far right. He doesn't, the far right and the far left both hate on the liberals and the conservatives the same, so it's not really, I don't think anybody expected the far right to care much about Hasan.
It's the same as, like, if you stole a car, you should go to jail for stealing a car. Obviously, you should go to jail if you do something that's wrong, but I never presumed his guilt. I never said that he was guilty. He did. Now, it seems to me like he is. It does. It seems like he is. But I never said that. I never implied that. I have no idea. The fact is that
I was just talking to Mantis about this a little bit ago. I initially, when this came out, my initial response was a couple of things. Like, my initial thought process is like, okay, I know, like, people expect me probably to just be a Hasan hater and to just be like, oh yeah, go to jail, you fucking tanky motherfucker. Like, people expect me to do, like, the DGG talking points, but I was, you know, I was saying, like, yeah, like, obviously the Trump administration is constantly doing a bunch of different things to quell speech and to try to make people look bad or to make people afraid of doing things that, you know, they're just willing to go after people on the left. And so it's obviously bad for the Trump administration to be doing this shit. And I regardless of whether or not I like Hasan, I don't like the Trump administration and the dictatorial powers. And, you know, the whole saying of, like, you know, first they came for the communists and I said nothing, like, that whole sort of thing obviously applies. But then I actually read about the subpoena a bit more. So when Fox News put out their article, they didn't really say much about what was actually being investigated. When I read more about it, it seems as though there is some reason to believe, according to them, that there was coordination with the Cuba government, that the Cuban government may have even been paying for things for some of these influencers and streamers, and that obviously the trip was like a very anti-American propaganda sort of thing. And I read that, and initially I thought about it for a little bit, and I was like, like, yeah, that seems stupid. Like, that's, who cares about that? And then I thought about it for a little while longer, and then was like, wait. I'm trying to be principled here and, like, have the mindset of I should be defending Hasan because I'm principled, right? But then I thought about it for a little bit longer and thought, wait, no. Wait, no, that's not the principled thing to do. As much shit as we talked about the tenant media people, as much shit as we talked about Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and Lauren Southern and Dave Rubin and all of these people who were taking payments from Russia and then doing Russian propaganda, this, what if we're upset with tenant media for the shit that they were doing? Well, then if Hasan actually took money from the Cuban government and is also doing, or any sort of, like, you know, gifts, and was also doing pro-Cuban, anti-American propaganda, then actually the principled thing to do is actually to be against Hasan here. That's that there isn't a massive difference between those two things. And so yeah, now I think I'm on the other side, which is not that, like, he hasn't been charged with anything. Okay, a subpoena means that you have to, like, come testify, or you maybe have to, like, hand over evidence or things like that. That's what a subpoena is, right? A subpoena does not mean, like, you're in trouble. A subpoena means, like, you just have to give information to the government, and this is, like, upon judge's decree, you have to give information to the government, right? So he's not being punished. With that said, okay, if it turns into a nothing burger and they don't actually come up with anything, well, then at that point, yeah, I might be like, okay, well, then this does seem like harassment from the government. They actually need to come up with something. They need to actually get something out of this. And if they don't, then yeah, I'm probably going to be like, okay, yes, this was like a ploy to quell speech and to make people afraid of the government. Because this is literally what the Trump administration does. I mean, we're getting ready to go over Don Lemon in a little bit, and lots of people, when they come on and they're like, oh, if they didn't have a case, then why would they even go after them? To scare people. That's it. That's what they do over and over and over with people like Don Lemon, with tons of people all over the place. They literally go after people just to cause them problems. That's it. Like, and they'll even, like, have, you know, how we hear about, like, slap suits a lot of times, where, like, a slap suit may not even be to get you to lose in court. A lot of times a slap suit is just to make you pay for a defense so that they can drag it out in court for as long as possible and drain you of as much money and resources as possible. That's what the Trump administration is doing just with the DOJ. They're literally doing slap suits through the fucking government. It's absolutely disgusting. So yeah, if they come up short, if they don't end up with anything, then yeah, I might turn around and be like, you know what? Maybe this was just like another way. But a subpoena by itself, I'm not ready to be, like, super upset about that right now. Currently, with the current information, I am not ready to be upset about a subpoena in and of itself.
Again, like, this is the misframing that he likes to do. He tries to make shit up. Yeah, this is why everybody is celebrating him getting subpoenaed. It's because you literally just lie and make things up.
Is it just me, dude? I want to giggle every time somebody says subpoenaed. I want to fucking sit there and giggle for a little bit and be like, he said fucking subpoenaed. Like, anytime you hear somebody say, like, pianist or something like that, it's like, oh, your fucking epidermis is showing
up for nothing. I never celebrated you going to jail because you don't even know. You're not even going to go. You're not. This is the most overblown thing, by the way. Wow. Oh my God. You get a subpoena. Okay. You're going to have to appear.
Yeah, that's not how you spell subpoena. Literally every time I put subpoena in my title, I have to go look up the title, the spelling for it. Every fucking time I have to go look it up. It's such a stupid fucking spelling. It's so annoying.
Now, maybe it's not overblown because you know things that are in your communications that I don't know, and they're more damning than what people think. That's the only example and only reason I can think that he's this upset about it. But let's assume that's not true. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, yeah, they should go through the process, and obviously if you broke the law, you should face penalties. Like, duh, of course. So that's it. And, yeah, you said it was better. Yeah, you said it was better with him around. Yeah, I said I didn't even, like, on a personal level, I don't even want him to go to jail. If Hasan goes to jail, then there's less content for me. So I don't even want him to go to jail in the first place. So it's not even really true. None of this is even true. But, yeah, fuck around and find out. I shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have gone to a communist government and a communist country and coordinated with the government. You said that on your podcast. You did. You said it. Shouldn't have said that. Big mistake.
Salivating at the prospect.
Salivating.
Salivating at the prospect of me being arrested.
I gotta fucking...
Getting arrested. I did not. Also, being subpoenaed isn't getting arrested. These are two totally different things. It's not even true. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna go have a whole pizza after this, dude.
We know.
Elon's boosting Asmold's final solution. That's what's...
Elon's boosting Asmold's final solution. This is the framing that these people use. Oh my God. This is... what are we talking about?
Who on Twitch? Oh yeah, this is my main op on Twitch, the guy who doesn't shower.
Dude, this guy...
The main op on Twitch. I like, listen, I don't even like, yeah, I criticize things he says. I'm not even that mean. I feel like I'm pretty reasonable. And also, the reason why the main op is me, that you think, it's because you're, like, Destiny gets unbanned. Looking like the fucking Grinch. Bro, smiling like the Grinch. After you get done typing and he gets unbanned. And you want to talk about, yeah, I wonder why. It's because you got all the other ones banned.
He gets rebanned. Yeah.
Really?
He's such a fucking dork, it's crazy.
He's like,
I'm a dork.
Very easy solution for this. Bring in the National Guard, round them all up, and put them in forced labor camps.
What?
Keep the ones who are violent and attack police done.
Yeah.
You can literally solve this problem overnight, but we choose to allow these animals to run wild. Elon Musk, 100.
100. 100.
You fucking
100.
idiots not understand what... anything. Like, a
Do you guys not understand anything? Well, no. Okay, what is it? What do we not understand?
society, due process, any of that
Wait,
shit?
what is this here? Something about society?
Anything. Like, a society, due process.
A society? What kind of a society can you have whenever people are lighting fucking, like, satanic fire circles in the middle of a parking garage, doing donuts, holding an M16 or an AR-15 out the window, shooting it off? Maybe they actually, you know what? I'm not sure if they shot it off. Maybe they were just holding it. Yeah, that sounds like the society I want to live in. Oh, the due process. Okay.
Process, any of that shit?
Let's follow the due process. Well, what is the due process? Oh, and by the way, do you know what one version of due process is? Invoking the Insurrection Act and doing exactly what I said. That is the due process because that law is on the books and they actively are not enforcing federal law, which is a justification to invoke the Insurrection Act. Everything that I'm saying is completely within the process. I'm not inventing anything new. I'm not saying anything different. I'm saying that we should go back and do what we already did. Did Charlie get due process? No. And also, by the way, I don't really give a fuck about that either. Like, just to be very clear, if your version of due process is some random fucking parasite retard that's driving around lighting things on fire, gets 7 different court appeals, and gets to sit home on a $200 bond, then yeah, I think the due process should be changed.
What? Cool story, I guess. Like what? What did that? All right.
Wondering what's going on with Frogan, and I think she's confused because I've seen clips of her saying, she's like, "Oh, you guys think the suit is over? It's
That's what it kept sounding like, dude process to me as well. Yeah.
far from over. It's still going on," and I'm like, "No, you lost."
Is that the case? I really don't know what's going on.
They failed to respond, and what's crazy is we gave them so much.
Oh, that's right. I saw some of this. Like, she failed to respond, and then they had to like go over the fact that like they did serve her papers, and they had to like show the guy who was serving her like actually went to her door numerous times, and that like a woman who I think they said looked like her kept saying that she didn't live there. They didn't know who Frogan was, and then he like knew that she did live there. And so he just went ahead and left the papers at the door. And that because she just didn't show up to court, that this made it to where she defaulted on it. And I've heard other people talking about the fact that like Denham's case benefits from Frogan not showing up. And so Denham's needed Frogan to like delay as long as possible to not show up, so that case was not litigated, and there's nothing from that case that can be used in her case. And so they just needed Frogan to just kind of disappear for a while. But generally, if you just don't show up to court after like a little while, they're just gonna close the case. Like, if they feel like you've had enough time and you've been warned and you still just don't show up, then yeah, they just close the case.
So much time, so much extensions. She has an attorney. We told them like you have such and such amount of time to file a response, or we're going to file default. Like, she has no out.
But what does that actually mean, default? So
it means she loses by default because she did not mount a response. She's lost. She's guilty, 100% guilty.
Because I don't know the ins and outs of how this works. If you don't respond, even if like the judge can't look at it and like decide, oh, even though you didn't respond, you're still in the right here. You know what I mean?
So the judge, the only thing.
No, not, yeah, they're not going to say who's in the right or who's in the wrong without somebody showing up. Now, the majority of the time, the judges will really try to, like, if somebody didn't show up, even if they were, like, super negligent and they were, like, let's say we found out that Frogan was, like, avoiding everything just to help Denham's out, and that she just, like, did her best to avoid the case. Judges, most of the time, they want the case to be litigated. They don't want you to be found. They don't want you to be found liable for a case that hasn't actually been litigated. They don't want you to be found liable just because you didn't show up, right? So they want that to be the case. And so even in this scenario, it could be that the judge is just like, okay, look, you know, you're going to have to pay his attorney's fees for the period of time that you didn't show up, for all of the extensions, for all of the motions, for all of the other things that were happening in the meantime. You have to pay his attorney's fees for everything that happened in that meantime. But outside of that, we're going to go ahead and litigate the case anyways. And there's like there are, it just kind of depends. So he said that at the beginning that Frogan's walking around saying that the case isn't over, and that just like that makes it look really bad for her. That makes it look really malicious, because if she knows that they're trying to serve her, she knows that there's a case that's supposed to be taking place, and she's not there and she's not answering, that makes it look really fucking malicious. That makes it look really fucking bad. If you're just not responding, that looks really bad. And so now if you want to continue the case, you have to be able to show up in front of a court and explain to this judge why you knew about the case, you were talking about the case, and you still did not contact the courts and do anything to remedy this. You were just sitting around telling people, nah, it's okay. Nah, it's good. We'll handle that later. We're good.
Now I'm trying to understand her rationale.
So the only thing now, well, so you can argue to like undo the default if you can show that like you were fucking in a coma or something
You had
like
a good
that.
reason
You know what I mean?
to not respond, right?
That's impossible for her considering everything. It basically all that's left is for the judge to determine the damages.
Okay.
That's okay. Hold on. A default judgment can typically be overturned or vacated if you file a formal motion with a court and demonstrate a legally valid excuse for missing the deadline, improper legal procedure, or fraud. Improper service, the plaintiff failed to correctly serve the summons and complaint to you, meaning you never received actual notice of the lawsuit. I mean, that could be the issue. If the guy says that he literally just left it at her door, and then she says, yeah, if he, like, it was in an apartment complex, I'm pretty sure. So if he just left it at her door, she could say, yeah, somebody took it. I don't know where the fuck that went, but I wasn't there and I never saw this. So I don't know what he's talking about. Excusable neglect or mistake. You had a compelling justifiable reason for failing to respond on time, e.g. severe illness, hospitalization, an incapacitating emergency, or being deployed on active military duty. Fraud or misrepresentation. The opposing party or their process server lied, hid facts, or engaged in misconduct to obtain the default judgment. Void judgment. The court that entered the judgment did not actually have the legal authority or jurisdiction. Newly discovered evidence. You have found important relevant evidence that you could not have reasonably obtained before the default was entered. In addition to having a strong reason for the delay, the courts typically require you to prove 2 additional things to successfully overturn the default. Quick action. You must file your motion immediately or within the statutory deadline within generally 6 months to 1 year, depending on your state. 2, meritorious defense. You must show the court that you have a legitimate factual defense to the claims, meaning overturning the default is not just a waste of the court's time. Define your specific jurisdiction forms. Okay.
Right? So it's like being found guilty at trial and then they're sentencing. So they're sentencing. That's all that's left. It's very, very, very bad to default. That is a very bad and dumb thing to do. Or if she does, I don't know what's going through her head because we talked to him about it. So yeah, she lost. And I don't know if her lawyer's lying to her or if she does. I don't know what's going through her head because she seems to think she hasn't lost. But I promise you, Frog.
Yeah, I would assume, yes, if she's this confident in saying this shit publicly, I would assume her lawyer's and it probably is the summons. It probably literally is the summons that she just didn't get served directly, and she can say that because she was never served directly that that it didn't count. So also she responded to the service via her lawyer, so she can't now claim not to have been served. Did she? I could have sworn she didn't. I don't know. I haven't kept up with this, but the little bit that I've seen, I could have sworn that she didn't respond to it.
Again, you have lost. I don't think the judge is gonna look too kindly on the facts of the case. So I don't know. Frogan, I don't know. I mean, you did lose. I didn't really know what to say.
Interesting. So,
but also, it's interesting. She raised a bunch of money,
and
then she didn't even fucking respond to the lawsuit.
Like at all?
No.
Like no, because you said that she had a lawyer that you guys were like
yes.
So
yep.
So he was doing something, but at no point no filing whatsoever from Frogan.
No.
That is baffling.
She raised almost $40,000.
Interesting.
but she didn't respond to anything. I don't want to ruin anybody. You know, it's not my goal. I just want a little bit.
What she did with the money. Again, it sounds like she believes that she's going to be able to continue the case. So
of, you know, but also I just thought, and I find it interesting that Hasan is always like, I'm helping him by, if I ever help them, you're not going to hear about it from me. And like, meanwhile, everybody's like defaulting and begging for money and in just total disarray. And I just feel like he's not helping them. I just feel like he's not. But I mean, it's not his responsibility. What those communications show is that we were very communicative and very patient. We gave them like 3 time extensions of like a significant amount of time to deal with it. So I don't know what more we could have done to accommodate them.
You deserve transparency. You deserve to know what your government, your public servants are doing in your name with your tax dollars. And I believe I deserve better. And more importantly, so do you. So let me lay this out for you, okay?
Okay.
Before they even got to the indictment, the prosecutors went to a judge and tried to get an arrest warrant against me, swore in an affidavit that I had violated the law. The judge read it and said,
The
no.
judge, yeah, threw it
No
out.
probable cause, nothing here. So what did they do?
They appealed.
They appealed because that was never about the law. This is about following the commands of President Trump and his Justice Department to go after his critics. I was certainly one of them. I'm still one of them. The appeals court said no too, so that's 2. They said no.
So they went to a grand
and then
jury.
Somehow they got a Minnesota grand jury to bring this indictment. How they did that, what they said to those grand jurors, my attorneys are fighting to find out. We filed a motion months ago asking for grand jury materials. Still waiting. 4 months and still waiting. Why? And while we have been waiting, courts around this country have been pulling back the curtain on what this Justice Department has been doing in grand jury rooms. And what they're finding is ugly. So
yeah, all of the like vindictive prosecutions that have been coming out with like the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, some of the ICE cases, the case with the old FBI guy, Comey, there's just so many cases now where there has been clear vindictive prosecutions that everybody from here on out is going to be able to use these in their cases to say, hey, like, this is there's great reason to question this administration, and the whole point in them doing this is just to try to like harass us and to try to make us spend all of our money and to try to give us, make us spend a lot of time and get it in the news to scare everybody else. And this, like, if they're able to make a compelling case for this, then yeah, like the judges are going to be throwing these cases out left and right. So, which they've already been doing. That's it. They've already been doing this. So they're just going to be throwing out cases even more than they already were.
Have a seat and listen, everyone. In Illinois, a judge reviewed the grand jury transcripts in a case against people charged with obstructing an ICE raid. What she found was so damning that the prosecutors voluntarily dismissed all charges with prejudice once they got caught. Gone forever. The judge said that she had never in her career, reading hundreds, if not thousands of transcripts, never seen prosecutorial behavior like what she saw in those pages. She said the trust had been broken, that the government's sole job is to do justice. The government's sole job is to do justice. That justice itself is their client, and they betrayed it. That is what the judge is saying to them. And then in Wyoming, 3 federal judges threw out 9 indictments in 1 week. 9. The misconduct didn't start in the middle of the proceedings either. It started with the very first words the U.S. attorney spoke to those grand jurors. And it kept going, even during the breaks and conversations, off the record. In Rhode Island, a judge caught the DOJ, using a grand jury subpoena from Texas to try to sneak around a court order. They were trying to seize patient medical records from a hospital. When one judge said no, they went and found another jurisdiction to try again. The court said the conduct was unsettling, said the presumption that the government can be taken at its word no longer holds. 3 states, 3 courts, 1 pattern. And my attorneys have filed a notice today telling the judge, in my case, look at all of this. Look at what is happening now across this country and give us those grand jury transcripts so we can see whether the same thing happened here in this case. Because here's what we already know happened here. Multiple judges found no probable cause to even charge me. They indicted at least one person who wasn't even at the protest, and they have since admitted that that person is innocent. And they still haven't handed over a single grand jury testimony. Not one, including the transcript where, by their own admission, they presented false information to the grand jury. There are other aspects of this case that my lawyers would prefer that I not go into right now, but I will say this, that the process is the punishment. And we are living it every single day. Now, let's get to this week. Something else came to light. And this is
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Don Lemon. I don't like him very much. But this is another scenario where, like, yeah, I don't care if I like this guy or not. Like, this is obviously the Trump administration just going after people to be vindictive, and there's just no question about it. There's nothing redeeming about this case whatsoever.
The part that I need you to really hear, because this concerns you. The Minnesota court was ordered to unseal the government's applications for search warrants. 5 of them. One of them was for my YouTube channel. This channel, the one you are watching me on right now, The Don Lemon Show. And among the things that they wanted from that channel, from our channel, a list of my subscribers. Your names, your information, a list of you. And I want you to think about that. Think about that really for a second.
Yeah, it's weird.
Why? You are a person who turned on this show because you wanted to know what's happening in this country. That's it. That's all you did. And the United States government wanted to know your name, your personal information. Why? What were they going to do with that list? Contact you? Intimidate you? Were they trying to dry up my audience? Kill my business? Silence this show by going after the people who watch it? Because that's certainly what it looks like. For what reason would they want my subscribers, your information? They didn't get it. But that's what it looks like. That's what it smells like that they were trying to do. The judge denied all 5 warrants, no probable cause. They didn't get what they were looking for. They never got your information, and they won't. But they asked for it. That is in the official record, on the courthouse docket, forever. And my lawyers are still in the process of seeking the return of my phone that was seized. 4 months later, still no phone. As I have said for months now, again, the process is the punishment here. Now, let me tell you what this is really about, because it was never about that protest. It wasn't about that. It was never about that church. If they were really concerned about the people in that church, if they really had their best interests at heart, they'd be educating them on the difference between a journalist and a protester, because a journalist goes wherever the story is. That is not a crime. That is the job. That is the Constitution. And any government that can't tell the difference between the two, or worse, pretends not to, is not protecting religious freedom. It is using it as a weapon. This is about the First Amendment, the freedom of the press. Not the freedom of the comfortable press, not the freedom of the press that plays nice and asks polite questions and knows when to look away. The freedom of the press that shows up when power would rather it did not. That is the press the founders were protecting. That's what the First Amendment was written for. Moments exactly like this one. They've already come for corporate media. They have pressured it, they have threatened it, they have pulled its funding and its licenses and its access until it learned to be quiet. It learned to comply. And now they are coming for independent journalists, people who don't answer to a board or a network or an advertiser that they can squeeze. People who answer only to you. Is that the reason they were going after your information? When they come for us, they come for you.
Cool story, bro. Damn.
I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as, widespread as it's been, and like the self-dealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets. Like that's been a little shocking.
That is so crazy. Imagine like somebody accused you of murder.
Yeah.
And it turns out you weren't guilty of that murder, and then you sue them and you go, you can never prosecute me for murder again.
It's really hard to take either one of them seriously for a number of reasons. The Donald Trump that is here today has been the same person. Like this is not, maybe the grift is different and maybe it's a little more polished and maybe it's more well executed, but he has been a grifter and a corrupt person his whole life. And
No, it's not. Wait, it's not more well polished. That's the whole thing. Before it was meant to be like a bit more veiled, a bit more vague, a bit more, hidden. Now, he doesn't have to impress anybody. He doesn't have to have people on his side. He doesn't have to have people agree with him. He's not running for president again. He doesn't have to have anybody give a fuck. He can. The only thing that he needs is to have enough of the voter base on his side so that he holds power over like senators and congressmen. Like that's what he wants. He wants the power over the senators and the congressmen so that when they're up for re-election, they're all terrified of him telling, some other random Joe Blow to come run against them and then telling all of the voters to vote against them. That's all he cares about. So he needs to stay like, in the good graces of MAGA just enough so that they all still listen to what it is he says. But outside of that, like motherfucker has been brazen with the corruption this time. He has been just so overtly corrupt compared to his first administration. This is a whole new beast.
so it's hard for me to believe in hearing them that this isn't another part of the scam. Like, oh, let me get off this train now because I see that he's a total train wreck. But you knew this before. There was plenty of reasons you didn't have to support him in 2024, and the same with Joe Rogan.
So he's the train.
Plenty of reasons. None of those reasons have changed. And so it's almost like they're saying, oh, I knew he was bad. I just didn't think he was that bad. Well, if you knew he was bad, that's enough reason not to support him and not to help further his campaign. So I don't know. It's just hard for me to take them seriously.
I almost feel too that what they're saying is I knew he was bad. I just didn't know he would be bad this loudly and embarrass all of us.
Correct.
Which we probably all at this table could have seen coming to some degree. But the way that he has enriched himself and his family over $1 billion just this year, I think, his personal net worth, has been creative and various, right? Like through the courts, through crypto, there's nothing he won't try. And I think his base is starting to catch on that he is in no way working for them, but is working for himself and his family. And even these commentators are looking at a presidency that is coming to an end while they still have to further their media careers.
Well, Mark, I often point out, obviously, that Republicans made a whole career out of claiming that Joe Biden enriched himself off of his son's, whatever Hunter Biden was doing. We know that President Trump, his net worth has skyrocketed to $6.5 billion since he's been president. His sons are actively and openly in a whole slew of businesses that are regulated by the Trump presidency, cryptocurrency, gambling, or whatever you want to call it. Trump says it's not gambling, but it is.
Well, and I even just saw a number of things saying that the Trump administration, the government just gave Trump's sons a bunch of different contracts over the last week or so that they they won a bunch of different contracts. So I don't know.
Is prediction markets, the real estate investments, Truth Social, all of it. I mean, how do you justify that if you're a Republican?
Abby, I remember being on the campaign in 2016, and one of the most electric lines was the "Drain the Swamp" rally cry at the various rallies. I think American voters elected Donald Trump to clean it up. They viewed that Hillary Clinton and the Clinton machine was corrupt. I think it helped in 2020 that 2024 that the Biden family, I think, had taken advantage of taxpayers, with Hunter making money off the communist Chinese and making money off his paintings. I think that Republicans look inconsistent when we don't call it out as well and as Donald Trump. I think when you see that basically it's not just, it's Qatar that is funding much of their crypto investments, when you see that Jared is basically getting his money from Saudi Arabia, yet also simultaneously negotiating Middle East peace process if there's no conflict of interest there, that just today it came out that Kazakhstan has mining company that the Trump boys are invested in.
I'm pretty sure I remember that, like some of the paintings that he sold, for big money were bought by like anonymous bidders. It was almost definitely the Trump administration. It was almost definitely like Trump and his goons who bought those fucking paintings. It was almost definitely them. Trump and them, they bought Hunter Biden's paintings. 1, because they loved his fucking paintings. 2, because they wanted to be able to whine and cry about somebody anonymously making bids on his paintings. And then saying that it was like, Russia or China or some shit.
And it's being backed up by Ex-Im Bank loans, taxpayer funded. I think Republicans need to be consistent on this. And I think it could be a big detriment to them come November.
I mean, would you agree, though, that what we're talking about is orders of magnitude difference? I mean, let's stipulate. Maybe it's millions of dollars that Hunter Biden made from his business dealings. We're talking about billions.
I think it's bad either way, Abby. I don't want to get into comparison of one of them. I think it's bad either way. And I think Republicans are right to call it out with Hunter.
Stupid.
And we should be calling it out this time, too.
I will call it out as hypocritical, because what Donald Trump just did last week was, in my opinion, and according to many who've looked at it, including the New York Times, which I know you probably don't agree with, the most corrupt decision that any president has ever made in history, in American history. I mean, first of all, he sued his own government for $10 billion. Then he negotiated a deal with himself, with his own lawyer, for $1.8 billion, but he has complete control over this with some fancy commission of people who his lawyer appoints and he can fire. That is the most corrupt, self-dealing, most farcical operation I've ever seen. And the idea that he was able to get away with it and Republicans won't call him out on it.
Let me just make sure. I just want to also just make a note of this. The Trump administration is also now actively, and they say this is not being done quietly, they are deleting indictments from January 6th convicts that are on government websites, literally erasing history, and doing it proudly so. Nothing quiet about it. We are proud to reverse the DOJ's weaponization under the Biden administration. This is about one man who has an ongoing child solicitation case and came to the Capitol armed with bear spray.
I'm not familiar with that case or many of those other ones, but I will.
I've already. Does it even matter? I mean,
sure,
why are they erasing?
Most of those people shouldn't have been pardoned anywhere. At least the violent ones like Enrique Tarrio shouldn't have. But we'll go back to Keith's point. The Republican senators are standing up to this. That's why they left town. That's why they left town.
Whoa, they left town. Whoa.
And I think. By the way, I think I don't like the $1.8 billion slush fund. I wouldn't like it if it was 1.8 billion pennies either. And I think most Republican senators feel the same way. That's the kind of thing you do through a court or through the legislative process, and not through a settlement. A judge could order it, but
what are they going to do about it? What are they going to do about it?
Well, I mean, I can tell you right now that there is an extreme level of dissatisfaction within the Republican Senate conference. It's not just this. I think that's why John Cornyn got Trump's hire. I don't think it was anything about what John Cornyn had done or said himself regarding Donald Trump. I think that John Cornyn was the hostage that the president could shoot politically. He's mad at the whole conference. He's mad that they haven't gotten rid of the filibuster. He's mad that they left town. I
But
think
I guess
this
my
is.
point is, they're not actually doing anything.
They left town.
You know?
Wow.
I mean, and
Look,
honestly,
I do think
they're not even
it's sunk.
really
I do think it's
saying a
sunk.
whole
It's sunk the reconciliation bill. It should be a big win for Republicans. It should be us being strong on border security when Democrats are weak, and instead it's been totally derailed. But I'll go a step
Listen,
further.
you would guys
Abby,
would
I'll go a
listen.
step further.
Republicans would impeach a Democratic president who did even one of the things that we discussed.
Abby, I'll go a step further. We keep talking about
Would
this
you not?
as $1.8 billion. It's worse than that. It's 1.776 because some clown thought it'd be funny to say the people who rioted and assaulted police are equivalent to the people who founded our country 250 years ago and stood our country up. So I think it's even more nefarious than that. I think that this whole notion of 1.776 is some clever fool in the White House thinking this would be funny, and it's not. But I think it has already
I
derailed.
also want to say that 1.776 is our money, and this is a time at which people are feeling the squeeze. Gas is more expensive than it's been in recent memory. Our electricity bills are up. Places like Arizona, it is so hot, and we are spending more and more every year just to keep our houses cool. Groceries are expensive, and people are just barely making it by, and that is our money that he is making that decision about, right? He's saying that our hard-earned tax dollars should go to these January 6 rioters. There's nothing patriotic about that, and it is insensitive in a moment like this when so many Americans are struggling.
Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars? Gas prices are through the roof. People can't afford their groceries. Is that why you're pulling it? You guys don't have the guts or the balls.
The House will
to
be in
vote on
order.
That was the House floor on Thursday before recess.
Sheesh.
Just to give you a little context, there are 4 House Republicans, Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, Warren Davidson, and Tom Barrett of Michigan, who have voted in favor with the Democrats of that measure previously. Josh, where do they go from here? Because we have both what's happening on the Hill and where the GOP is and if they're breaking ranks. And we also have what's coming next in this war.
Right. This is the most unpopular war in American history by far, and for good reason. And the way that these things work is that the longer it goes on, the popularity goes down, not up, over time. And that is a calamity for the Republican Party, but that's not what's important right now. What's important is that it's a calamity for the United States of America, for our national security, for our alliances abroad, for putting our troops in danger with no clear strategy of what achieves a victory and how to get them out of there and how does this end. And without any of those answers, everybody can see that the administration is flailing about, and the way we know they have no strategies because the strategy changes every single day with various justifications that don't make any sense when compared to one another. And that's where we are, and that's a pretty sad state of affairs. And yes, that's going to be terrible for Republicans in November, but that's really not the worst thing about it. And Donald Trump doesn't seem to care about that anyway.
And so what is your sense, Joe, of where the Republicans are? I mean, obviously, they're not monolithic, but he has had real iron-fisted control over congressional Republicans for many, many years now.
They're pretty
What is your
monolithic.
sense
I
if
don't
this
know.
is starting to be a different scenario?
I think he has, you call it control. I think he has influence over Republicans because his poll numbers within the party have held consistently strong, despite the ups and downs of independents and Democrats over the years. And we've seen his numbers really hold steady, even at times when he's been tested by other voters. Look, I think the House leadership didn't want to give Democrats more of a theatrical viral video moments like you just saw Jim McGovern get to do.
It's a bad issue for them.
I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
The reality is, we can't be governed by people's viral moments on the House floor. We have to be governed by some strategy. I think the strategy has been very clear. It's deny Iran nuclear weapons. It's open the Strait of Hormuz and stop allowing Iran to fund proxies.
And how's that going?
Well, I think it's going pretty much better than the last
Is the Strait open?
administration.
Really? Is it?
Is the Strait open?
The last administration, the Strait of Hormuz was
Josh,
open.
at the end of the day,
now it's closed, so that's not better. That's
if
worse.
Iran is denied a nuclear weapon, is that a good or bad thing for the
That's
world?
a straw man argument that is
It's not a straw man.
complete
I'm
distraction from
asking
what
you
we're
if
talking
meeting the
about.
goal of the war is a good
You're like,
thing.
oh,
You don't
do
want
you
to
like
answer that.
nuclear weapons?
Hang on.
No, the question is whether the prosecution.
This is just a never-ending fucking cope over the war, dude. There is no, There's no fucking justification for this shit. Not even close. And even the like dumb talking points that they try using for this shit, even that's not true. Even that's not fucking true. They can't even get like anything, any slightly decent arguments to defend the fucking the fucking war in Iran. It's so stupid, bro. This is it's so frustrating too, because this guy right here, the bald guy, we literally hear him come on with the same exact talking points every single week, and they all debunk them. They all argue against him. He doesn't ever have a rebuttal for them. He doesn't ever even like attempt to argue against the rebuttals and the debunkings, and then he comes right back the next fucking week with the same exact fucking talking points. The same exact talking points. It's so stupid. These people are brain dead, bro. These people, I'm starting to feel like every single one of them should just be locked up, dude. This is all like a coup against our government. This is all some sort of like bullshit propaganda, and we need to just get rid of all of them. If you know, as much as Hasan in Cuba and Russia and all these other countries are annoying, they aren't like half the threat to our country that Donald Trump has been.
Of the war is good, and it's not.
Is the goal of the war?
Do you think that that is an attainable goal at this point? What Joe's asking about.
So the Iranians, Trump's own director of national intelligence, who's about to resign very sadly for family reasons, said that the Iranians are not developing a nuclear weapon in congressional testimony.
This guy sounds like there's like a Jewish character from, what is it, the Family Guy? He not only does he sound like him, but he kind of looks like him with like the curly hair and everything.
Just a month ago. So starting a war to stop them from doing the thing that they weren't doing doesn't really make any sense on its face. But everybody knows that justification is not holding up, because there's no plan to get the uranium other than to negotiate with the Iranians, which the administration doesn't want to do. So they're bombing instead.
But wait a second.
So even by their own measure, they're failing the test. So to answer your question directly, Joe, no, I wish an Iran that doesn't have nuclear weapons, and I lament the fact that the Trump administration is bungling our chance to make that happen and actually hurting our ability to make that happen by prosecuting this war in such an obviously idiotic and contentious way.
I thought that Iran had their nuclear program completely destroyed.
In June.
That was a different set of mischaracterizations. You're holding Trump's current lies to his past lies.
I'm sorry, I actually hold Trump for the things that he said. I mean, you know, look, I just think that it's really interesting that we go through these things about whether or not Trump is achieving what he wanted out of this war. Allegedly, the program was destroyed, as you said. Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, Richard Blumenthal, everybody said that they were not an immediate threat to the United States. So it just seems really interesting how you guys, or how the Republicans are going out and defending this war.
Is the goal of the war a positive goal?
What do you mean by that?
Is the goal of the war of denying Iran a nuclear weapon, the cessation of funding of proxy groups in the Middle East, are these good goals?
Yes.
I don't see how he's been able to advance those objectives.
Right. Just because there's goals and then there's strategies to achieve those goals, and the question is the strategies that are being deployed right now.
Yeah, I had a goal to end world hunger, so I went out and pissed in my neighbors on their front porch. I mean, you might not like that I pissed on your front porch, bro, but you gotta admit, the goal was a pretty good goal. Okay? You can't deny. We can all agree that's a good goal. So don't be complaining about me pissing on your porch, bro, or else you're against ending world hunger.
The effective way to achieve those goals, and all signs indicate that that's actually not the case.
Do you think the war is going well? Is that what you're saying? Are you sitting here
I
on
would
national
say it's
television?
not going according to schedule.
It's not going according to plan.
schedule, yes.
Thank you.
And so,
Joe admitted things didn't go as mistakes have been made.
Let's end it here.
There's another reason Republicans like Lindsey Graham are upset, is because there is
tyrannical, radical Islamist regime still ripping the fingernails off of teenage protesters in Iranian prisons.
Well,
and there is no protecting America against this regime unless you put American troops, boots on the ground, you remove the arms from the IRGC.
You want boots on the ground?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is why Republicans
Are so upset,
are
yeah.
so upset, because there is a principled argument that they could have made from the very beginning, the administration, that we need to dismantle this regime. It's in Americans' interests. They did not make that case. And so there's a couple different reasons why there's so much outcry. Yes, it's the gas prices, and yes, it's the politics, but there's an ideological reason that has a lot of evidence behind it why you don't want this regime in power anymore.
If the
and the
conservatives,
Trump administration has never made that case.
if the conservatives really wanted to go and
It's a huge
follow
threat for the
evidence,
entire
then why did they pull out of the JCPOA? 97% of the
True.
enriched uranium that they had at the time was completely not there. So why would they pull out of that deal if they understood that that was something that was effective?
They should have made the case, and I'm not saying that they've made it. I've been very critical on this from the very beginning, including on this network, that Iran was an imminent threat, and they needed to show us the evidence, and they didn't.
I think
and
that
I do think it's very confusing that the nuclear weapons were obliterated, and then we had to go back, and now there's the nuclear dust. All of these things require clear communications, which have not been there.
Yeah.
It does not mean that we should just negotiate and prop up this regime that is obviously a threat to Americans and our allies.
Nobody wants to prop up or enable this regime. I just think negotiation is going to have to be a part of the. 2 weeks ago, we didn't even know who he was negotiating with, and we still might not even know, which might be why the time is ticking of the bombing. And I think
the time is ticking.
All wars end in diplomacy.
That's right.
It's the only way to end a war.
But also,
unless we're going to nuke them, which I hope we don't.
And I also just want to point out is that like the will of the current regime of Iran is so much stronger, I think, than this administration actually understood. And so what they are being tested against, I don't think they actually had a strategy, which is incredibly irresponsible for an administration to put us in this situation. And I think you're somewhat in agreement with me on that. But I think that the one thing that is actually really disappointing to me is, but not surprising, is that is why we actually have the three branches of government and the checks and balances. Because today
This is a great point.
might have been the first day that Congress actually stood up, but for the bending of the knee that Mike Johnson does every single time to remain to his powerful position of Speaker of the House. He prevented that checks and balances from happening.
I'm glad
and that might have actually.
We have 3 branches of government? What is she talking about? She's talking about like the old government? Back in the day we used to have that?
Brought this up because the reason the war powers have not been restricted until now, this is the first time we've seen Republicans standing up, is because 4 Democrats voted against it. And because Fetterman voted against it, they wanted the president to be able to act in Americans' national security interests. And they realized that, and now something has clearly changed. So yes, we are at a turning point, and things are going to happen.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't mention the fact that the Trump administration is making preparations to attack another country, Cuba, as if they didn't learn one thing. Okay, they're going to do this. Oh, they think Venezuela went great, and Iran is still going to turn out pretty much okay. So they're going to start a third war. Okay. That's a very bad idea. We should not do that, okay? Right. And the checks and balances are gone. The guardrails are gone.
It's Congress's fault. They're totally enough.
The only thing that can constrain Trump is his concern about the economy and the bond markets and his own personal interests. And luckily, those things are being affected because that's the only thing stopping him from expanding the war even further, which would just be crazy.
Congress cannot.
I didn't know. So what happened? Was there another vote on the War Powers Act in Congress, or what? I haven't heard about this. This is news to me.
Not even keep the government open. I'm not surprised that they're not being trusted to weigh in on the direction.
Or the Republicans are too weak to stand up to him.
Oh, please. Really you don't think Democrats in Congress are part of the dysfunction
You don't think that the Democrats oppose this war?
You just got to be fair, man.
Well, the fairness is they're calling a spade for a spade. The Republicans are too weak to rein in this president, and that's why we're in this mess.
I do not support the weaponization fund as it has been described.
I just don't know how this puppy dog will work. I'm not sure where the money's coming from. I'm not sure who's going to decide. I don't know anything about anything.
We need more information on it. I mean, we discussed it yesterday, but that's why it's coming back, is we need more information.
These people don't deserve restitution. Many of them deserve to be in
You guys
prison.
get the fuck
But
out of the
this
way!
I mean, this is just stupid on stilts.
Do you think you have colleagues that share the same concerns that you're
Yeah,
expressing?
they do, and they need to speak up. I mean, this is beyond the pale. This is not good for my colleagues. There's no one positive thing that could be spun out of this between now and November. This is bad policy, it's bad timing, and it's bad politics.
Do you think he's losing some of the very tight grip he's had for a very long time?
I think he's lost people he didn't endorse, which is, welcome to politics. And I think he's trying to make sure he's got a better team moving into the next 2 years.
A bipartisan war powers resolution to direct the removal of the U.S. armed forces from unauthorized hostilities in Iran failed in the House of Representatives on April 16th, 2020. What the fuck are they talking about? What are they talking about? Why are they acting like something changed? They were just talking about this a second ago, like things changed and Republicans changed their minds and shit. Where are they getting this from? May 2026, Speaker Mike Johnson and the House Republicans postponed an expected subsequent vote on a related Senate war powers resolution to limit military campaigns, citing an avoidance of the measure. Meek's statement on Republicans pulling Iran war powers vote. Watch House calls off vote on Senate resolution to limit Trump's Okay, so this is the 21st.
Is the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
This is a 10.5 hour video.
Come down. We're up about, what, 70 basis points since the low in February? That's over $2 trillion of additional interest over the 10 years.
Okay.
Years of his term. I think that's the reason why he decided to, for example, endorse Ken Paxton in Texas, where I'm from, and to say, look, guys that aren't really fighting hard right now, who are establishment, I'm not going to back you. Cassie in Louisiana is the same example of that. He wants an upgrade there. And I think proof that he's making the right choice is the fact that these guys, as soon as they knew they were out, they're like, I don't like you. It's personal. And by golly, I'm giving you nothing until the day I leave here. It's spoiled milk. It is what it is, but they'll be gone in January. So I think the president's making the right decision.
But until then, they still have power in the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, they do. They have a lot of power. But I also think the president's playing the long game. He understands that he wasn't going to get as much of his agenda done if you have people behind the scenes that are fighting against you in your own party. He dealt with that for 4 years when he was in office.
He's not, first off, he's not even like, he's barely pushing anything to the House and the Senate in the first place. So he's already not really even trying to get much of his agenda done. But on top of that, he's not gonna get much of his agenda done when he gets rid of Republicans and those people end up getting replaced by Democrats. Like, a lot of these races, they were going to have a much better chance if they just left the incumbents in and allowed them to stay. They were going to have the best chance. When you replace them with new faces and new names that people have never heard of, it's going to be very, very fucking different. And And especially with, like, you know, Democrats having as much momentum as they have right now, you're just hurting your entire fucking party by doing this. But Trump's so vindictive that he doesn't give a fuck if he's helping or hurting his party. He doesn't seem to care if he's doing anything for his own agenda. He seems to only care that he's able to get back at the people that were mean to him. That's it. Like, he's absolutely fucking up his own party and his own agenda.
The first time. And I think that's why he's now way more outspoken on this, saying, I'm finding teammates who understand what we're doing with America First agenda. That's who I'm going to endorse. That's who I'm going to fight for. And by the way, the Republican Party said yes to all of those candidates from the president this last week. They said, we trust you, we like your agenda, and we're going to send those people to Washington. And incumbents who had an insane amount of money come in. Cornyn's a great example of this. The amount of money they wasted in D.C. with the elites there to try to save him, it's been a disaster. He won't be going back to Washington, D.C., and I think he even knows it.
Look, it's a Shakespearean story.
I think this Congress is on track to be the least productive in history. Not in history, but definitely in modern history. Like, the Biden administration was like one of the most productive. But even like Trump's first administration just didn't get a whole lot done either. And now this administration, again, they're just, Trump would rather do everything through executive orders. So, like, a lot of people will point that, like, you know, oh, well, Biden signed a lot of executive orders too. He also set records in executive orders. Yeah, he was also setting records in fucking legislation, though. Like, he was actually doing both. Trump is setting records only in executive orders and then isn't really doing much of anything else outside of that.
Like from the famous line from Hamlet, he's being hoisted on his own petard. He was so eager to punish them for even the most minor deviations from loyalty to him that he has made them all angry. Yes, I agree. I would like for them not to just show courage and conviction when they're on their way out the door. I want them to show courage and conviction when they're in the room, when they're on their way into the door. But it seems like, you know, spines are like flickering lights in the Republican.
Auto pain.
That's not spines are like flickering lights in the Republican Party. Sometimes you see it, and just as soon as you see it, it goes away.
Maybe they know their policy is unpopular. I think that it's about the fact that they don't, like, Trump doesn't actually care about policy. I think that is the thing, is that he doesn't actually care about policy. Like, actually having to go through the process of getting legislation through and everything, that's just a lot of fucking work, man. When you can just sign an executive order to say the thing on there, even if you're not even, like, legally capable of executing it in any way, you know, you can turn around and tout this later as like, guys, remember I signed an executive order that said immigration is bad? You guys remember that? It said I signed that executive order, and the Democrats were mad about it. You guys remember how mad they were when I signed that executive order? So we did it. We got a lot done. Like, but actually, like, having to get legislation through, write bills and all this other shit, like, that's just way too much for Trump.
I remember these same Republicans standing up after J6 and saying, oh, this is a horrible day. This is a horrible thing. And some of this blame lays at the feet of the president. And then for the next 4 years, they call amnesia, right? Because they don't believe, there's no conviction. The spine melted and everybody fell in line.
Dude, that would be you guys saying Joe Biden was a good candidate. If you want to talk about falling in line, no spine, you guys told us that Joe Biden was, like, sane and mentally competent when he clearly wasn't, and lied to the American people and then covered up being competent. So, like, don't lecture me about, like, moral clarity here from a party.
Melting was
like, Joe Biden was a disaster, and you guys covered it up and looked in the cameras. All of the Democrats said, he runs laps around me. He's on his A game. He's so good at this. And then you want to sit here and say that, like, man, I wish these Republicans would send us
asleep in the Oval
I don't know
Room
what
acting
all
like
this
that's not
is
happening.
about.
Come on.
So I'm going to, all that screaming, all that high-pitched screaming, I'm just going to talk to you and say this. The spines disappeared.
Of Democrats.
The
with Joe
spines
Biden.
disappeared, and he doesn't want to acknowledge that.
You guys say Joe Biden
they
is
are
saying.
cowards. They are cowards. The people, even the
Get
people
'em.
who speak up for him are
Get 'em.
cowards because they don't even have the
Well,
conviction.
actually, I
They
would
don't
say
even
the
have the
opposite.
Biden-
Well,
Let's let Caroline.
I would actually argue the opposite with the topic at hand, which is this $2 billion fund, is that I think Trump should remember that there's still fiscal conservatives among some of the lawmakers in Congress. And so when they look at a $1.8 billion price tag, they do cringe. But I think what's missing from that discourse about this fund is the fact that there's an existing mechanism for it. It's called the Judgment Fund. The founding fathers even used it during the early days of the Republic. Basically, if someone is victorious in a lawsuit against the federal government, there has to be a fund to pay them out a settlement. And so what this anti-weaponization fund that the left is fear-mongering about right now is a derivation of that existing mechanism. Now, what
No, it's a bastard.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because the existing mechanism didn't have a bunch of people handpicked by the fucking president to do whatever the fuck he wanted them to do with the money. That's not how that fund worked. So it's not just fear mongering. Donald Trump is literally handpicking every single person who's on that committee, who chooses who does and does not get the money. That did not exist before. That was not a part of the other shit. That is such bullshit.
What's missing from this fund is common sense.
Where are the fiscal conservatives when they were blowing the deficit with this big, beautiful bill that was going to add trillions of dollars to the deficit? So where are they then? I just need to figure out how this works out for you.
Well, the opportunity cost there was, the 2017 tax cuts actually generated real wage increases for many Americans, household income growth, and so that was what was going to be earned at the end of passing.
Yes, it also cost the Treasury $1.5 trillion in lost revenue.
And it also generated a lot of gains for the average American.
What's the price tag on it?
Who are the average Americans who got it? Because hundreds of thousands of Americans right now can't afford to live. So the big case here for them is that they cannot.
Bro, we look so fucking badass coming in here, just moving all slow and gangster like this, and we're just like, yo. The fucking big dogs are in the house. Y'all better be scared.
Like, are you saying you're against no tax on tips and no tax on overtime?
I'm saying Americans can't afford their bills. They're
I'm saying that's why we did that.
Affordability is a problem.
That is not why you did that. That is
You're
not why you
also
did
cutting
that.
funds to rural hospitals. People cannot afford health care.
Hang on. Terry, I want to get to you, and I
got a little fact check. The Judgment Fund was de minimis. Until the 1950s, there had to be a vote of Congress for every dime that was spent out of the Treasury. They then enlarged that Judgment Fund. Obama used it in an even bigger way, and this is a complete bastardization of it. It is not an early American notion that the president can just spend money without congressional approval.
I agree there needs to be congressional approval, but it does stem from something
Let's be clear about one thing about the fund. Number one, it's not going to pass right now the way it is.
Good.
There's
Well,
a lot of
there's
a lot of Senate Republicans, some that I've talked to, that have said it is going to be changed if it's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it didn't happen over the weekend. So I do think this is part of how the sausage is made. Let's also be clear. If you are violent, you don't get money from this. If you are, and the Trump administration doesn't, and the Trump family doesn't get anything from this. They get no payout.
Hang on, Ben. I got to fact check that because we don't know yet.
No, the DOJ put out a list and they said that they will not get a reward from this, and they cannot make claims to it.
No, not the Trump family part. I'm talking about if you were violent against police. What we have right now is that Todd Blanche told Paula Reed last night it's going to go to this committee, and that they're going to pick, the president is going to pick, and Congress will have approval of one of 5, and the president can fire any of them at any time. And those are the people who will decide.
Blanche was talking to members of Congress today and has made it very clear to them, if you are someone who is convicted and you are violent,
if you're violent. Do you remember before the election when they said that the pardons would not go to violent people as well? And then all the violent people got pardons?
I just had to keep it with
I go back to Congress.
that we have right now. That's not the case.
Hold on.
Yeah, initially they told us that it was just going to be computations for the violent people. Like when they, like at first they said that it wasn't, that no pardons would go to anybody who was violent or like hurt cops and shit. And then they were like, okay, we are going to give some things to them, but it's just going to be computations. We're going to make it to where their sentences are less time, just so that they get out earlier. And then within like a month, everybody was fucking out. Everybody was out. It's computations. They put it into the fucking computer that they have to get out in a shorter period of time.
No, Congress, I go back.
So amnesia.
It's not amnesia. I just said, and I'll say it again, the Senate, those that are Republicans, have made it clear. The way that it stands, it will have three things clearly in it. Number one, if you're violent, you don't get money. Number two, the Trump family's already made this clear in the settlement. They will not get money, and they won't get a settlement, and they can't make claims.
Bullshit.
It's not just about
That's not happening.
If you were wrongfully attacked, let's go with the Catholics for a second.
Wait.
Hold on, let's go with Catholics for a second. I'm going to go with the Catholic example.
People
Hang on,
went
Terry,
into the
go ahead.
Capitol. 3,500, 700 charged. These are the worst of the worst. These are people who went to the Capitol.
Hold on, no pause.
Wait,
they're not all
going
bad.
to
They
finish.
were not all bad.
I'm going 700.
We're going to 76-year-old women.
700.
The reason the worst of the worst is because they went there with the worst motive a citizen of a democracy can have.
Yes.
They went to.
It's 700 out of 1,600 convictions. 700 of them were people who literally planned on like taking over the fucking country and shit. Like, these are people who definitely had very bad intentions.
Silence the vote of the people as confirmed and affirmed by the 50 sovereign states of this country and by 60 courts of law, and they wanted to stop that.
If you're
and they were the worst.
Let me ask you,
hold
on. If you're 75, 76, 77, 78-year-old woman.
Stay at home.
Whoa. Whatever. Being a free country.
Stay home. We was in when they decided to
So
vote.
no freedom of speech, no freedom of expression. You can't walk in the Capitol.
You can't walk in the Capitol. You are
the Democratic Party wants. Hey, if you're stay home. Stay home if you're old.
All this yelling he's doing doesn't
Stay home if you're an old person. Democratic Party says you have no word in America and Washington.
You can't change the votes of those who've already cast.
If the door was open,
you are. This is ridiculous.
I'm asking you a very serious question.
No, you're not asking a serious question.
Yes, I am. Were there doors open on January 6th?
You're asking a ridiculous question.
Do not
and being ridiculous.
I'm going to call. Okay, I got to call it.
This is the
Let's
Spencer
get right
Pratt
into
thing.
it. You're running against several people, including obviously the incumbent mayor, Karen Bass. And recently she said this. She said, Spencer is just mad that his supporters are AI cartoons and we have real Angelinos. It sounds like she's not taking you seriously.
Do you know what that was a response to? We should tell the viewers.
Yes.
That was me calling her out for the misdemeanor because she's now facing 6 years in prison for electioneering because she hosted an event which is illegal in the state and the city in front of the ballot box.
You're accusing her of that, right?
No, it's on video.
Okay.
It's with the LAPD now. So it's not an accusation. She filmed herself because she's so used to not actually caring about the law that she filmed her own crime. So that is a response to me saying...
And what did you think about that, though? It sounds like she's not taking you seriously.
She doesn't need to take me serious. It's the LAPD that has the case. I'm not. So good luck, ma'am.
Right. But what do you think she's taking you seriously in your support?
I do think she's taking me very serious. I think that was a silly little response. And again, I don't make any AI. All of my ads are made by a director. I shot on a Red camera. I don't have one AI ad.
Yeah. So I want to ask you, people are going to be watching this, and this is a national audience, right? And they may be asking themselves, what is Spencer Pratt from the Hills doing running for the mayor of Los Angeles? How is he qualified? What would you say?
Well, thankfully, Mayor Bass's failure was a national story when she let 7,000 homes burn to the ground when she was out of the country in Ghana, and 12 people, my neighbors, burned alive. And when nobody ran against her, I had to step up so that she didn't just go in to get 4 more years after being an utter failure for Los Angeles. So I think the national story is actually why I'm surging across the country, because they say finally someone is stepping up against these politicians that can burn your whole town down, let your tax money all go into increasing drug addicts in front of the kids at the park or moms going to school with their kids. Enough is enough.
You know this. Your persona is a reality star villain. It's always been all about Spencer, at least in front of the cameras. So how do you convince people that you really care about your neighbors? You care about other people. You just don't care about yourself. Because the last decade...
Okay. I need to look into that. Spencer Pratt files complaint against alleging Mayor Karen Bass violated election law in LA. Los Angeles mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt on Tuesday accused Mayor Karen Bass of violating election law in the city. Here is the formal complaint we filed this morning, Pratt wrote on X. We will uphold the rule of law and our democratic norms. Enjoy your conference calls with your lawyers, Karen. And then she posted, you can drop off your ballot at voting centers and drop boxes throughout the city. Voting early is easy. Even babies for Bass agree. Did she delete the post? Uh-oh. Okay, there we go.
Hey! Hello, everybody! All right, we're on the countdown! On the countdown, just one more week! One more week! Let me just thank you so much for all of your support. I know you have been walking precincts, you've been making phone calls, you've been over there at the headquarters, because we're gonna bring this to home base and win, right? I even have the babies on my side. Babies for Bass. All right. You're never too young. Hi, Joy. Thank you. Babies for Bass. Precinct,
Was that the same?
One more.
Okay.
Few days left in this election, and
Okay. Attached to Pratt's post is a screenshot of the complaint letter. This move was in response to Bass posting a video of herself promoting ballot boxes. The video shows Bass supporters next to a ballot box chanting 4 more years and dropping off their ballots. You can drop off your ballot at a voting center and drop box in the city. She wrote on X, voting early is easy, even babies for Bass agree. Pratt alleged Bass broke the law by electioneering within 100 feet of a ballot box. Karen Bass just violated election law here. He said she is accustomed to breaking the law with no accountability. She even filmed herself doing it. Well, those days are over. We just filed a formal complaint for illegally gaming the election. We must protect our democracy. He described Bass's actions as a mafia-like regime, soliciting votes at a ballot box is against the law. He wrote, these clear violations show reckless regard for the rule of law and our democratic process. Someone in a position of power should be especially respectful of our democratic laws, but this is just emblematic of Karen's mafia-like regime. It's rules for thee, but not for me. She was voting, not campaigning. I don't know what you would consider campaigning in these scenarios. Like, I'm not sure what is and isn't. Los Angeles mayor's campaign presents defense against Spencer Pratt's allegations of illegal electioneering. Karen Bass is disputing claims Republican challenger Spencer Pratt that she is guilty of electioneering. Blah, blah, blah. The ballot box is not seen in the video with the campaign signs, but Bass is seen depositing her ballot in a box in the same park as supporters watch. The campaign signs are not visible in the ballot box video. The question is the distance between the ballot box and the campaign signs. Karen Bass just violated election law here, said Pratt on X. She is accustomed to breaking the law with no accountability. She even filmed herself doing it. Pratt went on to say that those days are over, blah, blah, blah. In her X post, Bass told people that you can drop off your ballot, blah, blah, blah. Near the bottom of the mayor's post, social media readers posted comments that California law prohibits electioneering within 100 feet of polling place or an outdoor site, including a curb voting area at which a voter may cast or drop off a ballot. Election code 319.5 was then cited as the source. The Pratt campaign said it does not think Bass cares. She genuinely does not care about protecting our democracy, blah, blah, blah. The spokesperson, who declined to be identified by name, added that Bass is terrified of his campaign and she's getting more desperate. There's a Pratt spokesperson. Okay. We need to get this lawbreaker out of office. Bass campaign spokesperson Alex Stack told the Center Square on Wednesday that the Pratt campaign's complaint is totally false. Stack noted that there was 2 locations filmed for the Bass campaign's video, one more than 200 feet away from the ballot box with signs and one next to the ballot box without signs. Spencer is just mad that his supporters are AI cartoons and we have real Angelinos. The Stack told the Center Square, referring to Pratt's AI-generated video depicting Bass as the Joker and Pratt as Batman saving Los Angeles. We follow the rules. According to Stack, the rally with signs was in the middle of Los Angeles High Memorial Park. The ballot drop box is in the corner of the park, but at a legal distance from the rally with the campaign signs. Stack referred to the still images of the campaign took from the videos mentioned earlier in his story and provided the Center Square with a map of the park. The Center Square on Wednesday reached out to the California Secretary of State office and asked about Pratt's complaint. The Secretary of State's office violations of the California Elections Code, including electioneering, very seriously and carefully reviews all the complaints reported to our office. The office's press team told the Center Square, answering a question by email. To report suspected election fraud or violations of the election code, members of the public and election officials may submit blah, 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 blah. The nonpartisan primary mayor of Los Angeles is scheduled for June 2nd. If a candidate gets 51% or more of the vote, that person is elected mayor. If no candidate gets at least 51% of the vote, the top 2 vote getters will face each other in November 3rd general election. 14 candidates are on a list from Office of the City Clerk of Los Angeles. Results from the recent Emerson College polling Inside California Politics poll shows Bass leading the race with 30% support, followed by Pratt, a former reality TV star, at 22%, and Nithya Raman, a Los Angeles City Council member and Democrat, at 19%. Other candidates are in the single digits for polling results. This other person with 22% needs to get the fuck out of there. This Nithya Raman chick, Nithya Raman, she needs to get the fuck out of that race. Like, if she's holding 22%, the Bass should be absolutely destroying Pratt. She should be absolutely wrecking him right now.
More than that, it's been all about Spencer.
Well, technically, it's been about my wife. I was always fighting for my wife, who I'm now almost 20 years happily ever after, or my kids. I was just doing that to make money to pay for my family. But for these people, thankfully, I'm the look around candidate. I just say, look around, use your own eyes. Do you see what I'm talking about? They don't need to worry about what I was before my house burned down and before I got in the race, because
why?
Because they look around.
What's the thing he referencing? What thing? Like the code? They said that they just have to be 100 feet away from the ballot box, and that they were. That's it. They said that the videos were both filmed in 2 different places, and that he's acting as though they're both in the same exact place, but they're not, and that they were over 200 feet away, not just 100 feet away. So.
Around, they see what I'm running on. I'm running on making the streets safe. I'm running on actually getting the drug addicts dying on the sidewalk 7 a day that our councilwoman and our mayor.
Oh, this is the new one. Okay, this was posted 2 hours ago. Okay.
Who have been in charge of that for a combined 10 years almost now. They're in charge of that. I'm saying you're voting for me as a mandated change. So I don't need to convince anybody about my past. I'm living in the present, and I'm speaking about what everyone sees with their own eyes. I don't need to convince any of my voters, because I'm telling them exactly what we all see together.
Yeah, but you need a majority of voters eventually, right? After June 2nd, you're gonna have to win a majority of those votes. What about people that might say, is this just about self-promotion? Is this just about to get your brand? And man, your brand is hot right now. It's probably hotter than ever right now. How do you convince those people that you say, no, I really want this job. I want to change the city?
Yeah, let's rewind. Everything I've ever worked for burned in
So
my
hot
house.
right now.
Everything my parents ever worked for burned in their house.
So
I got
hot.
on this mission. It was never to run for mayor. I started this to expose the corruption and the negligence of our city leaders. And when I got to the farthest distance I could, where I proved they were obstructing justice, altering after action reports after the fire, and there was nothing more they could do, that's when I organically got in the race, because no one else was going to run. I was never going to be the mayor, but nobody was going to run against her that could beat her. I had to step into this. And again, running for mayor is not fun, let's be clear. I have to have 24-hour security with the amount of death threats. My kid now has to have a security next to him when he goes in the ocean, because psychos come to the beach to... This is not like, oh, I get to be on a new show. I'm like, oh, I'm Tom Cruise. I'm in Top Gun 3 with Miles Teller. This is not fun, fighting DSA socialists in the city of LA. So
this is not
anybody
fun.
that really is paying attention, politics is not fun. And now I'm deep in politics, fighting a machine that is against the truth, a machine that is against stopping somebody exposing $24+ billion of cartel level money laundering. I promise you, is way more fun when I had my house and I was feeding hummingbirds and selling healing crystals. I would like that.
Bro, I'm gonna go out and do this. I'm gonna go out and do this, and then all of a sudden there's gonna be a bunch of videos of me saying that I'm gonna rape somebody and that I did all sorts of shit. And I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna run as a Republican, and I'm just gonna like make up shit for why that's okay. And I'm gonna say all the fucking stupid talking points, and then I'm gonna win, and then I'm gonna govern as a fucking Democrat. That's what I'm gonna do.
Life back, but I can't get that.
And I
life
want
back.
to talk about the crystals. So you've made the case why Karen Bass should lose. What's the case why Spencer Pratt should win?
There's no case, it's a fact, because we need change in LA. We can't do 4 more years of Karen Bass. There won't be in LA. We lose 50,000 people last year, over 100 businesses closed. I meet with people now that have a lot of investment in LA. If Karen Bass were to get reelected, they're all leaving. They're cutting their losses. LA will not.
Yeah, but what's Spencer Pratt going to do? Somebody else could do that too.
Who?
Somebody else could win. No, I'm asking you.
Who? It's right now in the polls, it's Spencer Pratt or Karen Bass. So we don't get to play imaginary savior coming in. You're either stuck with Karen Bass destroying LA, or you have a new candidate who's saying, we're stopping this direction of the city. We aren't doing this anymore. People, again, are voting for me because I'm the mandate in change. That's why they're voting for me. Not because I'm Spencer Pratt, not because of what I did 20 years ago, not what I did 2 years ago. It's because what I'm saying right now, no more. stop this.
Governor Gavin Newsom just endorsed Karen Bass today, saying, quote, "The work Karen Bass is doing in LA is making our entire state stronger with an 18% decline in homelessness, while it grew nationally, historic drops in violent crime, boosting film production in LA, and protecting our communities against ICE. She has my full support for re-election." Do you think that endorsement is going to help Karen Bass?
I think that endorsement, these two are co-conspirators. They're criminal partners in the negligence that led to 7,000 houses burning down.
You think Governor Gavin Newsom's a criminal?
In my opinion, it's criminal negligence when you fail your taxpayers and they burn alive because of choices you made with your state park that you're responsible from. Same with Mayor Karen Bass. Again, it's my opinion. I believe if you let people burn alive because of your negligence, that becomes criminal negligence. So, again, of course he's endorsing her. They're both responsible for this. And let's talk about that homeless number. That is the most made-up number in the history of California, and he makes up a lot of numbers. The homelessness, from when it was actually started tracking with Karen Bass, has actually increased. She's talking about last year, if that's a real number, but it's increased since she got in. Not to mention, you know how they count? They drive around one night of the year and they go 1, 2, 3. Maybe there's somebody in the sewer. Oh, we can't look in that tent. It's the most even the RAND Corporation says that number is 30% low, and I would say the RAND Corporation number is low. And then what else was that she did? Crime rates.
Crime rates here. Look, the LA Police Department crime. No, you looked at this.
I don't need to look at anything because I live in LA.
Says crime's down. A lot of violent crimes, including homicides.
I'll tell you. Homicides are down across the country since COVID. That's not because of Karen Bass. That's a national trend. But ready for this?
Even from last year, but yeah.
Mayor Bass won't acknowledge that the 42,000 people, she says 42,000. I say there's 70,000 naked drug addicts shooting up, smoking fentanyl, defecating on the street, peeing on the street. These are all crimes.
You've said that
the Jules gift thingies aren't as cool here as they are on the short bus stream. Yeah, I would imagine. Well, thank you for the 10 Jules, Joe Blow.
You want to move the homeless to a treatment facility built on federal land. You recently said this. Have you talked to the Trump administration about this?
No, I've never talked to President
Trump. So what is the federal land? What would that be?
Because I know the federal government will want to partner to get these addicts the treatment and to have the money that's being laundered through the NGOs stop. And they will know that these are results where it's going to be mandatory treatment. So, of course, the federal government would want to partner to get these 42,000 plus.
So what would that be? It'd be like a compound? It would be like...
I don't like the word compound.
Okay.
I like campus.
Okay.
Something beautiful. I went to Washington. I met with all the people that build the prefabricated homes. It's actually cheaper to build an entire city of prefabricated homes with treatment facilities and medical than just laundering money into buildings in LA that are empty.
Does LA pay for it?
I have plenty of very successful philanthropic billionaires that I've met with that would love to invest in this. Not to mention,
invest or donate.
It's the same thing. It's an investment.
Not really. Donate. You don't expect to get it back.
It's an investment
in
into human beings.
Okay.
You know, they're investing to save lives.
So these billionaires that you've talked to would pledge money to build this campus
100%,
on federal land.
100%. Not to mention, you're forgetting that we've already spent $24 billion of tax money to increase homelessness. So I could take a lot less of that to solve this crisis, this drug addiction, mental crisis. It's not a homelessness problem, it's a drug addiction problem. And the way you treat drug addicts is you get them mandatory help with doctors and plans. You don't just give them needles. Our tax money right now, we are giving them needles at MacArthur Park. That's not how you get somebody in a bed. That's how you get somebody in a grave. These people are overdosing daily, 7 a day. So my plan actually is the one with the heart and compassion. And of course, the media is going to be there all day long to see what's Spencer doing. I'm going to invite everybody. Come look how incredible and beautiful this facility is.
And we'll also see if the billionaires donate that money as well. What do you think about the police chief? Would he stay in that job under you?
I'm going to change the entire culture of the LAPD.
You would fire him. He needs to go.
We'll look at for sure the fire chief is gone. The LAPD chief, probably gone. A lot of the people below the chief, probably gone. The culture of LAPD needs to change. There's 1,000 officers that I know of right now that shouldn't be behind desks doing paperwork, that should be on the streets patrolling. So we're going to allocate the resources we have to making the streets safer immediately right when I get in.
You're an outsider. Politics is not your forte. You're in it now. You got to work with the city council. Like, let's be real here, right? You know you have to work with the city council. How are they going to love Spencer Pratt? Why would they want to work with Mayor Pratt?
Yeah, again, I don't work for the city council. I work for the constituents, the community.
But you got to work with them, yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
The community leaders who I meet with, they do not have a voice with their city council member. They don't have a voice with their mayor. My job as mayor is to be the voice of the communities. And if they're not listening to their constituents, not only are they not going to get reelected, but they're going to have a really hard time dealing in their community when they have the backing of the mayor and then the whole community. So again,
But are you going to look to bulldoze, or are you looking to build bridges with the city council?
Again, I'm going to listen to the communities and who put these people in office and who put me in office. And what they want, I'm going to execute.
What do you think it should be? You think it should be building bridges or bulldozing? What do you think?
Again, what the communities need, we
But you're
will
talking
do.
to them. You're out there on the campaign trail. What are they telling you?
They're
What
not
are
being heard.
Okay.
So I will make sure they're heard. And I have a feeling their message, which is they want things to feel safe and clean again. If these city council members have a problem with that, then it's a bulldozer.
Mm-hmm. Everything, as you may or may not know, in politics these days is seen through the prism of President Donald Trump. Do you think President Trump is a good president?
Again, the only prism I see anything is what I live. My town burning down is what got me in the race. I'm in a local race. The president has nothing to do with why my streets have naked drug addicts. My streets don't have lights in the poles. My streets have potholes all over. My town burned down. My race is a local race. I don't care what's going on in the national politics in other states. I am running for a local position, so
Right, but you need to have a relationship with the federal government. You just said 2 minutes ago you were going to move homeless to the federal land, so you got to have a relationship with the federal government. So what is your take on President Trump? You're going to host the Olympics in 2 years. You're going to be the mayor of that city, maybe. What's your relationship going to be like with President Trump?
I'm going to have a relationship with two presidents, and they're going to be the same. I'm going to work with the president the same way I'm going to work with the city council members, or my state reps, or the lieutenant governor, or the new governor. I'm going to work with whoever I need to work with to execute the best for Angelenos, period.
Do you want his endorsement?
I don't.
Angelenos. It sounds like a gang. It sounds like a Latino gang.
It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues.
This guy. He has a. He has a filter on that keeps a black bar across his eyes the whole fucking time.
Both political and cultural. From the silly to the serious, gang, have we got a show for you today?
Is it because he's Asian? You think? You think it's because he's Asian? Yeah. Yeah, me too. That's what I think too.
We have two bastions of liberalism in the House today. We have Bishop, and we have Bishop, the head, or I guess the one who coined the phrase, or maybe he's just the current thought leader in Lockheed liberalism. And then we have one of the hosts of Live and Learn itself, Soy Pill. And we're going to be talking about something I think that is a lot of people have been discussing, is what should the liberal response be to the Trump administration apparently subpoenaing Hasan Piker? What should our stance be on the U.S.'s relationship with countries like Cuba? We're going to be talking about all that and more. But first, I want to give the mic to each of these lovely individuals to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit more about who they are, what their thoughts are on the subject, and we'll get it from there. I'm going to hand the mic first to Mr. Soy Pill, and then we'll let Bishop introduce himself. So, Soy Pill, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
On the whole thing?
Just tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts on whether we should defend Hasan Piker. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays. I stream sometimes. Going to be ramping that up in the near future. And I think that going after Hasan, or kind of ignoring this, turning a blind eye, is part of more of like a partisan, like vindictive, personal thing, which I understand given the fact that this guy would probably say the same if it was some sort of liberal person being indicted, but that's not an indication of how we should conduct ourselves. It's irrelevant what his behavior is. It's pretty irrelevant to me if he even did break a law here, because what seems obvious to me is this is an administrative crackdown trying to introduce some sort of chilling effect. They're not applying this standard over every single person that was on that convoy. They're not doing it to their own partisan pundits like Nick Shirley, who might have stayed in a sanctioned hotel. This is just an attack to try to silence critics, and you should look at it as a fascist government and an authoritarian move and oppose it regardless of who they're doing it to. Yeah.
Okay, glad to have you. And $10 from Pondering Politics to say, ask Stoypill to Steelman Joe's definition of populism. We'll save that for maybe the meat of the discussion. But thanks for being here. We're going to get into it as we go. Next up, we're going to give the mic to Mr. Bishop. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, it's Bishop here, self-described Lockheed liberal. I'm a.
What the fuck is a Lockheed liberal? Like he's in favor of Lockheed Martin? Or what? What is that?
Defense contractor by day and a shit poster on Twitter.
Defense contractor. Okay. So yeah, so like Lockheed Martin. Okay. I gotcha. I live right by Lockheed Martin.
By night. And my take on the Hasan situation is that I believe that a lot of the dialogue around Hasan right now is talking about the illegitimacy of the government and the illegitimacy of, like, obviously, in my opinion, a fascist type government and unwieldy use of our institutions. However, I still think that it's very important that we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater and just completely discredit any kind of a subpoena put out by federal law enforcement. And I think the point that I think really needs to be argued is that due to the relationship that we have with Cuba and the Cuban government, there is actually a cause for there to be serious scrutiny about political actions and government programs that happen on the island.
Interesting. Okay. And with that, I guess we'll get into it. Can you give us maybe elaborate a little bit more on that serious cause? Do we think that the subpoena may be legitimate? What are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
I think the question is what is legitimate and what is illegitimate. I believe that now in the year of 2026, what we have.
It's a subpoena. Like, the idea generally is that they're trying to get more information, and then you'll find out if there's actually a crime afterwards. But I was talking about this at the beginning of stream, is that if we the big deal that we all made about Tenet Media, we can't turn around and act like this is no big deal. I did initially, and then when I read more about the subpoena, I started to realize that this is almost exactly like the Tenet Media situation. Not that he is like considered a co-conspirator like somebody like somebody like Warren Chen or Dave Rubin or any of those people would be. Not that he necessarily would be. But the subpoena is to get information. That's the point of a subpoena. It's making it to where you sometimes have to testify, sometimes have to hand over evidence, sometimes have to, different things. They're trying to investigate. Yeah, from the information available, it sounds like we would at least have to wait to have a real opinion on this. As I said initially, I was like, oh yeah, this is fucked up. Like, this is obviously trying to chill speech, blah, blah, blah. Now after looking into it a bit more, now I'm a bit more cautious and willing to kind of wait.
Across many different legal domains is we have a series of rules, regulations, and laws. And what we wind up having is situations where people.
Hasan said on video that the government of Cuba contacted him. I don't think he did. What I saw, he said that there was an intermediary that contacted him. So I don't think he actually said the government contacted him. That is a pretty big difference. It is a pretty massive difference. Like, especially when we're thinking of this in terms of what, happened with Tenet Media, the whole thing, what, someone from the government? No, it wasn't. Again, I don't believe it was. If you want to show me a clip of that, I'm happy to look at it. The clip that I see going viral that everybody's freaking out about is him saying that somebody literally asks, did the Cuban government contact you? And he says, no, there's an intermediary for that. So like that would be like the Lauren Chen of this scenario, where she was kind of the person who was doing the work and like making things happen, but she was directly in contact with with Russian agents. And so that's like where the analogy would lie, is like in the same way that Tim and all of these other people were able to get off because they were never directly contacting the Russians. That would be the same here. There's a massive distinction between talking to an intermediary and talking to Cuba.
Will break a law, and then maybe they'll be pursued and said, okay, well, now we're going to hold you accountable. You did break the law, but the problem is that nobody is prosecuted for that law. And so I think one of the main ways people are looking at this is they're like, oh, well, maybe Hasan violated sanctions. But number one, we don't know if we agree with the sanctions in the first place. And number two, like what we're seeing with this Turning Point USA kid, it doesn't appear that the violations of these sanctions are being applied evenly. Therefore, it is targeted. And I think that there is certainly some truth in the unequal application of those violations. It really brings me to think about the situation with Al Capone. And don't get me wrong, I do not think that Hasan is Al Capone. I want to be clear, Al Capone killed people. Hasan is just a streamer. But we understand that the way they went after Al Capone, the way they got him was for tax evasion. And we understand that he wasn't targeted by the IRS, that the IRS was randomly like, oh, hey, we think this guy might have a problem with his taxes. The problem is he was causing all these other problems and taking advantage of all these loopholes with the liberties that are afforded in a liberal society as opposed to an authoritarian state. He was taking advantage of them. And so we understand that they had to apply some of these rules that he was breaking to address the greater problem, which was to get him off the street. Now, I say all of this in acknowledging that the threshold, the legal threshold for it to be a criminal complaint is actually outrageously high. So I don't think we're even really at that level, but I do think that the hostile nature of the Cuban government and the Cuban island is unbelievably not
because
talked
of
about.
him.
A lot of people talk about Cuba as if, oh, it's just another island down there and we had like a shaky past with them. But to not go on and on and on, the fact of the matter is, according to Hasan, the trip was organized with the Cuban government. So this was a Cuban government approved political program. And in it being a political program, that means that the Cuban military and intelligence services were somewhat involved. Even if that means that their involvement was, we approve, it means that they were involved. And I think that's way more serious than anybody's talking about right now.
Yeah, so a few things. One, my understanding is not only did he approve this with the Cuban government, because yeah, no fucking shit, you have to let the government know before you take a giant ship full of 20 tons of supplies and drive it up to their border. So of course they let them know. He also went through OFAC, the Office of Foreign Assets Commission, or whatever that stands for. So these went through the same government that is subpoenaing him right now. So the idea that this is like some Cuban coordinated back deal to subvert American interest is pretty ridiculous to me. The second thing is this subpoena isn't.
Wait, what is it? Him going through OFAC and them approving him taking supplies is not the same as like him saying, hey, we've got people who are coordinating with the government. Like, that's not the same thing. OFAC approving them taking things over there versus him going over there doing like anti-US propaganda while engaging with a country that is responsible for lots of anti-US propaganda and you know, US cyber attacks, and they're like I think top 5 for, you know, US government cyber attacks and shit. Like, that is the OFAC approving this is not really relevant in that case.
Alleging a crime, even. It's just, hey, let's go after you by looking into you.
He literally said the Cuban government contacted my contact from the embassy. Yes, see? See? Yes, that is very different. That there is an intermediary there. He is not directly contacting the Cuban government. He has intermediaries. That is that, again, that's still bad. It's an important distinction.
Assuming that you did something bad, but we're not sure yet, which is very clearly like, let's, you know, try to investigate this person to produce some sort of chilling effect. And third, you did this whole Al Capone thing. Well, what's the Al Capone equivalent that Hasan is doing right now that is like, well, this guy's doing something illegal that we can't get him through, and it's a loophole, so let's go after him. The thing he's doing is talking shit about the government. He's shitting on Democrats, he's shitting on Trump, and you could not like that, and that's fine. I don't like some of the stuff he says. In fact,
Okay, so Tim Pool is allowed to talk shit about Ukraine. Tim Pool is allowed to disagree with the Ukrainian government. Tim Pool is allowed to disagree with us funding Ukraine. Tim Pool is allowed to be pro-Russia. Tim Pool is allowed to do a lot of fucking things. He's not allowed to work with Russia and get paid by Russia to do Russian propaganda. He is not allowed to do that. That is where there becomes a massive distinction here. So I obviously, like, to just say like, oh, he's allowed to talk shit about the United States. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't have like no end to it. There's different there's different groups that you're not allowed to work with. Like the RT isn't even allowed to like you know, do any sort of news production in America. Like these are huge fucking differences.
I don't like a lot of the stuff he says, but I would never say, and this is why we need to find some sort of legal loophole, like, hey, look, he went 55 in a 50 zone, let's lock him the fuck up. That doesn't justify it. So what do you think justifies what he is doing right now, that the Cuban government colluded with him to subvert American interests, or some sort of insane, you know, like, back deal here that you think is actually worth arresting this person over? Or what he's doing outside of this, that the side, not real, like, thing, but this, like, side project to arrest him is worth arresting him over?
Well, let's start off with some ground terms here. We're not talking about a legal loophole. A lot of people are using a lot of this loose language to talk around the issues. This is not a loophole. I went to Cuba personally, and when I went to Cuba, I kept a notebook with me, and I documented every single thing that I did, because the legal permissions that I went to Cuba with, as Hasan noted, are very strict. And guess what? When I came back, I was questioned on it. This is not some legal loophole that somebody is, oh, well, technically everybody's, it's 55 and a 50. This is actually very serious. And going to an island that is actively involved in military and intelligence operations is perhaps the most aggressive intelligence entity addressing the United States, consistently houses Chinese and Russian intelligence facilities. This isn't a joke. And by the way, to put this into comparison, because like I said, we keep on talking over Cuba like, oh, it's just like some interest. It's just some interest. If somebody went to Russia and started spending money at Russian military-owned premises, and then they came back and they said, hey, we're going to look into whether you violated any sanctions, I don't think anybody would be freaking out about it. In fact, I think most people would be saying, hey, wait, what? You spent money at a Russian military organization? Maybe we should look into it. And like you said, I think it's right. Number one, from my perspective.
Look into it for what? What's the risk here?
To see if well, I think the risk here is that he is collaborating with Cuban intelligence apparatus. I mean, one of the main things. One of the main things that he said when he in one of the main things we were talking about that he said was that the Cuban government reached out to him through an intermediary about having consistent internet access. So what is going on with him having consistent consistent internet access and consistent power access on an island in the middle of a blackout? Was that a military network? Was that a military generator? And if he was on the military network, what if all the FBI wants is possession of his laptop to start going through the records of getting to the bottom of the details of that military military internet network? There's like 20 dozen different things here, and Hasan himself has said, and this really seems to be the case, he is not the target. He doesn't think he's the target. I don't think he's the target. It seems like, honestly, it seems like Code Pink isn't even the target. It seems like the target might be whoever the main financial backers are of Code Pink. And to sit here and say that an intelligence agency has absolutely no interest in a series of influence operations that are addressing ongoing military conflicts. I don't understand how we can sort of live in that world where it's just like, oh, why would the FBI be interested? Of course they're interested.
So this to me is one of those things where people will look at the laws and the books for immigration and say, well, of course they broke the law. Don't you think they have an interest in investigating the laws that they broke? And you're kind of deferring to like these laws that exist, which by the way, haven't always existed and changed significantly under Obama and then were reversed in 2017. And then to say that this is not some sort of agenda-driven thing, to me is belying the point that this is clearly an agenda-driven thing. And whether or not they're targeting Hasan and Code Pink, the point of this is to, use them as this sort of surrogate for we're attacking Cuba. And the conversation right now is being centered on,
I think so whether or not they include Hasan in it, that part could be considered possibly agenda driven, but not necessarily. The part where they leak it to Fox News, obviously agenda driven. Like obviously, undoubtedly agenda driven. Like no questions. Like that's blatantly agenda driven, where they just immediately leaked it to Fox News.
Should Hasan get in trouble for this? If you think there's a good faith effort by an intelligence agency to go through Hasan's computer to find potential adversarial information, maybe this is totally possible. Do you think that's why he's being centered at these articles? Do you think that's why the conversation is centered entirely around him and not what you're saying? Because you're giving the most good faith possible interpretation of what an administration might be doing, which is to me absolutely ridiculous given everything we've seen come out of the Trump administration. Like you would have to be delusional to say anything like this is that, unless it's on paper and ignoring the last 8 years of Trump that we've seen.
Well, one of the things that I when I listen to you and a panel of people speak about this on Live and Learn, I noticed that everybody's initial response was, well, this is coming out of the Trump administration, so we immediately need to completely discredit it. And while I think that large political things coming from the Trump administration warrant serious scrutiny, they warrant seriously going back over some things, I think it's utterly ridiculous to live in the world where we don't like the president, so we're just going to discredit literally everything that happens from the government, period. Because there's no real difference.
Did I ever say that?
I mean, that's essentially your argument. You said that I've got to be delusional
What information do you think that they'll get out of Hasan's laptop that they couldn't get through the entire military intelligence apparatus that they're already doing with spying, intercepting communications? Why do you think they're subpoenaing specifically Hasan and Code Pink? And why do you think these people are the ones being highlighted by Fox News, which, by the way, happened before Hasan or Code Pink have confirmed they even got a subpoena? So this is a sensationalized article to try to get ahead of something that might not have even happened yet. Maybe
yeah, sure, the article part can be sensationalized, as I said. Like that's one part that obviously can be like part of the Trump administration's propaganda, but it doesn't mean all of it is.
It's going to happen, or maybe it never will happen, but let's just say it will. This is meant to drum up hey, look at these left-wing people sentiment, clearly, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the things that we're talking about here is like, is this politically targeted? And it reminds me about conversations when people talk about terrorism. Oh, well, it's such a political thing about what is terrorism and what isn't terrorism. Well, terrorism by definition is political. So of course it's political. So this dialogue about like, oh, well, the only reason they're targeting Hasan is because he went to Cuba, because there's a huge military confrontation with Cuba right now. And it's like, yeah, that's how things work. When you
No, wait, hold on. That's not what I'm alleging. I'm alleging they're going after
Okay.
Hasan because he's a left-wing streamer, not because he went to Cuba, right? Nick Shirley went to Cuba. He went to a sanctioned hotel, and they're not subpoenaing him, to my knowledge.
For sure. And I think it's very clear that they are not going after Nick Shirley because Nick Shirley is friendly to the regime. But they are not going after Hasan just because he's left wing, because if they were, they'd be going after every single major left wing commentator that didn't go to Cuba. They're going after Hasan because he's connected. He's low hanging fruit. He's connected to Code Pink, who has outrageously
what do you mean
nefarious.
that didn't go to Cuba? That's the whole reason they're able to have this excuse to go after them. They're going after other people that went on the flotilla or the convoy that went to Cuba, and they're using that as an excuse. Obviously, it's not irrelevant that they went to Cuba, but this is what they're using as the like, oh, and this is why we're allowed to go after you, right? Just like your example with Al Capone, where it's like, well, you did this tax law, now we have an excuse to punish you, to make an example of you, right?
Yeah, and absolutely. I think I don't understand where the confusion here is. There's sort of like some allegation that something nefarious is going on because people collaborated with the Cuban government and by definition, with how it works, the Cuban military and intelligence apparatus to go on a political trip for the purposes of politics, and then they're being investigated upon it. In what world? I mean, honestly, it would be a miscarriage of justice if they weren't investigated for it. And I would apply that over to the turning. I just don't know this guy's name. Brilling?
Nick Shirley? Or no, a different guy?
Or was Nick Shirley the one that went?
Brian Grimm went. I'm pretty sure Code Pink went. I don't know what their name is affiliated. I know Nick Shirley went on a separate trip. Yeah.
Isn't Nick Shirley the one that he was in the hotel and he was like, oh, the Cuban intelligence officers are following me and I have to hold myself up, and he like left early or something?
Maybe. I didn't watch the video. He's the one who's mentally disabled.
Yeah. Well, that's, ever since Charlie Kirk, it's gotten really bad for that crowd. But yeah, no, I mean, and I think that's a really huge difference. I was going to point on that is that I thought it was the Brillin guy. Who's the Charlie Kirk replacement? He's got a weird.
Brylan Hollyhand, you're talking about.
Brylan Hollyhand. Yeah, I thought it was Brylan Hollyhand, but maybe it was Nick Shirley. But yeah, so whoever that little pipsqueak, conservative pipsqueak was that went, their experience was overwhelmingly different from the Code Pink experience. Their experience was that they had to lock themselves in their hotel, which, by the way, it seemed like it was the sanctioned hotel. So it seems like he violated that as well. And hide there until he could leave. And you want to know the reason why his experience was different? Was because he wasn't on a government-sponsored, military and intelligence-approved propaganda trip. And so,
Wait, do you keep ignoring the fact that this went through OFAC? Like, he had to get all of this trip approved through OFAC? Like, the American government sanctioned this trip. They said this was okay, right?
The American government might have sanctioned parts of this trip. Well, I mean, Hasan said that they did, but we don't know exactly what they said. We don't know exactly what was approved and what wasn't approved.
Yeah, like, the idea is that Hasan's like, hey guys, I'm going on this trip to do anti-American propaganda. You mind if I go? Like, no shot. No shot that's like what he's asking for. The idea, like, more likely it's, hey, I want to go and distribute aid in Cuba and make content, and they're like, yeah, okay, cool, and then they have to, like, they have to approve the aid that he's gonna be distributing and shit. Like, that's one part, but to keep mentioning that they approved it, that OFAC approved this, doesn't mean much. As though, like, they're not gonna, like, see the content afterwards and be like, oh wait, okay, so this guy's like very anti-American, very in with the Cuban government. Seems like a good idea for us to look into this shit.
For all we know, and this is most likely what happened, by the way, was that they had an agenda. They said on these dates, we're going to be at these locations, we're going to be at these venues, and this is where we're going to be staying. They submitted that to some kind of a government authority. They approved it and said, this isn't going to violate sanctions. Congratulations. And that's it. But that has nothing to do with the conversations that were had on the island. That has nothing to do with the people with the networks that they connected to on the island. And this is the big one. That has absolutely nothing to do with all of the organization and planning that went before they went, that the government probably wasn't privy to when they submitted the request for information, and certainly what happened after. So I mean, I really don't understand this idea that it's like, oh well, I mean, like down to every single person that they talked to on the street, the U.S. government sanctioned this trip. That's just not the case. And here's the other thing: is that like this really cannot be stated enough. Cuban intelligence is outrageously sophisticated. It is outrageously active. It did not curb its actions after the fall of the Soviet Union. There's this great BBC article I have with an interview with a CIA agent that focused primarily on counterintelligence. And through much of their career, they focused on Cuba's DGI, which is their intelligence agency. And they say very clearly, actually, the Cuban intelligence apparatus is significantly more robust than the KGB ever was. It's significantly more robust than the Russian SVR, which is the spiritual successor of the KGB. And so the idea that we're going to have this Cuban government approved, certainly political program on the island, and that the Cuban intelligence wouldn't get involved at all is strange. The main question is, how involved did they get it? Like, was the extent of their involvement a cold approach on a couple of non-important, non-celebrity members there? Perhaps. Was there also an effort to establish a political program with the various political entities in that cohort? Most likely. And so it's worth exploring.
Okay. So my question is this. You're under the assumption that there could have been some sort of collusion with the Cuban government that was not sanctioned by the American government. They want to investigate that to see if some sanctions were broken. The extent to which that would be harmful to the American project is very questionable to me. Like what Hasan or Code Pink could have done that would so greatly subvert American interest, I'm not quite sure, but maybe you can explain that. But regardless, why then are they not subpoenaing specifically the organizers of this convoy? Why are they not subpoenaing every single person that went on this convoy? Or why are they singling out two of the biggest names in left-wing media that are consistently opposed to their political project?
Sure. Yeah. So I think almost all of the attendees on that trip are people that fit into Hasan's headspace. I don't think there's like a lot. I could be wrong, but I believe that there are, let's just say, many other people on that trip that fit into Hasan.
They could possibly be the targets of that that investigation. They also may not have said out loud that they were being given hotel rooms or guaranteed hotel rooms that were going to have internet access the whole time. So
Hasan's worldview and stuff. Like there's this like female tanky girl that was on the trip, and there's like this female comedian that's like pretty left wing that was on the trip. There's certainly several other people, and so I think we should start number one with the idea that we don't know who all got the subpoenas. Perhaps the only salacious people that got subpoenas were Hasan Piker and Code Pink, and perhaps it actually goes farther than that. But I mean, my honest read on this situation is, once again, Hasan's read on the situation. I think because of Hasan's size, because of his connections, because of his how many like large, widespread political connections and political collaborations he is probably involved with a lot of these different tentacles from this Code Pink backer that they're interested in. And I think it really is quite as simple as Hasan's read on it, is that they're fundamentally most interested in the in what is it? I think his name is Singham, the one of the large financial backers behind Code Pink. Code Pink does significantly more sketchy stuff than Hasan Piker ever does. I mean, my own statement on this was that I didn't think Hasan should even be scrutinized for the trip. I thought maybe he should be scrutinized for the China trip, but that this is most likely related to Code Pink's connections. And then lo and behold, because Hasan apparently doesn't speak to lawyers, he's on stream every night talking about all the different sketchy political organizations connected to this trip. So yeah, I think that was probably the entire intent.
Okay.
Okay, wait. So can I ask a question on what we
real
actually
quick,
agree
then
on?
I got to get to super chats, and I have a question for each of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, my question is, do we agree that Hasan, or maybe Code Pink, but definitely Hasan, should not be punished at all for this? That like just requesting some information from him
How
is
can you know?
completely the limits to which this administration should be going?
I definitely, but yes, I completely agree with that. In fact,
Okay.
and this is, to add a little bit of levity here, one of the things that I consistently joke with people about people like
How the fuck could you make a statement like that? Like you have no fucking idea why they even want the subpoenas or what it is that he may or may not have done. Like there could be, intelligence for, like if he's just saying just to the extent that he went on the trip, then sure, like that would be ridiculous for him to get in trouble just for the fucking trip. But yeah, there could be intelligence that says that like there was way more coordination and like way more to this than we're even capable of imagining right now. So like just based on the information we have right now, we don't have like any evidence of any wrongdoing whatsoever. So we have no idea what the subpoenas are exactly for.
Jackson Hinkle, who are like behind enemy lines with the Houthis and deep into the Russians, is I'm like, guess what? The CIA probably compromised that kid like 2.5 years ago. So like the likelihood that this kid is ever going to go to prison for any of this stuff, if it ever reached a point in which he was going to reach that place, they would take him once he came back home. They'd threaten him with 30 years in prison and say, you're going to cooperate with us or your life is over. And guess what? So no, I don't think that I don't think there is a world in which Hasan Piker will certainly face criminal. I don't even think he'll face the civil penalties, and I don't think that he should either. I think the best thing that the United States could hope from something like this is just getting information out of Hasan about what happened.
Okay. And then the second question that we agree on is the reason he's being singled out from anyone else on this convoy is just because of how big he is, right?
The short answer is yes. The long answer is what does it mean that he's big? It's big that he has a lot of information. He has a lot of connections. So no, I don't think it has to do with his influence. I do think that it goes hand in hand with the fact that he knows so many people. He has access to so many people. He has been privy to so many conversations. Well, and sure, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Wick.
Sure. Okay. $5 from It's Vishy. Thank you for the $5. I'm uncommitted on how I feel about this issue. I think Hasan and his side need to earn my vote. It's not on me to appease them. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Bad Horse. This is for the Wick
got
TV Yummy
him.
Ramen Fund. I appreciate it. $2. We're going to get it. Okay. $10 from Real Determinatus. The short answer is no. The long answer is maybe. If he genuinely can show contrition and a willingness to back the Democrats, no matter how much of a corporate neoliberal Zionist they are. Thank you for the $10.
It's so fucking stupid. Who cares? He could be a literal neo-Nazi. I'd be saying the same argument. Like, I don't care how anti-American they are. You shouldn't be punished and singled out by the American government for trying to do something that I think is completely legitimate, which is deliver aid to a country that's being, embargoed to the point of starvation. Like, whatever. This is so silly.
I guess that brings me to my first question for you, Soy Pill, is a subpoena a punishment? If
what can be.
Bishop is saying
a subpoena in and of itself is not a punishment. You're looking at it in the context of why the government is doing it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a punishment, but it can be. Like the fear factor that comes with a subpoena, where everybody else is now afraid to work with Cuba or any other adversarial government, to where they just wouldn't even accept a trip over there because they're afraid that they're going to get subpoenaed afterwards and have to hire a lawyer and have to go through the whole rigmarole of like worrying about what's going to happen and not knowing and all of the stress and everything. Like it'd just be better to just not even do it. And so this kind of chills that sort of freedom of association afterwards, but it's not necessarily a punishment.
how this is being made into a story and whether or not this has a chilling effect on people that are trying to do similar things, which is, hey, the government's going to start looking into you if you do anything like this, instead of, hey, if they just said, look, we have some general concerns about what might have happened. These people are not in trouble. In fact, they are more than welcome to do this anytime they want. We just want to make sure that nothing, collusion went and happened. Like, even then, it might have some sort of chilling effect, but you can see the way this is being implemented is going after these people. And that's what I have an issue with. It's not just, we're just asking for information. It's, why is the government, the Trump government, looking into me and my, doings, where this was just some mission to deliver some food aid? Oh, it's because they want to appear as if they're cracking down on the crazy radical commie left. That's why I think this is happening.
$5 from True Striker. Soy Pill. Why do you assume there is no possible way he broke a law? There's some smoke.
I didn't say that.
Maybe there's fire. There hasn't been an investigation yet.
I think there's a fair good chance that he broke the law, right? I think you violate sanctions if you give money to unapproved Cuban businesses. So if you bought a fucking sandwich from the wrong vendor, that might technically be breaking the law. What I think
but
didn't
who cares?
happen is some crazy extrajudicial collusion that subverted American interest, instead of, oh, this guy might have gave some money to a business that wasn't approved. Who fucking cares? In the same way, who cares if someone went 55 in a 50 zone? But they're using that, like the Al Capone thing, to crack down on these sorts of people. That's what I have an issue with. Not, hey, maybe he did break the law, but I don't think that law is something that is enforced. There's a disparity at by which it's enforced. Clearly, with the Nick Shirley thing, it's pretty irrelevant to me.
Sure. $10. Go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to say, I think one of the biggest problems in the way that we're even trying to discuss this is that there's let's just say, a completely intentional, inaccurate way of describing what was going on there. Hasan Piker did not go to Cuba to deliver aid. Hasan Piker went to provide a show for his platform, which was political by nature. If it was just about aid, it would have been done entirely different. He wouldn't have spent the entire time talking about the political nature between the United States and Cuba's relationship. He would have just talked about aid and all of those things, and he would have intentionally kept it apolitical.
How can you keep delivering aid apolitical? The aid needs to happen because of politics. That's a ridiculous statement. There's no such thing as apolitical aid. Why does the aid need to be delivered? Because of political.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you this, Soy Pill.
For 60 years.
Do you think that there's a difference between me, if I find out someone needs a little help, and I DM them hey, buddy, I heard you're having a tough time. Here's a hundo, right? I'm gonna give that to you. Do you think there's a difference between that and then finding out someone needs help and then bringing them on my show and making a huge production out of, I know that, buddy, I know that you've been going through all this, and don't forget to like and subscribe, gang, right? And look at how generous I'm going to be with my meager means and giving this poor gentleman $100 out of my wallet, right? You see the difference between these two things?
But first of all, I think that Hasan probably lost money compared to just doing a normal stream when he was here. So I don't think this was so that he could make more money. I think he's trying to bring attention to something that he cares about, and the idea that oh, it's bad for you to investigate and talk to your millions of people audience as to why this is happening, why I need to go deliver aid, why my buddy needs $100 is completely relevant. Why would this not be something that you talk about? Guys, I don't want to make this political. I just have to give aid to Cuba, but I'm not going to tell you why. I'm just going to go do it. That's fucking ridiculous.
Okay. $10 from...
I don't necessarily agree with that. There's tons of UN trips where they have people who are giving aid, and even the the Red Cross and all sorts of groups are constantly feeding hungry children and all sorts of crap, but it's not made into a political thing where it's hey, we're gonna go after the people who we think made this happen and blah blah blah. But it's more just yeah, we want to make sure the people are fed, and that's about it. I don't think it has to be political.
Real Determinatus, and then I got a couple questions for Bishop when he gets his stuff back together. $10 from Real Determinatus. Soy Pill. Hasan advocates for exactly what's happening to him when it happens to liberals. he doesn't get to demand liberal support when he spends his life trying to subvert and supplant liberalism.
Yeah, like I said, Hasan's a huge hypocrite. You can watch him, talk about, oh man, I hope they lock up Adam Schiff. You can say it's a joke. I don't really care if it's a joke. I think enough people in his audience don't think it's a joke. Maybe he would say like, oh good, the American government's going after Nick Shirley if like Obama had done this, right? I don't care. I don't care if he's unprincipled. I don't care if he's a hypocrite. Why should I change my principles because I don't want to see this happen to anyone? And if you're going to change your principles because this guy slighted you, then you're a little bitch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you were, sorry, my computer crashed when you were asking how could you deliver aid in a non-political way. And I would say almost the entire world of giving aid is non-political. When you look at organizations like Red Cross and various UN programs, almost all of them have very strict rules and regulations.
They just said Red Cross and UN. Yep.
I mean, you can't even join the Peace Corps if you've ever worked in American intelligence, period. Just because your very presence in their organization would undo the whole operation. So the idea that, oh, well, there's only one way to do it, and it's a big political program, that stands at
I'm
odds
not
with
saying
the entire...
you can deliver,
let me
deliver
finish,
aid.
because
Hold on, let Bishop finish. Let Bishop finish. Go ahead.
I'm cutting to the chase. I'm agreeing with you, but okay.
Number one, the idea that it's somehow ridiculous that he made it political because it's all political it just stands at odds with the entire world of giving aid. And number two, if you agree with the fact that it was political, then we can start from that point and start analyzing it from a political project that was approved by the Cuban government, and then say, was it that big of a deal or not? Which I think you could make a very real argument, especially when you look at how the Cuban government is positioned. I think there's a really good argument that I happen to disagree with, that it was a pretty feckless a political project that might have even only took place with certain parts of the Cuban government that have to do with places like diplomacy and things like that, as opposed to more aggressive and problematic parts of the Cuban government. I think all of that is very realistic and very possible, but it is at least that. It is not just, oh, he's just a little employee of the Red Cross and this is all about going after the doctors. It's not that.
Okay, so to be clear, obviously you can not talk about politics when you deliver aid, but delivering that aid is always going to be political because there is a political reason why that aid is necessary. There's a sanction on the government from a different government. Now, that aid could theoretically say, look, we don't really have any statement as to why these sanctions are in place. We just care about human lives. This is totally possible. I'm aware that you could avoid talking about that conversation or having that conversation when you deliver this aid, and Hasan could have done this. But if a political streamer who opposes these sanctions is going to go deliver aid, there's no reason for him to just deliver the aid. I think this is ridiculous to say, oh yeah, no, like he should just let the Red Cross go. The reason he went is to bring attention to something that he politically disagrees with, which is, hey, these humanitarian aids are necessary because of these stupid fucking sanctions. That was his opinion, right? So if you want to say, okay, yeah, he could have done this apolitically, yeah, so yeah, that's what the Red Cross does to a degree. Sometimes USAID was doing this, where it's like, hey, we're not really introducing American politics, but it was a effort of soft power, right? They're not telling you how to think.
I didn't mention
but no matter. Okay, well, I'm mentioning USAID. It's not.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Right. So the point is, yes, of course, you could technically not talk about politics, but the reason that these people go on this is to spread a message. But so what? This aid is going to be political regardless. You're opposing a sanction. You're directly trying to undermine what that sanction is doing. It is political.
Okay, Bishop, I have a couple questions for you.
Let's go.
Sure. So one of the things you mentioned earlier is that we should view judicial actions by the Trump administration with some level of skepticism, and they should be kind of gone over a little bit with more scrutiny than we would from a more legitimate administration. Does not the fact that they have selectively, at least is what it appears, selectively issued these subpoenas give evidence and credence to the fact that they aren't actually after any sort of truth claim here, that this is, again, as Soy Pill said when they put it on Fox News, that this is merely the Trump's administration's version of a basically...
No, literally the opposite. Literally the opposite, because with somebody like Don Lemon, they could have just subpoenaed him to get the information that he got from the from the organizers, because they kept saying, well, he spoke to the organizers of this protest ahead of time, and so he's this is why we know that he like committed some sort of crime here, and that's why we have to hold him accountable and treat him like one of them, and blah blah blah. Well, yeah, if you had just subpoenaed him instead, then that would have been like a very different scenario. But you didn't. You actually like went through with full on fucking, charges and a grand jury and everything. And so that makes it way fucking worse. What makes it look way more malicious. Whereas, yeah, if all you were doing was just trying to get the information about this group, which it did seem as though a lot of people in that group did break the law, it just wasn't the guy who was standing there with a camera covering it. Then yeah, like that would have been a very different scenario. You going after those people who went inside the church, that, yes, there could have been a number of laws that they broke there. It just wouldn't have been him. So the subpoena makes me think the exact opposite. That like the fact that it's only a subpoena and not a grand jury indictment, not charges, not any of those things. That's what makes me think, okay, well, yeah, that's it's a bit different.
Making a big show of it in order to achieve their political ends. So they're not after justice. They're not after protecting our interests. They're making a show of it in order to hurt their political enemies. Does that not follow?
A little bit, but it brings you to the question: when you listen to what's going on, when you listen to what they're interested in and who they're subpoenaing, what the fuck does Nick Shirley know about Code Pink's financial backers? What does Nick Shirley know about this billionaire that lives in China that is financing all of these influence operations? What does Nick Shirley know?
Silty_water tipped $5.
Silty with the $5. Let's go. We got 17 minutes left on the clock. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. We got to hit $25, which means we got $20 to go. So donate to the channel using the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat, please. Otherwise, the stream mysteriously ends every time. I don't know who does it. I don't know what happens, but somebody ends the stream every time if we don't hit the $25 dono goal. So let's try to hit that so that these jerks don't end my stream again.
About that. I mean, maybe Nick Shirley knows a lot about it, and therefore it is an injustice that he wasn't subpoenaed for this issue. But I don't think that's the case. So when we talk about, is it selective? Yeah, it's selective. I don't think Nick Shirley was involved. I don't think he had the permissions. I don't think he had the access. I don't think he had the information that this organization had, and I don't think it's what they're interested in. I mean, to add to it, like on the flip side, I think that what we could meaningfully see on the other end of things, which, by the way, we didn't see under Biden because liberals take this stuff a hell of a lot seriously than the ass clowns that we have in office right now, is we saw all of these big social media influencers. It turns out that they were connected to Russia, and it turns out that they were very deeply connected to a Russian influence operation. And instead of subpoenaing all of them, the Biden administration had the nerve, by the way, I'm criticizing this, had the nerve to say that they were victims. And they were caught in explicit lies where they were trying to communicate with these financial sources on Moscow time. And then they turn around and say, oh, I was trying to talk to them on Moscow time.
Wait, that was okay, he's totally misrepresenting this. They did not say that about them. The people who were communicating on Moscow time and like were checking what time it was in Moscow and everything, that was Lauren Chen and her husband. They did not say that they were victims. they said that like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and those people were victims because Lauren Chen and her husband never told them that any of this had to do with a Russian guy or somebody from Russia or any of those things. They never mentioned Russia whatsoever. So those people were said to be victims, which to an extent I agree with. Like, obviously they made an insane amount of money with like, dude, I would love to be that kind of fucking victim. But to the extent that like legally they were made to be victims because they didn't know anything about this and were kind of coaxed into a crime. Yeah, sure, they were victims there, but I don't think they ever said that Lauren Chen and her husband were victims. I'm pretty sure he's getting this mixed up. Like, that they were going to bring charges against them, and then the Trump administration dropped them. So that was not the Biden administration.
Well, I didn't know he was Russian. The point of this,
to be clear, didn't the Trump administration throw this case out once they got into office?
Yes.
Yes, it's
blaming
utterly
the Biden
ridiculous.
administration for they were investigating the Tenet Media employees, right?
I'm
Lauren Chen
blaming
and
the
her husband?
Biden and I'm blaming the Biden administration for not taking it as seriously as the Trump administration is apparently taking this situation in Cuba. And by the way, I think the Biden administration should have taken it a whole.
Wait, but the Biden administration actually indicted people and actually charged people. They actually like went through with shit, whereas the Trump administration so far hasn't. This guy's just completely mixed up on all of his details. This is actually incorrect.
Hell of a lot more seriously than this situation that we have in Cuba right now. But my point is I'm drawing moral equivalence, and I am also pointing out the fact that the different political parties are handling them wildly differently. I think they're all very serious.
General Grievous for $5. With much love to Soy Pill, this mission had no major impact like the Gaza flotilla. It was optics, and it did more harm stealing power for his hotel.
Stealing power for his hotel. I'm not quite sure about that.
Stealing
didn't they deliver
power?
20 tons of aid? Was that all just burned? I have no idea the extent to which that's at all
stealing
valid.
power.
I don't think so, but
what
maybe.
the fuck?
Okay, Bishop, one more question for you then. Given the fact that they are taking it, so I guess if the subpoena comes out and they question Hasan Piker, at what point would you consider it illegitimate, right? Like, so obviously you don't consider necessarily, on the face of it, subpoenaing Hasan Piker to be an illegitimate use of our judicial system or of our investigative time. What would make it so in your mind? Like, what would they need to do?
Did I just wrap up the same guy a second time? Did he actually just let me wrap him up fucking twice here? I tried letting him out and he just got right in the way again. I didn't mean to wrap him up the first time. I was just trying to get the fuck out of the way. And so then I tried letting him out and came back around and he was stuck in the middle of me again. See, like right now, I'm not meaning to grab these two guys, but there's somebody else coming after me that I'm trying to like cover my head from. And now there's this guy stuck inside. So yeah.
What steps would they need to take to be like, okay, this is too much, they're going too far, this is obviously just a political attack?
Yeah, I think to tell you the truth, I find it so hard to believe that something like that is even possible, even if it was something that they wanted to do. Because
hold on, just to be clear, you find it so hard and impossible to believe that the Trump administration would use the judicial system in order to target their political enemies without care for the law?
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think a very entertaining answer is if they murdered somebody and put the person's foot in Hasan's gym bag and then framed him for murder, that would be wrong. Like, yes, if they specifically trumped up something that he clearly didn't do and then charged him and like punished him for something that he clearly didn't do, that would be wrong. But I think that the realistic version that we would be trying to parse out would look a lot more gray than that.
One of the problems I'm having.
Wait, quick.
Oh,
Let
go
me
ahead.
ask then. Let's look at the stuff they have done. Do you think them going after Letitia James was legitimate, or do you think that was a trumped up charge?
Sorry,
No pun intended.
what was the what was the charge with
Like when they
Letitia
go
James
after
again?
when they go after some of these like political opponents, and it's for like mortgage fraud, and it might actually be actual mortgage fraud. Don't get me wrong. I bet if you look into this, there might be some I that they didn't dot or some T they didn't cross,
What?
right?
Yeah.
But do you think these are legitimate reasons to go after and try to prosecute them with the DOJ?
Do I think that there are legitimate reasons to prosecute them with the DOJ?
Generally, so every presidency has some sort of like political agenda attached to like the DOJ and the FBI and like all of this shit, right? When we're talking about like we want the Trump administration or the the Gavin Newsom administration to say that they're taking government corruption like very seriously and that this is going to be a big part of his presidency and blah blah blah, like we're saying yes, like we want you to target this sort of stuff. That's always the case. There's always like some sort of bias. It's like if somebody's like, well, do you think that the Trump administration is just going after cartels and stuff because he ran on it during his campaigns? Like, yeah, I do. I think he is. Like, well, isn't that some sort of like, political persecution then? That's like targeted persecution? No, it's not the same thing. Like, if you have an agenda against something that's actually illegal, that's perfectly fine. If you have an agenda against people that you don't like, that's not perfectly fine. These are drastically different things. And to just act like all types of like subjectivity within prosecutions are the same, you're just wrong. Like they're not all the same. That you can't charge every single person with every single crime. You always have to have like some reason for why you're like going to put time and resources into this one but not that one. And like that's just how it is. Nobody is ever going to be like Minority Report where they're getting everything always. That's not possible. So you normally have some sort of agenda that you're attempting to accomplish. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, good. Whew, that's what I was hoping for.
DOJ. The short answer, I mean, do I think it's legitimate for them to go after? Yes. Do I think that it's more political than anything else? Yeah, obviously.
Why is it legitimate?
And do I think that the fact that it's political
wait.
leads us?
Why is it legitimate?
Let me get this out. And the reason why it is, do I think that the fact that it is clearly political is more important than the fact that it might be justified because they actually broke the law? Yes, I do think it is more important. For example, whenever they arrest a politician for corruption, the question is, why the fuck are they arresting him for corruption? Because they're all corrupt. They're all doing this stuff. They're all getting away with it. So why is this specific person being targeted? And so I think that's the question. So your question is, why do I think that it's legitimate? I think it's legitimate because we have a endemic of people in positions of power and authority not being held responsible for the crimes that they commit. And it's utterly ridiculous. And anybody who peers the curtain back and starts looking at what the actual history of these people are, and you could throw a dart at any of them, and whoever it hits, they're going to have some skeletons in their closet. And
I just think all laws are evil.
that we overwhelmingly turn a blind eye at it because that's what power does.
Okay, but then you do think it's legitimate to go after Letitia James for mortgage fraud because they're an opponent to the administration, or not? Because apparently all politicians are corrupt. So as long as they find something that's worth going after and technically breaks the law, they should do it, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So the short answer is no. The long answer is when is enough enough? And when are we in a position in which our government can say enough is enough? And I feel like ideally,
well, I think we're not when you have to drum up charges that clearly get thrown out by a bunch of different judicial systems because they're so clearly illegitimate, and you're just doing it because these people oppose your political project. That no, not every politician is so corrupt that you can just find anything. Oh, you can indict a ham sandwich, so it's okay. No, there's clearly things that people do that are against certain processes. But this idea that everyone is so evil that as long as you want to, you can definitely get a real, legitimate corruption charge on every single politician is just not true. There are people that are way worse and doing way more corrupt things that are so far beyond the pale of what we're used to, like Trump taking billions of dollars and using it to bail out January 6ers, right? That's so much more corrupt than Letitia James maybe filed a mortgage.
Can I just ask you a question then, Soy Bill, right? Say the subpoena happens. Is there any amount of information that could come out of the subpoena which would you change your mind on this, where you would be like,
yeah, of course. If it turned out there was a credible whistleblower that came out from the convoy and was like, Hasan Piker was selling state secrets to Cuba. Like, whether or not you agree with what we're doing with the Cuban embargo, if he's unironically like using, like, you know, subverting American intelligence agencies like to a significant degree, if he's making sure that they can like do some back channel like embargo, like millions of dollars worth of trade, yeah, sure. If that's what you really think happened, I think that's insane. But if it did, that could be the case. I don't think it is. And if it was, I would say, okay, well, maybe this is like starting to get way beyond what we think is, you know, some sort of, oh, he just wanted to deliver aid or bring attention to this. It was like, okay, holy shit, he's acting as like a foreign agent. He's violating the FARA. Like, yeah, but I don't think that's the case here. So yeah, there is a limit, of course.
So see, and I think that's fundamentally where you and I stand on a different stance. Is I feel like your perspective, and feel free to correct me. I feel like your perspective is that whatever potential, whether it be zero or a lot, whatever potential collaboration that Hasan has about his political programming in coordination with the Cuban government, it just isn't very important. And from my perspective, I think that it's like extremely important for us to understand exactly how specifically nation state actors are influencing the political programming within our society. I think that's true. I think that's like a million more times true for people that we're potentially getting ready to go into military conflict with.
Can you lay out the hypothetical that you think might be happening here that's influencing Hasan Piker in the United States? Yeah. This specifically happened on this convoy and not through literally any other means of communication?
Yeah, I think Swan Marcus broke it down in a really plausible and reasonable way. I think that there is a very strong possibility that one of Hasan Piker's political confidants it works with or for the Cuban intelligence apparatus, whether they are employed directly as a Cuban James Bond, most likely not. They are probably receiving tasking from a Cuban intelligence officer who essentially organizes that tasking through that individual that is a political confidant of Hasan and collaborates with Hasan in how to work that into what Hasan says about Cuba. And furthermore, the fact that it is very likely that Hasan recently hired a PR firm to address whether or not he should be integrated into the Democratic Party more, puts him very deeply involved in American politics. And I think the idea that we don't even need to investigate, like that's not even, we're not even allowed to have a curiosity
what does that have to do with the convoy?
About that. The fact that he was there in person and was able to collaborate with them a lot more extensively. What do you mean?
What, you can investigate his connections to all of these things without specifically going after his.
No, hold on,
mission,
but
right?
just to translate, what he's saying is that he went there directly so they could talk in person, so we could not monitor communications in the normal ways we would monitor those communications. So we subpoena him to figure out if when he was there in person, they had any conversations or he made any connections that we could not track with our normal intelligence apparatus. That's, I think, what he's saying.
Okay, I don't feel like there's much more to get out of this. Is there anything else for anybody who wanted me to watch this. Is there anything else I need to watch this for?
Is that a correct kind of?
Yeah, I mean, all Hasan would have to do is sit down at a bar next to his friend who works as a doctor in the Cuban medical apparatus, and just have a conversation at a bar about how to.
You don't think he could do that in America?
Well, are you saying that we should just have unrestrained?
No, I'm just saying.
All right, guys, we're at 0 minutes on the clock. We got $20 to go. If you want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna head out here in a minute. We gotta hit $25 to add 3 hours. The goal will reset to $25, and then if we hit that, we'll add 2 hours. We do the first 3 hours for free. So that makes it to where we do a total of 8 hours per day if we hit the $50 goal. So far today we are $5 in. So if you want to donate to the channel, use the link pinned at the bottom of chat through Stream Elements to send a donation. Otherwise, I'll be out of here in about 5 minutes.
Hold on, would it be easier or harder to track
at a
it?
bar in America. The idea that this entire thing was so we could have a secret conversation with the Cuban government that would otherwise be monitored in an American bar. Like this is like this crazy James Bond story we're drawing up here. That is like this is why he needs to be investigated.
Oh, hold on, this isn't crazy. This happens all the time.
This is how it works.
Yeah, this is how it works. Like, hold on. You're making it out like, hold on, stop. You're making it out as if this is some like wild conspiracy that's out there. No, look, I worked in military intelligence. This happens constantly, all the time.
True.
This isn't even abnormal.
The idea that this is why we need to investigate the flotilla and not, hey, this is what, first of all, I don't think this is why we should go after Hasan, but this would seem to be justification to investigate this guy and everything he does, right? Every conversation he has with everyone at every restaurant, at every bar. Why is it that somehow he would only be able to get this information or have this information conveyed to him in Cuba after doing this flotilla mission? And if it was that fucking secret, why wouldn't he just go to Cuba and not broadcast it? Like this.
Felix 954 tipped $5. No work meeting today. Insert bald joke here.
Let's fucking go, boy. Let's go. Thank you, Felix, for the $5 dono. Alright, so that puts us at $10. We got $15 to go. $15. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat.
This is this like weird, insane, like, trumped up spy story to me. This seems really
trumped
ridiculous.
up.
See, this is, I mean, once again, I think that this just speaks to the fact that you really just don't understand how this stuff works. And
okay, well, explain it to me then.
Yeah, as Wick is saying, the likelihood that this didn't happen is certainly below 50%. Like,
okay.
No, I mean, so let me get this straight. So your position is that during Hasan's time in Cuba, between all of between any times he spent in bars or at parties or in conversations around a table with a coffee and a sandwich, you're telling me that you think it is most likely that he didn't talk to anyone connected to the Cuban military?
No, he might have.
I mean, well, I don't think he might have. I think the likelihood that didn't happen is almost 0%. I think it's almost 0%.
And do you think it's in America's interest to find out maybe what he communicated with about them?
Which, by the way,
no.
the American...
You don't think that's hold on, you don't think it's in our interest to know what influencer who is involving himself and trying to involve himself with American politics had to say to a hostile foreign government?
Not
you don't think that's in America's interest at all?
It depends on what information you think is being conveyed, and I'm still, again, trying to find out the distinction.
Well, they're using the term hostile government to go ahead and convey the types of information they think is being conveyed. So this is like when you say it depends on what type of information you think is being. I don't think it was like whether or not the coffee tastes good. I think we can all. I think we can all intuit that much that like nobody's like worried about whether or not he enjoyed the Cuban coffee.
Distinction between him doing this in Cuba and getting the exact same information from any other contact that the Cuban has in America.
I'll tell you the difference. I think the difference is that our laws have created a way in which we legally and societally find it a lot more acceptable to investigate things that people do overseas than the things that they do in their backyard. I think that people.
Well, and on top of that, like the communications coming from Cuba would be a lot easier to track down if they're like if he's receiving them within the United States. Those like communications are way easier to yeah, I guess just to keep track of, like or to surveil, like that's it. It's just way more likely that they would even that they would just try it while he's there rather than taking the chance of trying it while he's here, right? Like, just seems kind of intuitive that would be the case.
Because I think that there is something more nefarious about going to a hostile island where we know that there are all these serious problems with the government that's run there, and having a political program there as opposed to getting a drink in your backyard. I think those are two very different things. And I think that is
why, if the same information can be conveyed in both of these places, right? So why is one different?
Well, I mean, the same information can't necessarily be conveyed in different ways. There might be all sorts of sanctions against Cuban individuals. It might be very hard for Cuban intelligence to arrive safely in the United States and arrange a face-to-face with somebody of that profile. I think that there might be people that. I mean, what kind of a question is that? I mean, we have outrageously serious filters for people that live in Cuba trying to get to the United States and vice versa.
Like the idea that somebody from the embassy was trying to contact Hasan, and that he had to get an intermediary to convey this information, already kind of says that, like, yeah, there's just like, it's a lot harder to do this with Cuba and people from their embassy. It's way fucking harder because like all of the shit's always surveilled, and so they needed go-betweens in order to get the information across.
Like, of course it's going to be easier for him to have access.
Trump literally reinstated like wet foot, dry foot. You get here, you're a citizen immediately. First of all, so if you just like get on a fucking boat and step in Florida, bam, you're an American citizen. Go talk to.
Did he say Trump did that?
It's going to be easier for him to have access.
Trump literally reinstated like wet foot.
Did he? Trump reinstated wet foot, dry foot? All right, guys, couple more minutes. I'm gonna play one more game, and if we don't hit the goal, I'm heading
dry
out.
foot. You get here, you're a citizen immediately. First
what
of
up,
all,
Mantis?
so if you just like get on a fucking boat and step in Florida. Bam, you're an American citizen. Go talk to Hasan now. But also, what? He can't just signal like the intelligence community.
What would be the value?
Someone in America.
There
you go. There's information but he had to go all the way to Cuba to get this in a bar.
Yes, because a lot of Cuban officials, if they were to come to the States, or first of all, let me just tell you this. Hold on, just listen, please. If one of these Cuban military officials or government officials, if they're communicating electronically, we got that. We're going to track it. There's ways we can find out what's being said, how they're saying it, who they're saying it to. We can listen in on their conversations. We got that, okay? In a very real way.
So there's
hold on. Let me finish.
I'm questioning. I'm just to clarify. Yes. There's no way for them to hide any internet communications.
It's much harder. It's much more difficult. I won't say there's no way, but it's much harder, much more difficult. Even that's why a lot of the important conversations these people have aren't over electronics. It is face to face, and it's much easier and safer to arrange a face to face.
Soy Pill hasn't watched The Wire. Pretty obvious he has not watched The Wire.
Meeting in your own backyard, in a place where it is the hostile nation's territory. And I think that it is in America's interest. And
why is it safer?
Because I want to be clear. I came into this conversation on Hasan's side here, being like, this subpoena seems wildly crazy. Like, this is way too much. But the argument the Bishop's making here is just true, right? That it's worth asking
all of this
the question.
is technically possible.
What did you talk about? Who did you talk about with? How long did you have this conversation?
Why is it safer, Wick? Why is it safer in Cuba?
Can I paint a picture real quick?
Because
Wait, they
in
just
America,
said.
we have the ability. Okay, that's just how signal intelligence works. We have the ability to track. We have assets in place that can follow these people. If we track who comes into the country, and if they send one of their agents into the country.
Why is he asking this question again? They just went over this. Am I crazy?
We know who most of them are. We can track them. We got people following them. We got all these spy shit, right? That's what we do. It's not a movie shit. Like, we have much less ability to do that in hostile territory. We just have less ability to project our intelligence and gathering.
Right. We might not have.
Wasted Design tipped $5. Chat, you'll be bald like Tom if you don't pay him.
True. Well, no, that they want to be bald. That would be a good thing. You won't be bald like me unless you pay me.
The ability to record.
Dear Rito31 tipped $5. I got 5 on it.
Hey yo. Woo. Hey Mantis. What it do? What it do? Hey yo. All right, so that gets us $5 away. $5. We got $5 away from. Wait, is that right or no? Yes, $5. $5 away. We got $5. You gotta donate $5 to stay on stream. Once I die, I'm getting off. If you're waiting and you're like, okay, I gotta wait. Well, you better not wait. Then you'll find out.
Oh. Silty_water tipped $4.
$4? Well, there's $1. $1 left.
Stuff.
Yes.
So what would then subpoenaing Hasan do?
Well, Hasan probably, I would say Hasan is pretty happy with what he has going right now. And he is pretty happy with his own political programs that he has going right now. And if I had to guess, I would bet Hasan doesn't feel the need to get involved with any kind of dirty political programs that he doesn't want to. I mean, he's a millionaire. He's doing very well. It seems like his career is going largely in a positive direction. I would wager it is not in Hasan's interest to become hoodwinked by a hostile intelligence operation. And by the way, I really want to paint a picture for you of just like a person that exists that might really explain to you what Wick and I are trying to say. So this is a person that certainly exists within Cuba, within probably all countries, but certainly Cuba. So there is a man in Cuba that is a doctor, and he has been trained in how to be a medical doctor. And on top of that, he was also trained within what we like to call medical intelligence. And medical intelligence is a specific application of medicine in which you are trained in how to use your position as a caregiver to use that authority over people into getting information out of them. A really good example of this is American Special Forces medics in Afghanistan, where they would be treating local farmers, and while they're treating their twisted ankle, they'd start saying, oh,
well, There it is. I died. We're $1 off. Damn. I mean, you don't go to McDonald's and like, hey, I want to get the $5 burger. Here's $4, guys. You know, nobody does that. They say, hey, it's $25 for your meal, and you say, here's $24. But you know what? I'm not McDonald's. I'm a nice guy. So there you go. That $1's on me, baby. That $1 is on me tonight.
Yeah, have you had the Taliban go through your backyard? And typically the farmer would say, fuck no, I'm not telling you anything, they'll cut my head off. But because they're at a very weak position and they're being treated by somebody, they're going to be psychologically pressured into answering those questions. And so that man, as a doctor...
Wasted Design tipped $5. This is Kyle's fault.
There you go. Thanks a lot, Kyle. W's in chat, everybody. W's in chat for all the dono-wers. W's. Or else I'm going to start singing the Mantis song again. Hey, Mantis! What it do?
He exists in
Probably
Cuba,
gonna sing
and
it
he's been
either way,
highly
honestly.
trained on this. He knows how to do it. It's his entire job, and there's many of these guys, and a lot of them are on head charts. They're on little documents and little files, and on those head charts, they are in sanctions lists. And when they fly to the United States of America, either one, they're denied entry because they're official intelligence officers, or two, when they arrive in the country, they immediately fall under surveillance.
Can't stop.
And so
And
that
sorry, can we land the plane? And so we were scared of Hasan learning secret ankle twisting techniques to get out of Americans. What is the issue here?
See, once again, I don't think that you're even trying to like honestly engage with the nature.
I
of
have no idea where you're going with this point. I'm getting distracted.
Well, you're like really concerned about like why on earth would spies be more active in their homeland as opposed to the hostile territory of the United States?
Oh
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'm saying, what information could you possibly be giving to Hasan Piker?
Okay, that did not go well. That did not go well for either side. You seem to be a lot more concerned about them being active in their home country rather than in America. Obviously saying they're gonna, you're curious about this, but then he says, well, I'm not concerned about it. It's okay, obviously he meant you're asking questions about it, but then he says, well, that's the problem. Well, no, you can't say that's the problem. You just said he was concerned about it. And then when he says he's not, you can't say, well, that it's the problem is that you're not, when you just said that he is. But yeah, that's all right.
In Cuba that he couldn't get in America. Not, of course,
Political
it's easier
program.
to have these. What? Okay, what political?
Send the motherfucker. Send that motherfucker. Send that motherfucker. Appreciate the $2 dono. Let's go. Thank you, good sir. Thank you.
Programming.
I mean, very specific.
Like a pro-Cuba narrative? Do you think he doesn't already have that?
Very specific political, very specific people to talk to, topics to talk to, and targets to hit at specific times.
Oh yeah. Oh, you don't think he's already doing that? You don't think he's not already doing a pro-Cuba narrative? Like, why would they try to get him to do a pro-Cuba narrative? Like, this is obviously very different from the way that these things normally work, like with Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and all these other folks who were obviously not doing a pro-Russia narrative. They never did anything pro-Russian. and anti-Ukrainian until they started getting paid to do it. That's when everything really changed. They totally changed their entire thought process on this. Yeah, no, that's how it always fucking works. That's how it always works. They always go find people who are already on their side. Oh, you think, oh, AIPAC, dude, they go pay people to start being pro-Israel. That's what happens. They go find people who are already fucking pro-Israel, and then they pay them. That's how it always works. What do you mean? And he knows this too. I would bet anything that he's said this in the past. I would bet you anything he's said this in the past.
For the purposes of intelligence. I mean, what if they were trying to get information out of him? What if they were trying to get information out of him regarding other programs that he's on? What do you mean, like what? Like
what is the okay,
what do you
just
think?
To be clear,
Your lack of imagination isn't
I don't lack imagination, but to be clear, the imagination that we're putting onto this to be like, and this is why, like, I have this entire James Bond fucking novel of Hasan, who I think everyone here acknowledges is fucking retarded, but he's actually also a super spy who has all this important information on American subversion, and we have to have these backroom intelligence the information exchanging meetings in Cuban hotels that we have.
Dude, the fact that he doesn't think that, like, the Cuban government would even try this shit with a bunch of influencers there, and the biggest one being Hasan, that he thinks they wouldn't even make an attempt is wild. That's one aspect of it. Another aspect is just the fact that he was using their fucking internet while they were down. There could be like IP address information and shit like that on there, on his computer that they could get and be able to make a lot of use out of. There's just so many. There's so many like reasons, like possible reasons for why they would do this, and when they say like your lack of imagination, he's like, oh, I have to believe in this like whole James Bond conspiracy theory. No. There's like so many fucking possibilities here. You just need to not like play coy about each and every single one.
Have to investigate, and the Trump administration is very, very, very concerned in this.
Once
but
again,
not, by the way,
he might
with
not
Russia
be
doing the same thing because they threw out the Tenet media case. It's specifically the Cuban government. Like, this is so ridiculous. Like, how many levels of imagination deep are we right now just to justify? And this is why we're going after this fucking political influencer. This is insane.
He did that on purpose.
Like, maybe this all happened. Show me one piece of evidence, please.
Well, like, do you have any?
Wait, no, they don't have to show evidence. The subpoena is what's supposed to get that evidence. The likelihood and the probability is already there, and you're saying what possible reason could they have to subpoena him, and so they're giving it to you. But then once they give you the possible reasons, then you're like, well, show me evidence that that's what happened. Well, no, they don't have to show you that that's what happened. Your contention is that like you don't even think there's a possible reason for them to subpoena him. They've already beaten that argument, like, but without any sort of like concession or anything. It's just, well, on to the next one. Prove it. Before they've even served the subpoena, before he's even given the information, prove it.
Any idea what people spy on each other for? Like, are you clueless? Like, are you stupid? Like, I'm sorry, like you're using pretty extreme
Tell me all about
language.
all the spy.
Well, I mean, seriously,
stuff.
like, what do you think?
Seriously, tell me about it.
Do you think that, like, I'll tell you. I mean, it's plain and simple. A lot of it is politics. A lot of it is knowing political things about political programs that are going on.
Who's connected to who? Who's talking to who? Right?
Yeah.
Hasan, look, Hasan might just be. He might not even know he's being used. Right? He might not even know he's being used.
They literally. Okay, you guys ever go to a hotel, and when you're at the hotel, in order to log into their Wi-Fi, you have to like, check a box and like do all of this shit and then it allows your computer to log into the Wi-Fi. But every time you want to get onto the Wi-Fi, you have to go through like this guest process in order to do that. You know how much shit they could put on his fucking computer? You know, like how much shit they could possibly get off of his computer with just that little process? Like, they could have an entire fucking what do you call it, like a honeypot through this thing, and there's so many like possibilities there. That is kind of the point. Like, that's the whole point. And when we already know that Hasan has said that, like, they set up the ability for him to be able to use Wi-Fi while the whole country is out of power, we can assume that, yes, there was like literal government readied Wi-Fi for them. And it's very possible that, yes, they were able to do all sorts of things to make that happen.
But if on his subpoena we ask and we find, like, okay, well, what did they ask you when they were over there? And we find out that they were questioning him about, like, oh, which Democrats have you been talking to? Oh, what have you been talking to them about? Like, this is useful information to U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, who collaborates with you? Who are other people that we can reach out to for support? I mean, here's a question that I'm curious, and I genuinely mean this. Why do you think the Russians were paying Tim Pool hundreds of thousands of dollars per episode?
Yes.
Because if enough people are opposed to America granting aid to Ukraine and they vote for people that won't vote for those packages because they watch Tim Pool or any of these other people, then Ukraine won't get aid and Russia will have an easier time winning the war.
So it appears like you're being a little bit more dishonest than you are being stupid, because I know that you can just apply that answer that you understand to the Cuban situation, right?
Yeah.
So Hasan might have had conversations with Cuban officials, and in doing so, they will influence him to be pro-Cuba, which he already is, by the way. So, like, if you're
so was Tim Pool. So was Tim Pool.
If the Cuban government is paying him to have these pro-Cuban things, which is funny because, I mean, this guy is just an open Marxist-Leninist, which is what Castro's whole deal was. So the idea that, like, he's being paid to do it and not just, yeah, this guy kind of already approves of these things is a little silly to me. But we specifically have to subpoena him specifically for meeting in this place to find out if this is indeed the way that he's shaping narratives to make other people anti-Cuban embargo, which, by the way, was a fucking Obama-centrist Democrat position in 2008. So, like, what is the, like, this is all, like, so deep into the speculation of what could happen, and you've drilled down into this very specific scenario where maybe this
the American
might
interest
be
to find out
where there's a much more obvious thing, which is, hey, the government really doesn't like these fucking people, and they're trying to chill affect them. And
wait, you don't have to be in favor of the fucking embargo to like not want Cuba meddling in our shit. Like, as long as there is an embargo, Cuba is going to have a massive problem with the United States. And as long as they have a massive problem with the United States, they're going to try to meddle in our politics. Like, it's as simple as that. There isn't, there doesn't have to be much more to it. Like, that's it.
Okay, maybe there's a justified reason, which, by the way, I already granted that there could be a scenario where this happens, but the level of speculation that you have to go, and you're like, oh, you're so incredulous. No, this could happen, but is that really why this is happening? You really think that there's like some sort of credible whistleblower, some sort of credible evidence that that's what's happening, and that's why we have to go after Hasan? Is that what we're believing?
We're not,
right now?
okay,
like,
to be clear.
Could you show me like a single, even like remotely close to this, justifying
a
the subpoena?
Subpoena to get information that the U.S. has interest in is not necessarily going after Hasan.
Yes.
It is not necessarily
you can't say, like, show me some credible evidence that this is what happened, when, like, that's the point of the subpoena. That's the whole point of it.
It could be. I'll grant you that. I think that there's evidence that it might be so, right? But
Wick,
I think that
Wick,
hold on.
Wick,
I think that there is a very good argument that Bishop has made, and now I'm on his side, right? That there is absolutely useful intelligence that we could gather if we suspect, as probably is the case, Cuba is trying to influence our politics, or if, as I think Bishop said earlier, that there is another target that we just want to know from Hasan, what questions did they ask you while you were there? And so that gives us puzzle pieces that we could use to put together to see how they are interacting with other actors,
There's a
financiers,
scenario
all
where
these
this
things.
makes
These are
sense.
all
I
good.
agree. Do you trust that the Trump administration is doing that in good faith? Because
No,
they just want to find out those
I
pieces.
do
Okay,
not.
cool.
But
Hey,
I
hey,
don't.
Wick, if the Trump administration came
It's
out
not
right now and said,
out
I'm
of the realm of
subpoenaing Wick
possibility.
TV and Dylan Burns because they did something in Ukraine where they talked to people that have connections with the Ukrainian government, do you think this would be a legitimate subpoena? They're just trying to ask.
If I went to China and I did a stream.
Yeah, Ukraine isn't like an enemy of the United States. Like when you say that like you understand with Russia that they would want to like turn Americans against Ukraine. That wouldn't make sense the other way around.
And met with Chinese government officials, and I came back.
The hypothetical to be different from
it
what
would
I
be
just asked.
it would
Can
be
you answer my question first?
expected that they would question me.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Ukraine is not a hostile government.
yeah,
Cuba is.
That's the problem. There's like a serious understatement of our relationship with Cuba. People talk about Cuba. Oh, it's just Cuba. Like no, like Cuba. They tried to host weapons to genocide us, man. Like they're continuing.
Talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, exactly. The point is like you think this stuff doesn't matter anymore, and it does to the governments. That's I mean, like here's like
why do you think Obama tried to reverse all these things?
Because I think Obama was trying to lead things out of out of the Cold War era. There was that great reset where George W. Bush tried to reset things with Vladimir Putin personally. There was a major attempt to change these things and to bring things to the end. And yes, I do believe that that's the much better way to do it. I believe that the confrontational way that Trump is doing it right now, not only do I think it's bad, not only do I think it's just like a horrible way to go about it, I think the reason he's going about it is because he thinks if he does some kind of a major action with Cuba, it's going to be some kind of a good legacy for him. And I don't think he's just like hard-headed about it or stupid about it. I think he has this ulterior motive that he's like trying to annex territory or something, which is significantly worse than being stupid. So don't get me wrong, that's where I'm going with things. But I mean, essentially, I feel like you're trying to say like, oh, well, Bishop, your perspective on this is like all of this big time James Bondy stuff. But what I'm trying to tell you is that like, from my perspective, your position is, yes, the government has subpoenaed. They haven't charged him with anything. They've subpoenaed Hasan about this very let's say pesky trip to Cuba, because it required a lot of documentation, right? Like anything where you're having to get things cleared with the US government, it's certainly going to be a little heavy. So they're going to inquire with him about this heavy trip to Cuba. And it's either because they think that there might be something that happened with the Cuban government that concerns the FBI, or the FBI is just being mean.
When you say being mean, could you steel man what I'm saying on that second or? What do you mean being mean?
Yeah, by being mean, you're like, oh, well, the whole point is for them to by issuing the subpoena, effectively what it's going to do is it's going to apply a chilling effect so that other leftist streamers won't go on more Cuban government sanctioned political programs to the island. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't really strike me. Why didn't they do that to all the other streamers that were on that trip? Because they didn't. And some of the other streamers that were on that trip are pretty big.
Ones. They picked the biggest ones, which was Hasan, right?
Well, the biggest one
who was the
right?
biggest and loudest voice. Well, I don't know how big Code Pink is, but the biggest one.
So why did they do Hasan and not the other people that are pretty big?
That's my question.
My answer is because they probably weren't at that specific bar with that specific intelligence asset.
Do you know that?
No, but I mean, do you?
So you're just
Like, what's
wildly
your answer?
speculating as to why they're picking Hasan. I'm saying there's
not
probably a pretty good
wildly.
reason. Yes, you literally had to
Well, no,
make up.
yes,
He was at a
he
bar with
is.
this specific intelligence officer. You have no idea if that's true. My answer is they've already shown a pattern.
Both of your
going after
positions
the
are
biggest people.
speculation. Hold on.
Okay, and
Yes.
one
Both
of
are
them is
speculation.
completely made up with, and the other is on a precedent of the past 3 years of, or 2 years.
Do you
of
think that
Trump.
there's no
So, I'm sorry, which
precedent
of
of
these has
Cuba
more
trying to use
credibility?
its intelligence resources to affect American politics?
Of course there is.
There's decades of it. There's
Well, that's
decades
weird.
of precedent.
Why didn't they try to do that with any of the other people in the Congress?
How do you know they didn't?
Well, I don't. Maybe we should subpoena all of them. Why didn't we?
Because there's probably
Why didn't we subpoena
information
Nick Shirley,
that
who was
they
in an
know
unsanctioned hotel
that
with?
we don't know that
No, they
might
don't know. They're
it
subpoenaing
could
with.
possibly be.
How
I
would
am
they know?
granting
It's
you
so
it
much
could
easier to
possibly
have
be
these meetings
just
there,
a
right?
political
We don't know.
persecution.
Who
That's
could say?
possible, but it's equally possible. I have just as much evidence that it
You have
is
just as much
serious.
evidence?
Yes.
Where's
Which
your
is not
evidence for-
much.
here's my evidence. The Trump administration has been cracking down on anyone speaking up against them, including late night talk show hosts, including people in the government, including influencers. And your evidence is, well, Cuba obviously has interests opposed, so they could have done
Well,
this.
no,
but
Cuba
they specifically did it with this
has
person.
done this.
Yeah, both sides have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Both sides have no idea what's going on. They have no clue why he got subpoenaed. They have, but the argument is like, should we automatically assume that Hasan is innocent here and start defending him? Right? That's the question for the title of the debate. Should liberals defend Hasan? Right? And it's just talking about like in terms of the subpoena. The question is, yeah, should they be defending Hasan? And I think a lot of us would say, well, probably not until we know what the fuck is going on. Like, there's a lot of like possible, there's a lot of possible things that like could make this legitimate. And since we're so in the dark here, like, the legitimate answers are just as possible as the illegitimate answers. Now, with somebody like Don Lemon, or like, a lot of these other people, that's not the case. Like, we have a lot of information with Don Lemon. We have enough information to know that that's just not the case. And we're already able to come to the conclusion that, yeah, this just doesn't seem to be the case. Whereas with Hasan, nobody's making the claim that he did anything wrong. Nobody's making the claim that he's that he should be in trouble here. Nobody's making the claim that he likely did anything wrong. The claim is he may have like been approached. He may have his computer could have been used. He that there did seem to be some contacts with the government, and that if that was the case, then we would want more information on what exactly those communications were. And just like that is the current argument. Nobody's making the argument that Hasan did anything wrong. Nobody's making the argument like, and a subpoena doesn't say that you did anything wrong. Like, a subpoena is not about you doing something wrong. There's no they didn't bring charges. They didn't come with an indictment or a grand jury indictment or anything. They didn't do any of those things. They subpoenaed him. They asked for more information. And so, yes, all we can do is speculate on what could possibly be the more information here. And when you go to a rival country like this, it's not hard to wonder what those things could possibly be that they're looking for. Like, there's endless amounts of possibilities that could be the reason. There's tons.
For decades, they have tried to use their intelligence apparatus to influence
why
U.S.
didn't they
politics,
do it with Nick Shirley?
to
He's
influence.
stupid and influential.
This is something they've done for
Wick, why
decades.
didn't they do it with Nick Shirley? Why
Because
didn't they do it with Nick Shirley? He was in wait, I didn't ask you, Bishop. I'm asking Wick. He was
Because
in unsanctioned
they are
hotel.
much
It would've been
less
really easy.
likely to have any
Shouldn't
pull
we check?
with Nick Shirley.
Wait, I don't
now
have any
I
evidence
bet
as
you,
to whether or not that's
I
true. Maybe
bet
they
you
tried. Should we
$1,000
check?
right now. When
should
Nick
we
Shirley
check?
came back from
Should
Cuba,
we check?
he probably had the FBI go through his electronics, right, just to see if they got bugged or anything like that.
So side with the Trump admin? I don't know. I don't think anybody here is siding with the Trump admin. Nobody's done that. They're literally just saying, like, that as of right now, they have no idea what's going on, and they're not gonna like jump to a conclusion one way or the other. They're not defending the Trump admin. They're not I don't know where you got that from, but that just seems like ridiculously bad faith. Like they're nothing I said here was like, hey, we should just assume the Trump admin is good and that they're doing good things here.
Okay, I can't tell you that. But no, this is what they do. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like fundamentally this is what it comes down to, and this is what I hope you understand. And it shouldn't sound like this, but I really hope you understand that this isn't a dig at you at all. But like the way this intelligence stuff works, there is no James Bond. There never has been a James Bond. Intelligence has never looked like that. It was all lies about World War II that gave birth to the idea that intelligence was James Bond. What intelligence looks like is just a fucking guy coming up to you in a bar and starting up a conversation with you and just eliciting responses. If you work in the steel industry, he's going to start talking about steel industry stuff. And then all of a sudden you're going to say that you're a CFO and blah, 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 blah. And that's how it works. And it's not big.
Who leaked the story to Fox? Yeah, the leak can obviously be a bit more salacious or malicious. Like the leak can obviously be a bit more propagandistic for sure. I mean that one way or the other that seems to be the case. And I think that literally everybody here has said that. They're like, yeah, the leak seems to be obviously a bit more propagandistic. But the leakers are not involved in the action. They might be. They might be. I don't know why that would matter. Why would that make any difference?
It doesn't have to be the nuclear codes. I mean,
I'm not saying this stuff doesn't happen. I think you're confused as to what my opposition is. My opposition is not this stuff could be transferred this way. My opposition is not this stuff could be investigated for legitimate reasons. My opposition is there's a clear reason why I think they're going after these specific people in this specific context for this specific trip. And I don't think it's this very plausible thing that maybe this happened with intelligence and Hasan. It's why did they target this specific person?
And we support the action. What action? Just trying to understand the action in the leak or the admin. Yeah, it seemed, yes. The subpoena is the action. Yeah, I literally just spoke to the action. I literally just a minute ago said that nobody's defending the action. I literally just said that, and you responded with, what about the leak? To Fox News. And then you went back to asking if we're defending the action. Okay, so when I say siding with the Trump admin, that's what I mean. Defending the action, the subpoena. And as I said, nobody is defending the subpoena. Why are we going in circles here? What is happening? Okay, so you don't support the subpoena. I am confused. That's holy shit, Freddie. That's what I've literally been saying this the whole time. That's literally the first thing that I said. When you said, oh, so we're just going to support the Trump admin over this. No, nobody's supporting this. No, they're literally just talking about the fact that, like, that we don't know enough to take one side or the other, but that there is enough information to believe that there is to believe that a subpoena is like likely here in almost all cases. The leaking, like even under the Biden administration, it would probably be likely that some sort of subpoena would take place. It just probably wouldn't get leaked to fucking Fox News or anybody else like that. They wouldn't make a whole show of it. But the idea that, like, when you go to Cuba, you are engaging with like an enemy of the United States, a country that does engage in like all sorts of action against the United States and is and it is saying that, like, they're willing to pay or set up a bunch of things for Hasan to where things may have even been paid for by the government for Hasan, and that then he goes there and then does do anti-America, pro-Cuba propaganda, that, like, that's kind of how these things work, where, like, with Tenet Media, with these people being subpoenaed for getting money from Russia and, you know, from the government, and then also doing pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine propaganda, literally nobody ever told them they had to do that. Nobody ever told them, you guys have to do pro-Russia, anti-Ukrainian propaganda in order to get this money. Nobody ever told any of them, as far as we know, nobody ever told any of them that they had to do that. But it was about whether or not they knew they were taking money from Russia. Right? That's what it was about. Do you know you're taking money from the Russian government while you're doing pro-Russia propaganda? Do you know that's who you're getting money from? That's the end of it. So that is like what they're talking about, is that the Hasan has already said statements about the fact that, like, the government had already communicated through the embassy with an intermediary that that they were setting up things for him to have Wi-Fi and electricity to be able to keep streaming, even though the rest of the country didn't have electricity, that they were going to make sure that he had it. And so now there seems to be like more, there seems to be some sort of governmental communication there while he is also doing that propaganda. So the idea that they would go and subpoena somebody and want to find out if there was any sort of set up there, if there was any sort of like exchange, if there was any attempt to, you know, make him an agent or like anything, right? Like the idea that they would make an attempt to get that information, that's not weird. That's not odd. But we don't even know if that's what they're doing. Honestly, it could literally be that they're just leaking that there's a fucking subpoena, and then they're not going to do anything else about this. Like, it could literally be just like a Trump admin sort of bullshit where all they do is just say, yep, oh, we're subpoenaing this guy, big bad guy going to Cuba, and they leak it to the fucking Fox News so that it looks like this big, huge deal, and then they never do anything else because that was all they wanted to get out of it, right? Like, that's the point, is that there's possibilities of something reasonable happening here. You worded your lack of support for the government in a weird way and are doing it again now. Okay, Freddie, do you know what a negative position is? You've been around long enough to know what a negative position is. You're being insanely fucking bad faith. You are being insanely fucking bad faith right now. I hope you know just how glaringly bad faith this is, where I've said over and over, I'm not saying this is what they're doing. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm not saying that they're correct. I'm not saying that they did something wrong. I'm saying that we have no fucking idea. And then we say, Well, no idea. Well, it's the Trump administration. Yeah, but like even the Biden administration likely would have engaged in some sort of scenario like this where you responded to a chat message when it suits you. Okay, I didn't. Okay, so when I said supporting the Trump admin, that's what I said. Okay, you don't support the subpoena. I'm confused. You worded your lack of support for the government in a weird... I literally read every fucking message from you. What do you mean? I literally read every single fucking message from you. What are you talking about, Freddie? Unless unless you type something that YouTube blocked or something. I read every single message from you that popped up. Oh, okay. Okay, now I get what you're saying. You sent it 4 minutes ago before I explained. And then after I explained, you're saying that message didn't necessarily supply after the explanation, right? Okay, that would make more sense if that's what you're saying.
On this trip, for this specific trip, and had an article that came out before he was even like issued the subpoena, targeting and centering around this person, where they were outside his house taking photos of him. That to me sounds a lot more like a political hit piece against large influencers who are opposing the Trump admin, and not, hey guys, here's a very real scare, which you have drummed up to the point where Wick can be like, well, that could happen, and I agree, it could, but is that really the most likely scenario here? And are you just ignoring everything else in context of this? That's what I'm opposed to. Not that, oh, intelligence could be transferred this way, which is obviously true.
Well, I think a really great question that, frankly, I've done this conversation a disservice and not hammering home more, is a good question is, why are they also going after Code Pink, a super pro-Russian outlet that is like super anti-Ukrainian and super worked into all of that tenant media collaborations and stuff? Why?
I don't know that Code Pink worked with Tenant Media. Can you tell me about this?
They didn't work with Tenant Media, but they share a lot of the influencers, and they share a lot of the programs, and they share a lot of connections to that space because they're politically connected through those veins of the, like, what do you say? What do they say? The anti-war left, in the context of Ukraine, right? Where it's like, oh, we're anti-war, we want to end the war, in parentheses, on Russia's terms.
Okay.
But once again, when you're like, oh, well, you're speculating, you're right. We don't know. I don't know. Why didn't they subpoena every single person on that trip if they wanted to chill, right? Because if your goal is to get everybody to go.
Okay, I'm just saying that the argument from me, and it seems to be from Wick and this other guy, is that the question was, should there be like a positive defense of Hasan right now? And the position seems to be, we just don't know yet. That seems to be the position from this guy on the bottom. Is he saying, we don't know right now? This is the position that I explained before we started watching. Is that, like, after reading more on this, like I started to realize that, like, this was so close to what we all complained about with Tenant Media that, like, I just don't think we can have a position on this yet, or I can have a position on this yet, after, like, everything that happened with the Tim Pools and all of them, and that, like, we would just have to wait for more information to come out to know what all's going on, because just based on the little bit of information that's come out so far, even from just Hasan himself, there seems to be there's possibilities of other things happening, and so we would just have to wait and find out. And in the meantime, like, we don't have any idea if there would be a positive defense of him, or even the exact opposite.
Oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speak out, then you should want to see, oh, wow, they went after every single person that went on that trip, as opposed to people being able to say, well, I'm not Hasan Piker. I mean, look, 25 people went on that trip. Only one person was subpoenaed and the organization that put it together. I'm not a billionaire living in China. Why the fuck does this concern me? I don't know.
Seems like an argument in my favor. Maybe they do want to single out people that already have legitimate criticisms from.
They said earlier Code Pink. Or they said that the organization, the people who organized this didn't get subpoenaed. I thought Code Pink was the people who organized this. I thought Code Pink was like the group. Is that a person?
People like me or you or other liberals, so that those people will actually let them get away with testing the waters of going after their political opponents, just as long as it's not them and who people that agree and are on my team, right? Don't you think that would be an argument in my favor?
So it's not about chilling?
That is a chilling effect. What do you mean?
Well, it's not a chilling if
it's a chilling effect for the people that agree and are aligned with him. For the idiots who are like, well, this is fine because I think he's a hypocrite and whatever, I'm fine with him doing that. Those people might not be chilled. And then later, when it starts happening to them, then the center and more center, not left people are going to be like, that's fine. Those people are opposed and those people are hypocrites. And then they creep and creep and creep until they start doing this to everyone that opposes them, and they only have their little hug box like MAGA fucking circle jerk, right?
I guess this is just a place where you and I don't quite see down that same line. From my point of view, I think that if the purpose was chilling effect, then you would just go for maximum damage. What I think is much more likely in your vein of things is that it was for a popcorn headline. It's like, oh, I'm going to be able to, what doesn't make
right, but what's the point of the headline? The headline would be for a chilling effect. That would be the point of it. Like, if that's all they're doing at the end of the day, the headline wouldn't be the end of it. It's like, what does the headline do? The headline makes it to where people look at scenarios like this and say, oh, well, if I go and I help other countries, I could get in trouble for it. I could have some issue with the government afterwards, and the Trump admin could come after me, and that this is something that they're heavily going to police, so I don't even want to have to deal with the trouble of it. It would still be chilling.
Fake news, all of these no-name streamers. You know what does make a Fox News headline is going after a household name that is winding up in GQ.
So wait, are you agreeing with my whole point then? That this was meant to drum up like a big yellow journalism story?
I certainly think that was a factor, but I mean, I've never posited that it was all or nothing, and I don't think that that's the case.
Okay, wait, so then maybe we agree. This was meant to drum up all this support against a person that everyone already hates and could be a big focal point to try to sensationalize this, and we agree that there is a possibility that this person might have communicated with intelligence officials in Cuba, right?
I don't think that it is a binary. I don't think
I didn't say those two things were not mutually exclusive. I just said two non-contradictory statements.
Well, the phrasing that you were using, and maybe I'm just being a little belligerent here, but the phrasing that you were using was it was to drum up a headline with yellow journalism, and maybe it was a problem. And the way I'm seeing is I think that decisions to do this are always seen as political. And so a decision was made. When you've got a lead like this, it's got to get through legal. And then it's got to get through executive review. And then it's got to get through fucking everybody. And at some point in time, there is a gaggle of people that sit down and says, let's add the pros and the cons. Is this worth it or not? And perhaps, and this might be your...
I think this guy's given the Trump administration a little bit too much credit. I think if they had even half those fucking conversations, they wouldn't be doing 90% of the shit that they do.
Your entire, justifies your entire position. Perhaps the only factor that made it worth it to them to pursue this subpoena was that they thought it would be good press for their program. Perhaps that's a possibility. But
I think it's a majority factor. To be clear, I'm not saying it's the only reason.
Sure.
It's pretty
Sure.
clear that this is why they're doing it.
I
But like
just
in the
think-
same
hold on, I
way,
just think-
in the
hold on,
same
just
way,
please.
you can go after illegal immigrants and
Yeah,
say,
yeah, I
look, they
get you.
broke the law. It's like, okay, but what are we really trying to do here? We're trying to make a spectacle about deporting people.
understand.
We don't really give a shit. The
But,
guy who has lived here for 20 years and has a legitimate business is also happened to be someone who crossed the border illegally 20 years ago. We want him the fuck out of the country. We want to make a spectacle of ICE going into this building and throwing them the fuck out. Like,
First
okay,
of all,
yeah,
thank
technically
you.
they broke the law, but
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch, Anachu. Anachu, I appreciate you. Thank you for that. But I guess the problem I'm having with your argument here, Soypill, is that I think that you're overselling the possibility. I think that this is like an isolated demand for rigor. That you think that we need all this evidence for our suppositions, which I agree is just speculation, right? And the evidence of
Wick, if you
your
were the one
speculation
doing
is
this,
just-
I
it's
would
the same, it's the
put the
same, it's the
threshold
same
way
thing.
lower. But we're agreeing this is the Trump admin who has a precedent of doing this for completely bullshit reasons against their political opponents, right?
Cuba also has a precedent for doing the things that they're being
Who
accused
cares?
of here.
Who
Right.
cares?
I care. I care a lot.
Wait, what do you mean? Who cares? That's that's literally your line of reasoning. Is the pattern of behavior from one group of people. So you can't. What do you mean? What the fuck?
No, who cares in the context of looking at the motivations of the administration doing it?
Because for me, that it makes it much more likely that there is a legitimate reason. Whereas if it was Ukraine or if it was France or Britain or somewhere else that was like an ally country or just a neutral country, then I would be much, much more on your side. But since it is
why did Trump throw out the Tenet
hostile country
Media case?
hold on, a hostile country that we have decades of conflict with, right? Then I'm like, okay, this might be, there might be some meat here that we would actually want. And
To be clear, you think I'm underselling, and the only thing that convinced your mind was a very specific, completely baseless speculation from Bishop that
It's
took
not a
30 minutes to
baseless
go.
speculation.
It is baseless. It's 100%
It is
baseless
not
because you don't have any evidence that it happened. You have zero evidence that it happened. It's baseless, right?
I actually no. The evidence that we have that it happened is that Hasan said that.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that it did happen. It's the evidence that it could happen. It's about the likelihood or possibility, like just the same as what he's doing with the Trump administration, where obviously they constantly do bullshit fucking cases and subpoenas and grand jury indictments and all sorts of shit just for the propaganda. Because there's a pattern of behavior there, we're able to look at that and say, okay, well, yeah, this is totally possible. But when, if a gangster gets locked up, like a notorious gangster that even the Biden administration had on the FBI's most top 10, at top 10 most wanted list, we wouldn't sit there and be like, oh, well, this is probably the Trump administration just doing a political fucking gotcha on this one. It's probably them just, it's going to get thrown out of court again because it's the Trump administration. It's what they do. You can't do that with literally everything, because there are still some cases under the Trump administration that are legitimate, that do go through, that do get convictions, that do have some serious implications to them. That still happens. So if you're going to use the the Trump administration has a pattern of behavior of doing this, therefore I'm going with the thing that I think is most likely here. So okay, well, Cuba also has a pattern of behavior for doing these things. So we're not I'm not denying Soypill's side, but it does seem to be the case that Soypill is denying our side. That Soypill is saying, yeah, no, I'm not buying that. There's no reason for me to think that this could be likely in this case, and so I'm I'm just gonna say nah, bruh. And just go with my first instinct. Well, okay, but you're kind of like forgetting about the whole like likelihood scenario that you're using. You're just kind of saying fuck that. Dude, that same guy I think's killed me like 4 times now, and each time it's like the most obvious shit every fucking time he does it. Each time. Yeah, all soy pills argument can be used against him. Pattern of behavior equals negative inference. You could say the same about Hasan or Cuba. Government, yeah, like that is kind of the point, is that I'm willing to say both are true. That's why, yeah, I just wouldn't want to come to a conclusion here until we have more information, because both are true. The Cuban government does do this sort of thing, and the Trump administration does do that sort of thing. Both are fucking true. So yeah, I'm if you're here to say this is why we ought to support Hasan, this is why, because it's obvious, it's not that obvious. Like, and everybody was here the first like couple of days of this. I was on Hasan's side and did say that, like, you know, I think that this seems to be the case after reading the Fox News article. After reading more about this, yes, I am on the other. I'm now saying, okay, we need to wait a minute.
The government intermediary reached out to him and reached out to his people to work out a system for him to have, what was the term? It was something along the lines of consistent internet access. So as a fact of life, we know that there is a direct communication between a government official and Hasan specifically, not even the
Indirect. Not direct, indirect. I hate that these people keep doing this. It's an indirect communication. He just said he used an intermediary. It is an indirect communication. That makes a massive fucking difference here. That makes a massive fucking difference here. Like, I want you guys to seriously understand. That makes a huge fucking difference here. That makes Hasan go from Lauren Chen to Tim Pool, or you know, Dave Rubin, or Lauren Southern, or, you know, literally everybody else. If he's directly communicating with somebody from the government and he seems to know that that's the case, then yes, now he becomes Lauren Chen. Now he seems to be the other, you know, more responsible parties. But if like, because Lauren Chen was the one who was talking to the fucking government. Lauren Chen was the one who was talking to the Russians. Tim Pool and you know, Dave Rubin and all those people, they were just talking to Lauren Chen. So if Hasan is talking to an intermediary who's talking to the government, that's one thing. If Hasan's talking to the fucking government, that's a different thing, right? So this is, I need people to, like, you know, recognize these are different things.
And this clandestine intelligence operation relied on him not telling the entire planet on a live stream that this happened. This is what we're using as our base right now. Oh, he told everyone about it. Is the speculation that Hasan is too stupid to make the intelligence operation work, right?
So what you're telling me is that there's no connection at all between Hasan and the Cuban government. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I said. Can you answer my question?
Well, I'm sorry. What was your snark question that you interrupted me with?
What was my question, Bishop?
I just asked you. I'd like to
clarify. The base that you are, well, this is actually has much more than just my speculation is, well, there actually was potentially a secret communication between Hasan and the intelligence operation. We know this because he went on a live stream in front of the entire planet and told us about it. That's the thing that we're saying is their clandestine secret exchange of information.
Well, essentially every single conversation that he had that wasn't live streamed on Cuba was a secret conversation. So let's just cut the snark out there. I mean,
oh, okay.
That's a fact.
Okay. It seems like there's constantly secret conversations happening in Cuba. Maybe we should be subpoenaing literally everyone.
expect to be questions when you get back from a trip to a hostile nation.
I am
You should
aware of that.
expect
Yes, I
the
know.
U.S. government
I
to ask
know.
you questions.
Yep. And
Yes.
yeah, same thing when you go through Iran. Same thing when you go through any of these like no-fly list countries. I'm
Yes.
aware
Yes.
that they'll ask you questions.
Yes.
But you're acting as if this is like.
Wait, didn't all Hasan did is went to fucking like England, and he was throwing a fit about the fact that he got questioned there, right? And then I would assume he probably got questioned again after China. And then now he goes to Cuba, and we're all like, what? What the fuck? Okay, I can understand you being questioned after going to England, but whoa. Once you go to Cuba, what could possibly what reason could they possibly have?
Here's the specific scenario where the Cuban government is funneling this information campaign through this guy, and we're pretty sure this definitely could have happened. Therefore, we need to subpoena this specific influencer.
That's possible, and it's possible.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Enough that it justifies, in my mind, potentially subpoenaing the guy to bring him in and ask him a few questions.
Which is more likely, that happened, and we need to look into it, or that the Trump administration is trying to crack down on people that are
in my
opposing
mind.
him?
Are we saying this is just a run-of-the-mill thing? Kind of. So the like subpoena isn't normally like a run-of-the-mill thing. So like having a subpoena for something normally means that you believe like there's at least something more going on there. But that could literally just be only because he said that he already spoke to the Cuban government. Like that could literally be like the beginning and the end of like where the more would be coming from is just because he said that he already was speaking to the Cuban government and like organizing with them to get internet access.
It's a coin toss.
Oh my god, dude!
It just is.
The thing
Just get on your dick and get on your knees and suck Trump's dick, dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
These are
oh my
goodness.
goodness.
This happen frequently. They just don't always make the news.
Government right now? I don't know.
I wish they would give me some money to say that these sanctions are stupid. It's been 60 years and they haven't done shit, and it's ridiculous that
they haven't
undo
done
the
shit.
What is the justification?
Wait, just to be clear, Hasan is not just saying that the sanctions are stupid. Wait a second. If that's what Soypel thinks, if Soypel thinks that all Hasan said was that the sanctions are stupid, then maybe I can understand a little bit more why he would think this is so ridiculous. That's why he keeps bringing up fucking Obama. I keep wondering, I'm like, why does he keep bringing up the fact that Obama got rid of the sanctions? Like, who cares? Like, what does that fucking have to do with anything? So Hasan's not just sitting there like, dude, Cuba, not great guys. That, obviously not doing a great job with the economy and lots of people. But, hey, look, the sanctions would really help in some ways. If that's what Soypil thinks Hasan's saying, then I understand where this confusion is coming from now. That makes a lot of sense. From my understanding, there's a lot more pro-communism, pro-Castro, many, many other things included in there that really, really change the overall sentiment coming from Hasan about Cuba. And that's just my understanding. Maybe it is just, maybe he's just anti-sanctions. He's just a free market guy.
For the sanctions on Cuba today.
See, this is the issue, is that fundamentally you have an issue with the idea that the Cuban government is hostile. How did you?
Can you answer my
frame
question?
that question?
What
Yeah,
is
was
what is the issue with the Cuban government that these sanctions are justified today?
The sanctions are justified today because Cuba consistently conducts hostile intelligence and military operations against the United States at home and abroad. As of right now, there are
Why do they do that?
thousands. There are thousands of Cubans right now fighting against against Ukraine and United States intelligence assets in Ukraine. Thousands.
Okay, why are they doing
right
that?
now.
Yeah, but why are they doing that?
Freddie, technically that's just not really true. Again, like it's not the propaganda alone. Again, mixed with communications with the government that, like, depending on what those communications were like, whether or not they like paid for things for him or X, Y, and Z, like that is the Tenet scenario. That's the whole fucking Tenet scenario. It's like a bunch of people getting money that was coming from the Kremlin that didn't necessarily know that it was coming from the Kremlin, and all those people get fucking subpoenaed because they're also doing pro-Russia propaganda at the same fucking time, but they don't know. Like, they don't necessarily know they're getting paid by Russia to do pro-Russia propaganda, but they're doing it, and they are getting paid for it. So, like, that does make a lot of the difference. But even on top of that, that's not necessarily, again, that's just like one possibility. We were talking about earlier, that like even the fact that they said that like we'll have a hotel where you'll have internet access the entire time, that makes it to where, like, there's so many possibilities. I don't know about in Australia, but here in the United States, anytime you go to a hotel, if you want to use the internet, you have to go through like their guest process to log into the router. And that, yes, once you're like logged into a router, there's like a lot that they can do with your information, with your data, with your computer, and they can like download stuff onto it, they can take stuff off of it. Like, there's a lot of data transfers that can happen once you click that like accept button. I think it's called a honeypot or something like that. And so even just the idea that they just want to see his laptop, like that could be the whole fucking subpoena. Is like, we heard that you were using Wi-Fi that they set up for you, and we need to just see the laptop and see if there's any sort of like malware or anything was done here while you were on that router. It could literally be that they just want the router information. It could be that they just want to be able to see the data that shows them like what the router information was, and then move on from there. Like, it could be, we have no fucking idea. It could be that there was like a broader investigation already happening where he just happened to engage with one single person while he was over there that they're investigating, and they just subpoena him. But again, the Trump administration, because they want to put everything out and like propagandize it, they're going to put it out just to make a show of it, and it could have literally nothing to do with like him possibly doing anything criminal, or possibly, you know, being anything related to Tenet Media at all. It could just be that, yes, like there's so many fucking possibilities there that make it to where this is all just speculation. Yes, that's their point. Yeah. For sure, they might want to put pressure on him to join the CIA and become an asset. We're talking about likelihoods here. Okay? Things that are likely to have happened, not just like possibilities. Yes, there's lots of possibilities there. Talking about things that are likely, considering the fact that Cuba is like top 5, you know, national security issues, cyber security, cyber attacks on the US government, fucking like intelligence agencies coming after the US. Like they're a top 5 fucking country up there with China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba. Number 5. Like that's the order of things. That's where they're at. So it's just, yeah, like engagements with them it's already pretty hairy. But again, nobody's saying this is what happened. It's more so that just because it's Cuba, there's such a high likelihood of so many fucking things there to where, yeah, you go to Cuba, like I would expect have expected this after China as well. I would have expected this like, you know, after he went to China too. But I don't know how the issues with engaging with the Cuba government is very different than engaging with the China government. They are very different in kind. So, yeah.
Is it just because
they're doing
us?
that? No, they're doing that because they are aligned with an axis of countries that are hostile towards us.
Why are they aligned with the axis of countries that are hostile to us?
Because they decided to have a communist revolution and they aligned with that axis of the world.
Yeah, they had a Marxist-Leninist come to power and do some authoritarian dictatorial stuff. They fell on the wrong side of the Truman Doctrine. We tried to coup their government and fuck with their country. So they.
Bro, you can't keep saying words like subpoena and dictatorial in the same panel. I was telling Mantis last night, I feel like a cartoon character from Ed, Edd and Eddie whenever I eat these, because I always just put it in the side of my cheek. Just let it melt.
Really don't like us. We consistently make it so their country suffers, specifically right after the Soviet Union fell, and they had no trade partners, but whether it was us or the USSR from like 91 to 94. And now it's like, okay, now we're still fucking over your country in the 20s instead of trying to do what Obama did, by the way, which was just restore.
Yeah, so you're explaining exactly why we would be worried about them. Yes, thank you. That's correct.
Or these sort of relations because this wasn't justified and maybe we don't need to do it. And I don't know. I think also this has to do with a lot of stuff regarding like Cuban sugar, regarding Cuban voting populations in Florida, which is a swing state. And the idea that this is like they're evil and they hate us and that's why we need to do this, I think is just ridiculous, like McCarthyism, since this is just not the case. Like, it hasn't been the case for like 30 years.
3 months ago, off the coast of Florida, there was a shootout between Cuban forces and 4 Cuban exiles. Like there was a shootout. There's an active hot engagement.
That's
one of the main things. This is one of the main things that Cuban intelligence is interested in the United States. The number one thing is they're interested in us not fucking with them. All right. Number two, a very close second is them hunting down political dissidents and families of political dissidents in the United States and fucking killing them. All right. So like this idea that, oh, well, you know, it's just like this harmful little guy. And as you put it, they fell on the wrong side of the Truman Doctrine. Listen up. They aligned with a geopolitical force that was intent on genociding the United States. Okay. This wasn't just like, oh, well, they just wanted to have a Danish health system. That's not what happened. All right.
No, they had an authoritative government that shut down opposing political parties and imprisoned dissidents. I'm not saying this didn't happen. I'm just saying the idea that this now justifies what we are currently doing to their population, I think, is completely misplaced.
Well, no, you can't say, yeah, they were horrible. Also, you guys sound like McCarthyism. Those are not the same things.
Especially considering you are now falling to the right of the Obama administration, which is like, hey, this is not what we need to be doing, and we need to undo these sanctions, right?
That's actually not true.
You acknowledge that?
No, because I've said repeatedly that I think that the direction that the Obama administration was going in was significantly superior to this absolute insanity that the Trump administration is doing right now. So no, in fact,
but do you think he was doing the right thing by trying to undo these embargo and these sanctions?
Yes, I do. Yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, that's why I went to Cuba.
Wait, why? They're so evil.
What do you mean why? It's because I think that
well, you're calling me like, oh, I'm ignoring the worst parts of it. I'm like, well, hold on. I acknowledge these worst parts.
Hold on. Do you understand that we can negotiate with governments and governments?
Even if, let's say the Obama administration wanted to release the sanctions, right? And he's working on this. He's getting ready to release these sanctions. He thinks they're so unfair. But in the meantime, he still finds out about, like, you know, pro-Cuba paid propagandists in our country who are who are trying to, you know, engaging in like espionage and FARA violations and shit. Do you think that just because he's like against the sanctions that now he's in favor of espionage? Like, what is the thought process here? I don't know why he keeps bringing up the fucking like all of this other shit. It's not related. It's not relevant. It doesn't matter. You can be against the embargo and also against, you know, outside governments pushing propaganda into our country. These two things can exist at the same time. This is so weird. I don't know. This is like the third time, fourth time he's made this argument.
Change over time that we could perhaps sway them to be more on our side. The problem is it failed. Obama tried the reset failed. It failed. Right? We tried to reset with Putin
failed. That's
back
not why
under the Bush era. It failed.
Whoa,
we tried to reset with Cuba.
Why do you think
failed.
Trump undid the Obama administration's policies?
Why are we so friendly with Vietnam and all these other post-communist countries?
I wish they would just, this conversation is not relevant. This conversation is so not relevant. I don't know why they're even like arguing with him on this. This is such a Martin Bailey. Did Hasan stay with other people on the trip? Yeah, so they subpoenaed Code Pink and somebody else as well. I think there were 3 total people who got subpoenaed that we know of. There could have been way more. We don't normally get like, you know, press releases on every person who ever gets subpoenaed. So it could be that like every single person who went got subpoenaed. We have no idea. But I think we know of Hasan, Code Pink, and one other person, if I remember.
Can we answer my question? No. Wait. Stop moving on. Why did Obama do these things, and why did Trump undo them? Why didn't Obama undo them if they failed? Wick.
He got out of office. Trump won.
That's not what he wouldn't have then reversed them. The reason they undid it was because
hold on. Do you think after trying for his years and he was still trying and he wanted Hillary to win to continue that project?
Why did Trump undo them? Do you think Trump undid them because they failed?
Trump does what he does because he's just an opportunist. He probably hated Obama.
Why?
But simply because he did it.
You guys remember the whole controversy when Beyonce and Jay-Z went to Cuba? I think they might have gone there for their wedding or something like that, but they went to Cuba. And the Republicans fucking lost their shit because the Obama administration let them go to Cuba. And at the time, like, Americans were not going to Cuba at all. There was no going to Cuba whatsoever. But Beyonce went to fucking Cuba. Jay-Z went to Cuba. And Republicans were furious. Anybody remember that shit?
For an illegitimate reason doesn't mean that there weren't legitimate reasons to do that.
There could have been legitimate reasons, but that's not why it happened. It happened. No, it happened. It happened because they wanted more Cuban, anti-Cuba, pro-Republican Cuban immigrants who could immediately go from refugee to civilian in Florida, and they could keep that state red. That's why that fucking happened. It had nothing to do with whether or not the Cuban government was becoming more amicable because we were going to stop sanctioning them.
And a lot of people support good things for bad reasons all the time. That's how politics works. It doesn't mean that it's all or nothing. I mean,
what's the end game if we just sanction Cuba forever? Eventually they'll give up.
The end game is that eventually they will collapse.
just 10 more years, guys. Just 60 more years, we'll get them. Or maybe we could try to restore relations and make them more amicable to us, which was Obama was
Do you
doing.
think that we haven't done that?
No, we have, and they undid it. They undid it.
We've succeeded with almost all of the post-Soviet countries. Half of the fucking planet was communist. And we've succeeded overwhelmingly in patching up these relationships. And it's utterly bizarre to look at one of like, what, 5 that we haven't fixed the relationships with and be like, oh, it must be the United States that's the problem. That's insane.
Wild to me that you would think
Did we do the same amount of sanctions on Vietnam and then we just undid them?
Like, I don't.
Can you answer my
did
question?
we do the same amount of
Did we do the
sanctions
same
on
amount of
Vietnam?
sanctions on North Vietnam and then we just undid it, right?
Yes, we were significantly harder on Vietnam than Cuba. Are you like, what?
Were we? Just because what? Because we invaded, not because we, you know, like tried to invade. Well, you think we didn't try to?
Well, just because we invaded? Is that what he just said? Just because we fought a war with them for what was it, 10 years? How long was it?
Do that
Guys,
to fucking Cuba? We tried to do the fucking Bay of Pigs.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Like,
You're
the Bay
right.
of Pigs, like, yeah, you don't think if it was strategically advantageous, we wouldn't have invaded Cuba? We're literally talking about doing it.
The Bay of Pigs is not, you can't compare that to a full-on fledged war. Like, the Bay of Pigs is obviously an invasion, but it's an invasion from natives. It was an invasion of like of people who were native to Cuba. Obviously we're doing this on behalf of the United States, so it's very different, but like Vietnam was drastically different from that. Like, this is a full-fledged fucking U.S. war invasion.
Right
Yes,
now.
correct. I think that we were very. I think we went very light on Cuba. I think if we wanted to do something really horrible, if we wanted to be very heavy-handed with them.
Wait, why is he laughing at that? In comparison to Vietnam? Why is he laughing at that? Okay, Google. How many people died in Vietnam War?
According to Wikipedia, Rommel's mid-range 1997, which for the total deaths due to the Vietnam War totaled 2,040,000 from 1950 to 1975.
So,
Rommel calculated deaths at 1,060,000 in ARVN and Allied war deaths of 731,000. Both totals include millions inadvertently killed.
I missed the second part of what she said, so I heard 2.5 million the first time, so I don't know if she corrected that afterwards. So if I'm getting this wrong, you guys can tell me. Okay, but it sounds like she said 2.5 million. There weren't even that many fucking people sent for the Bay of Pigs. We didn't even have that many people getting sent in total, let alone dying. Like, what was it, 1,000 people? Okay, Google. How many people did the United States send for the Bay of Pigs?
According to Wikipedia, 1,400 paramilitaries, divided into 5 infantry battalions, 1 paratrooper battalion, assembled and launched from Guatemala and Nicaragua by boat on the 17th of April, 1961.
1,000. They said 1,400. Okay, so 2.5 million to 1.5 thousand. 1.5 thousand. I don't think that's a normal phrase, but
I think we would have done a full-scale invasion.
I don't think we should. I don't think we
correct.
should.
Literally tried
I
to
agree.
do that.
Well, the Bay of Pigs isn't a full-scale invasion. The Bay of Pigs is
Right,
more like
because
what
we
happened.
realized, yeah, maybe there was.
Hold on. The Bay of Pigs.
well, it was supposed to be. It failed. So they literally, we sent a bunch of Cubans into Cuba, ex-Cubans, ex-patrons or whatever, expatriates. We sent them in to Cuba, and they were supposed to kind of clear the way and go and rally the Cubans, because the United States was under the impression that Cubans hated Cuba and they all hated their government, and that if we sent expatriates there, that they would be able to convince everybody to get ready for the invasion. Instead, they all grabbed the expatriates, tortured them in the fucking streets, and that was it. Like, once they all got captured, the United States was like, okay, fuck it, never mind. Would have been nice to go in and maybe save the people that you just sent in to fucking suicide, but you know, whatever. But yeah, we sent in a bunch of Cubans to go and convince everybody to fight with the Americans, and we were going to do a full-fledged invasion with the Americans coming in. And then when we found out all of them got captured, we were like, oh shit, okay, well, never mind then. Tom, just say expats like a normal person? No. We don't say Pats here because that's a fucking football team.
Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but the Bay of Pigs, we simply provided weapons and promised to support
to the opposite.
Did you say W New England? You're a fucking idiot, dude. You're a fucking loser. You know that? You're an absolute fucking loser. You should kill yourself. Listen to your mom and do it already.
Yes, we did not send Americans.
That wasn't
well, actually, there probably were Americans on the ground, but we will never acknowledge that. So
yeah, and what did we find out? We thought when they got there that there would be a popular revolution against Castro and that they would help the forces that were going there, and then they didn't. So we gave it up. We said we thought the Cuban people wanted this. We thought the Cuban people would overthrow Castro. But then, oh my God, it looks like they actually like the guy. So what happened? Castro stayed alive 50 miles away from Miami for the next 80 years. That's what happened.
And
so yeah,
what happened to Vietnam?
I think we were a lot harder on Vietnam. That's what
and it didn't fucking work, right?
I mean, it worked out in the long term.
Well, I don't know how the fuck the goalpost just got moved from whether or not it worked when the argument was over whether or not we did more to Vietnam, whether or not we went easy on Cuba in comparison to Vietnam. Like, how the fuck did it just get moved to whether or not these worked?
Hold on, they have Vietnam's
we
like
lost
our ally,
thousands of. Yeah, why is our ally, Wick?
Because they approached
because
us.
of liberalism.
Yes, they wanted liberalism. They got liberalism into place, and they decided.
Well, first of all,
hey,
Vietnam is a communist country, right?
Decided to go with America.
Vietnam is still a communist country, Wick.
But it was still liberalist.
No.
The liberal international
we
order.
established trade relations with them, and now they're friendly to us because we have.
Yes, but they're not okay. They're not still a communist country. They're not. They're like, this is, from my understanding, I could be wrong, but from what I remember, that's like a Vietnamese propaganda, like that. It's like commie propaganda to try to make people think that Vietnam is socialist or communist.
Have some sort of incredibly draconian embargo on their country, right? Which is what Obama was trying to get to.
I don't think
to restore
Vietnam had been hunting down dissidents on American soil.
Maybe that was a proximity thing, but you don't think that the North Vietnamese would absolutely have been fucking doing that if they could have? Like, we were at war. We were annihilating their entire country.
Helped us normalize relations. The problem with Cuba is they haven't. They're close enough that they haven't stopped. they have continuously conducted
you're looking-
intelligence and military operations against United States assets globally.
You think Obama didn't know that? He's like, whoa, hold on, whoa. They're killing us? All right, no. Undo the sanctions.
Well,
Don't undo
first
the
things
sanctions. Put 'em
first.
back. Like, what are you
First things
talking
first,
about?
Obama has some of the worst foreign policy of all time. He was a fantastic domestic president, but his foreign policy takes were unbelievably horrible. From Syria to Ukraine to Afghanistan to Iraq to all of it. So Obama's foreign policy was fucking terrible. The only thing that might have been somewhat okay was Iran, maybe. And there's a serious question mark there.
Can I take a photo?
Yeah, sorry, hold on. I'm being ambushed by this Uber Eats guy in this hotel copy room real quick.
Food,
He wants to take a photo.
Hey.
Yeah.
Wow, the Uber Eats guy is a fan. Wants to take a photo with him.
Yeah, he knows
Welcome
who I
to
am,
Wick
apparently.
TV. Are you gonna wick out for us? Hell yeah, let's do it. Okay.
He's on stream. What's up, man? All right, hey, nice to meet you, man.
What are we eating?
I didn't Uber Eats anything. He's delivering it to someone else in the hotel.
Oh, you're not getting some yummy ramen? Damn.
I'm not getting any yummy ramen. But you know who else isn't getting it? Is fucking Cuba, because they're sanctioned right now, Wick. So sorry, I did not hear the last 3 minutes. I got distracted.
Kill Cuban dissidents. Maybe.
Yeah, I certainly.
First of all, Wick, do you think we do that? By the way, do you think we fucking kill Cubans and shit all the time? Like,
I am
not really,
certain that we conduct military operations against our intelligence operations against our adversaries. But here's the difference: when American interests come.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, this is becoming a completely different conversation where, like, now we're just talking about, like, whether or not he thinks our adversarial relationship with Cuba is, like, justified versus, like, whether or not it exists. Like, what the fuck just happened? How the fuck did this conversation just completely derail into the justifications for adversarial relationships with Cuba when, like, just a minute ago it was like, oh, that's right, okay, that's right, no, that's okay, yeah, that's right, I kept saying at the time, why are they engaging in this? Why the fuck are they even engaging in this conversation? This is a bullshit conversation. It doesn't matter if you think the relationship is justified at all. It doesn't fucking matter. We still would be against countries pushing propaganda into our country. We would still be against communist propaganda being paid for or being, pushed in any way. Like, what the fuck?
Into conflict with any other country's interests. I want American interests to succeed.
Yeah.
Any American interest, even if it's some crazy interest like, hey, we don't want you.
Bro, Freddie, thank you. I was gonna ask you a minute ago. Who is the fucking bitch from Vietnam who used to always say that they were socialist? Because I remember going and looking into that shit because of her. And realizing, wait, they're not fucking socialist. What the fuck? And finding out that, like, it's just like Vietnamese propaganda that they try to call themselves fucking socialist. That's what and I kept thinking, I was gonna be like, Freddie, who is that fucking Asian bitch? But then I thought, I don't even have enough information here except for the fact that she was Asian, that she was dating some white guy, and that they lived in Vietnam. Like, that's all I'm gonna remember. So I'm not gonna be able to give him enough information to even ask the fucking question. But you already said it, so yeah, you were thinking the same thing as me, base. All right.
U.S. aid, because even though this might hurt what I would perceive as American
what
interest,
Trump's doing
we don't
is
like
not
this
in
program.
Americans' interest.
Correct. Boom. That's a big one.
No, it's not.
Well, yeah.
Boom. That's your opinion. What is
Well, yeah,
America's interest? Is it in America's interest to coup the government in Chile? Technically, yes. Is that good? I don't think so.
Trump is on the map. He's got 7,000 points. Also, Foolery. Oh, you have a very different color snack than me. Oh, fucking huge. How big did I just get? I just doubled in size right there, dude. I just dibbity doubled in size right there. Thank you for your donation, Uri-O.
So it's not in my interest.
Hold on.
Like what?
Not all actions that
Well, you're
America
asking a
takes
person.
in American administrations takes have been in American interests, right? They have done
Which
so
ones?
for their own
What?
personal gain,
What?
for their own
No.
petty.
American government, the American government cooing Chile is because we want to
Hold
put
on. Do
people
you think
there
that Trump
with have
does
America's interest
anything
at heart,
because of
right?
what's in America's interest?
Do you think it's in America's interest?
What do you
to...
mean?
No. Hold on. You're sitting here. You telling me that Trump is taking America's interest into account when he decides to go into Venezuela?
What do you think American interests are?
American
Do you
interests
think
are
this
things
is an
that will help the
objective
people of
thing?
the country that will help us be stronger, wealthier, more powerful, all these things.
Isn't the whole
Yeah.
idea that one of the biggest problems that we have with Trump is that he's acting like an authoritarian dictator that does things in his own personal interests that don't reflect the well-being of the nation? Isn't that like our entire argument? Because it certainly is
and
mine.
isn't this an opinion on what is best for the country? Because some people think that having oligarchs in charge or commanding Venezuela's country using our power is better, and that therefore it's good to coup and take out Maduro. Like, this is an opinion. That's the whole point.
Well, you're
like, what is
asking us
America? I
our
don't
opinion.
oppose. I know what your opinion is. The idea that it's like, well, I wouldn't support what America's doing if it went against America's interests. That's your opinion. That's the whole point. American interests could be.
Well, but you can find like similar values and then make an argument based on that. Like, if both of us are like, yes, we agree with free speech and using soft power before hard power until it becomes necessary and blah, blah, blah. Well, when it becomes necessary is going to be insanely fucking subjective. But, like, if we overall, for the most part, have the same values, we're going to be able to kind of come to a conclusion based on, some sort of arguments and benefits and I want to say cons, but that pros and cons, yeah. What does cons stand for? Anyways,
Hey, I think sanctioning Cuba is good, and yet a whole administration ago it wasn't. So why is that like this arbitrary metric on what you and I think is good is like how you measure whether or not what America is doing is good? No, it should be whether or not it's a good thing in our opinion, sure, but not calling it American interests. That's an opinion from you and me. What is best for America? I think it's best for America to establish good diplomatic relations and stop hurting people in Cuba.
Let's not.
That's technically against what Trump says is the American interest, right?
You can't just say it's your opinion, man, as if all opinions are equal in this
Exactly.
conversation. Like, I can say with
I'm saying that you
Exactly.
can't say
my
you can't
opinion
appeal.
that it's in
It
America's
is just
interest
your
to
opinion.
support Ukraine
That is your opinion.
rather than Russia, perhaps. But my opinion here has more evidence to back it up to being correct than the
Right.
opinion someone might have that Russia is in our best
So you
interest.
can't.
to
So
go
just
into.
don't appeal to what American interests are. Appeal to this is the evidence of why this is good. I think we should.
okay, I'm sorry, but the title of the panel is "Should Liberals Defend Hasan?" Okay, you're starting with like this assumption that you're on the same side, that you have the same values, and from that value like perspective, does supporting Hasan fall in in line with those principles and those values? Like, that's the whole idea of the whole panel right now. The idea, the fact that like this is a hard concept for you, that like you would be able to disagree on those things while being able to make an argument about it anyways. Like, with the whole idea is that, yeah, well, we're liberals. We already agree on and liberal ideals and Democrat ideals, and so we're talking about whether or not supporting Hasan is contrary to those ideals. So what the fuck? It's just your opinion, man.
Stop sanctioning Cuba, not because it is an American interest to stop sanctioning Cuba. I don't want the people of Cuba to suffer. I think there's no point in maintaining this embargo long term. This is not going to end well for that country. It's not going to benefit us in some amazing way. And we can establish a better trade relation and make this country amicable to us, just like Vietnam is. And just because Trump says, or fucking Marco Rubio says, it's in America's interest to keep this embargo going, we can both look at that and say, no, not really. Right?
No, I think American policy should be putting American interests first, and I don't think that we should be removing that from the dynamic and trying to take some weird internet, oh, well, this is just objectively good, whether it's American interests or not. Like, no, America, we have shown the world what it looks like when we have the mantle. Take a look at Western Europe and take a look at Eastern Europe. There has never been a more benevolent international superpower like us. So I think we have enough credibility to say that American interests are objectively good interests. I think that we've eradicated poverty.
Objectively good? Every American interest is objectively good.
Overall, yes. I think that,
ask the people of like anything south of the border of that if they think so.
Well, if something went wrong somewhere, okay, south.
No, you just said they're all objectively good. I have a nuanced opinion.
No, he said
on
overall.
it. You said they're all objectively good.
Overall.
Yeah, this is the whole issue we've been having with everybody with using terms like net positive and net negative and shit like that, is that nobody understands what the fuck it means to say net. Like, nobody gets what net is.
As in, not all of them, but overall we do more good than bad. And I think he's just correct. $5, let me get these out. $5 from Real Determinatus. Soy Pill is just memeing. He's just being a contrarian for contrarianism's sake. He doesn't actually believe that this is that unfathomable. Thank you for $5. And then $5 more from Black Pilled Kiwi. You know how...
Dude, I really like the way my snack looks. Really fucking cool looking. Really pretty colors.
How to tell that Obama had shit foreign policy? The only thing the left gives him credit for is those policies. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the $5. There you go.
Yeah, I think this is a really...
I'm not an America bad person. I do think America has probably done more good overseas than they've done bad, but that doesn't mean that there's objectively good that everything in America's interest happens, right? Like, I wouldn't even say overall. I'd say it's much closer to like a 60-40 sort of situation when you look at the damage that we've caused across the planet. But I would much rather America be the hegemon than Russia or China. Sure, yeah.
If it was 60-40, which I acknowledge, it might be. I don't think there is an international hegemon that would develop a society in which people could meaningfully say that. I think that is one of the all-time strongest parts of liberalism, is that we are fundamentally...
The same fucking guy, dude, every time. I think that person that I used to always fight with all the time, I can't remember their name now, because they changed their name. But the person that I used to always have beef with, I think they just changed their fucking name. I think that's them. Because they have very, like, Mexican looking... They have a very Mexican looking snack.
Mentally, as a people, looking at what we do and saying, hey, that thing that happened in Chile was really fucked up and we need to make sure that we never do it again, because nobody else would do that. Nobody else would look, self-reflect like that. I mean, the Soviets can't even acknowledge how many people died in Afghanistan.
If you saw that after the subpoena, it actually came to a point where they did find that Hasan did something illegal by paying someone, like even something as simple as like a shop owner he wasn't supposed to, and they decided to sanction him by financially or legally, would you say that this kind of goes against what you just said about us being able to self-reflect on those sorts of things? Because they're kind of probably going after him for saying America bad for whatever reason he is saying it. A lot of reasons, by the way, I don't think are legitimate, but a lot of them are, like the Chile thing or any of the other things we're doing in the Americas.
Yeah, I hope this answers your question. If it doesn't, feel free to ask it again. I think that fundamentally, if Hassan faces any kind of consequences for what he did in Cuba, it would be a catastrophic. There would be a catastrophic mistake and missed opportunity somewhere. I think if the absolute worst thing possible happened while he was in Cuba, whatever that is, I think that what we should be getting out of it is cooperation from Hasan, and that should look like Hasan's life is effectively not changing, but he's exchanging, giving us information related to whatever that imaginary nightmare scenario is. So any
Okay,
scenario,
wait. Can I agree with you there? If
Sure.
Hassan was doing something on the level of tenant media, where it's like, hey, we are going to start paying this guy to disseminate Cuban propaganda, Cuban government propaganda to your audience of a bajillion people, and this was discovered, I would agree that if the American government was able to investigate this and then say, all right, maybe we should track these sorts of payments and, like, be transparent with the American public that this person is paid, I would agree with you, right? That this would be a bad thing. Okay. Do you think the Trump admin cares about that?
Fuck no, the Trump admin's retarded.
Okay, cool. Me too. That's why I think this is all bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Like I said, I think that basically anything coming out of the Trump administration requires extra scrutiny. But I also I am extremely reluctant to enter the world in which, oh, the Trump admin did it. Well, I'm just going to throw it out the window.
Well, I'm not throwing it
Um,
out the window just
Sure.
because it's Trump. All right, I will give credence to Trump if he does a good thing. Okay,
Well,
I don't think this is one of those things.
I think it's in spite of Trump, not because of Trump doing a good thing. I think it's in spite.
Okay. What the fuck? Hassan Piker favorability rating among those living with children. Favorable, 0%. Unfavorable, 49%. From Overton sites. We measure and analyze public opinion, understand the evolving landscape of socially and politically acceptable ideas. Commentary on Polling Alley Pod. Hasan has a net favorability of -9%, with 71% not knowing who he is or having no opinion. Some other stats include race, white, -7, black, -21, Hispanic, +4%, Asian, -34. I don't understand. Oh, it was living with parents. Oh. So his overall favorability was 10% across the board. 11% with males, 10% with females, 1% with Republicans, 19% with Democrats, 10% with independents. Again, a large percentage of these are like never heard of him. I wish they had like a separate one for like people who have heard of him, because this is a really stupid polling to have like never heard of him as like 60% of every one of these. But yeah, high school 12%. That's the highest favorability for him, is in high school. Then some colleges 8%, bachelor's degree is 10%, post-grad 11%. His highest favorability is with high schoolers. And then race with white people 9%, black people 5%, Hispanic people 21%, and then Asian or other is 8%. Oh shit. Yeah, Twitch is a very young platform, for sure. Yeah, that's crazy that his highest favorability is okay. So maybe there were Latino. Maybe it's true that some Latino janitors walked up to him and were like, "Hey, man, Bernie Sanders, am I right?" Fuck! Why does it do this? Why? Why? All right, then. So yeah, so high school is the highest education level. And then Hispanic is the highest for race. Living with a spouse or a partner, 12%. With children, 0%. Okay, so yeah, so the approval rating for people with children is 0%. Oh my goodness. Wait. Yo. Wait. With children is not only 0%, that's the highest percentage of people who have heard of him. The never heard of him is 57%, 83%, 57%, 38%. Oh wait, okay, with roommates is 2%. Okay, 79%. But the second lowest for people who have never heard of him is 38% here. And that's also the one with 0% favorability. That's fucking crazy. So that's not one of those categories where nobody knows who he is. That's one of the highest percentages of where people do know who he is. So yeah, so 0% with children, and then the highest percentage of favorability is people who live with parents at 42%. And that's also tied at 38% who have never heard of him. So with children and lives with parents, oh my goodness, dude, that's fucking crazy. So that means that all of these parents know who he is because they've got a bunch of fucking kids who watch him, and they don't want their kids watching him. So they're at 0%, but the kids watch him, they're at 42%, but never heard of him for both lives with parents or lives with their children are both 38% never heard of him. That's crazy. And then, yeah, prefer not to answer is at 1%. Multi-generational household is at 3%. Really, that's crazy. Multi-generational households are more likely to be in the Hispanic communities. That's weird. Hispanic communities are way more likely to have multi-generational households, and they're the highest approval rating, but also weird. Okay. And then the last one is religious group or religious participation. So if you go weekly, he's 1%, monthly 3%, holidays only 4%, rarely 7%, never 25%, and then no answer 6%. So yeah, so people who never go to church is where his highest approval rating is. I hate the way that they did this though. This is really fucking stupid with everything being in, including never heard of him. That's obnoxious. So they did Hasan Piker, Graham Plattner, James Fishbeck, and Spencer Pratt. So Spencer Pratt has a 25% favorability. James Fishbeck has 10%. Hasan has 10%. And then Graham Plattner has a 19%. Damn, dude. Spencer Pratt has the highest favorability of all of these people. Hasan's tied with James Fishbeck.
So my prediction is reality TV villain Spencer Pratt becomes the next mayor of Los Angeles. And amazingly, like, might do a good job. He's running for mayor of Los Angeles against a very unpopular incumbent. I think the biggest upset in my political history happens, and Spencer Pratt becomes the next mayor of Los Angeles and beats incumbent Karen Bass to do that. A new poll showed Bass is at 25, he's at 11%. For a guy who's never run for any political office, who just has been on Instagram, Twitter, talking about these things that matter to him, 40% of people are undecided with an incumbent on the ticket. So my prediction is reality TV villain Spencer Pratt becomes the next mayor of Los Angeles. And amazingly, like, might do a good job. He's running for mayor of Los Angeles against a very
The 2028 Democratic presidential primary came down to AOC and Gavin Newsom. Who would you vote for? 43% say Gavin Newsom, 35% say AOC. There's a pretty big percentage there that's completely missing. Again. If the 2020 Democratic primary were held today, which one of the following candidates would you vote for? Pete Buttigieg in first place, Gavin Newsom in second place, AOC in third place, Kamala Harris in ninth place, Bernie Sanders in ninth place. Or sorry. Pete in first, Gavin in second, AOC in third, Kamala in fourth, Bernie Sanders in fifth, Josh Shapiro in sixth, Cory Booker in seventh. With Kamala and Bernie Sanders tied. Okay. Overton Insights conducts its polling using a combination of peer-to-peer text messaging, stratified sampling, and statistical weighting to ensure their surveys accurately reflect the target population. Data collection via text, they gather their survey data by reaching out to voters using high-quality peer-to-peer text message outreach. Sampling, their surveys target statistically significant sample sizes, typically around 1,000 to 200 registered voters. The sampling is stratified to mirror specific demographics and geographical parameters. Quality control, all respondents are required to pass strict data quality checks before the responses are included in the final results. Participants are compensated for their time. Raw data, respondent level data is mathematically weighted based on demographics, party affiliation, geography, and behavioral measure to ensure the final polling data properly reflects the population being measured. The firm primarily focuses on tracking societal attitudes, testing hypothetical political matchups, and analyzing how specific ideas and policies shift within the mainstream. You can view their ongoing survey findings. Let's see. They're from Libertas Network. It helps shape public policy, measuring voter tolerance for specific, often unconventional policy ideas. It operates by tracking public opinions to identify which public policies are politically safe and which can be successfully introduced or advanced. I'm trying to find like criticisms of their polling. I would advocate against most of the Dems on that list. Well, yeah, as we've gone over numerous times, most of the most popular Dems, you don't like any of them, so. Or the majority of them. Yeah, I don't see any. Oh, wait. As a relatively new public opinion firm, Overton Insights faces standard polling hurdles related to its heavy reliance on peer-to-peer SMS messaging and online opt-in methodology. Reviewing the polling industry common flaws alongside their specific approach reveals a few key limitations. Relying strictly on SMS and text-to-web links means reaching only those individuals who are willing to click on unprompted text messages. The sampling pool inherently favors older, highly politically engaged demographics while consistently undersampling young adults, minorities, and low-propensity voters, skewing raw results. Okay, that might make a bit more sense why Hasan's Latino population was so high. Because the Latino population is a lot less likely to be on Twitch, and also probably even way more or less likely to watch somebody like him. P2P seems like some BS. I mean, I've done polling from text messages and calls before, but these aren't random people that they're texting. These aren't like, as they said, they pay their respondents and they do like full like verifications on these people to make sure that they're real people first. So it's about as good as it can get.
I'm going to sit back, stand by, there's more. See what happens here. I'm not going to take too strong of a stance.
That I'm supposed to watch.
I think subpoenaing him could very well be entirely legitimate and within America's interests. So I'm just going to, yeah. But my decision here isn't because, oh, Hasan didn't defend us, so we're not going to defend him.
Yeah.
I
agree.
That's not the main reason. I'm going to put it part of it. It's like a minor reason, but I'm going to have that in there. Same way, like, I would say for the most part.
Pisco, if you want in, jump in, brother.
I wasn't mad. I mean, I was extremely mad when he went after Comey, even though I hate Comey with all my heart, because I feel like that was straight up just political warfare. I think there is some validity to going after Hasan. And like at the end of the day, I hate Republicans more than I hate Hasan. So
yeah.
At the end of the day, I was so mad at Comey because I feel like I didn't see any single reason for them to do it, or any of those ex-Trump guys that didn't bend the knee at the very end. They went after him. I didn't like that, even though I can be like, oh, who cares, right? I think it's because they all went after one single goal. If this was like another way they attacked Hasan for something else, I'd be like defending it. I just think there is validity here, which is why I'm not going to feel, which I'm not even going to feel bad about if there is some validity thing.
Do you think that James fucked up on her mortgage stuff?
To be honest, I don't know much about it. I don't think she did.
But you don't think at all? It's completely made it up. It was a total lie. It wasn't even like maybe they found an error somewhere.
I mean, possibly. I don't know much about it, so I'm not going to speak on it. I don't want to do that.
Go look into it, and then question whether or not you do the same thing for Letitia James. Given that, like, hey, wait, hold on, she did technically break the law. It's fine that they're going after her, right?
Well, there's also a difference in getting something wrong on your mortgage paperwork and collaborate.
I don't think she did. I could have sworn that I could have sworn that turned out to be like a complete fucking sham. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn the whole thing turned out to be a complete fucking sham from the very beginning. Am I misremembering this?
With a hostile foreign government to indoctrinate the American public by the millions. Those are two
Nothing that
different
you haven't
crimes.
substantiated whatsoever, but okay, yeah.
Well,
I agree.
I actually, hold on, Pisco, or Soypill, Pisco, before you guys jump in there, I actually have a point that I think has kind of been glossed over. Do we know who funded the media network that sponsored Hasan's trip to China? Because I feel
some
like
billionaire named Singham.
Yeah, do we know if this person has any relation to who sponsored Code Pink for the China flotilla? Or not the China flotilla, the Cuba flotilla? Because in reality, this might not be about Cuba at all. This could be about ties to the CCP, which is even more adversarial to the US, which I would say is a much stronger case, not necessarily
True.
against Hasan.
That's what I was saying
but
earlier.
would be a much more valid reason for a subpoena. As far as the subpoena leaking to Fox News, which I know is what Soypill is about to say, I just think that was somebody being advantageous and selling a scoop to Fox News and the administration for a few $1,000 because who the hell in this administration isn't getting rich on the public's dime, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pisco, hold on, just before we go. Pisco, you had some stuff. You've been listening? You got some thoughts?
Yeah, a little bit.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just don't know what's wrong with taking a negative inference against this administration, especially when it comes to subpoenas and targets related to political actions. Are we supposed to be blind, ignore the course of conduct
Oh my
of this
goodness.
administration?
I don't know what's wrong with taking a negative inference. Nobody said taking a negative inference is wrong. That's not the thing that's wrong. Nobody fucking said that shit. What the fuck? I just don't know why it's wrong to think that Trump is bad. Like, why am I so wrong for saying Trump's bad? What? Who the fuck said that, dude?
As though they're not at
I don't
every
think anybody's
opportunity-
argued that.
Well, hang on a second. So, I
Yes.
think when it relates to things like
Well, hold on. Let
potential
me
criminal
finish
investigations,
my straw man. Hold on.
at this point in the administration, it is your duty to take a negative inference against what the administration is doing to the extent that it relates to, politically relevant topics or politically relevant individuals. You could always say, couldn't you, that the subpoenas they gave to James Comey, for example, relating to testimony he may have given to Congress, well, there's a potentially plausible, legitimate purpose and crime. Isn't it a crime to lie under oath to Congress? I mean, that is a crime, isn't it? And
but that
you
was
cannot,
for me,
with the administration.
Well, who are you directing this towards? I'm kind of curious.
I think Wick or you, to the extent that you were saying that it's improper to take a negative inference against the administration.
So
Nobody
to be clear,
said that.
Just real quick, Bishop, please. To be clear, coming into this debate, I did, and I still have a negative opinion of this. Like I came in skeptical because anything the Trump administration does deserves a
Extra
high
scrutiny.
degree of skepticism. However, there has been a great argument made by Bishop that, the Cuban government is a hostile government, and there are very sound reasons to suspect something may have gone on that the America would have a interest in knowing about. So I think
Do you
that
think that the Trump admin Wick is more likely to have what you just described, or
I think it's a
everything
coin
they've been
toss at this
displaying?
point.
It's a coin toss
Yes,
after everything you've
because
seen them do.
The difference between Comey indictment, the Comey indictment we knew was bullshit because the plausibility of Comey having done what they said was almost zero. However, the plausibility of the the Cuban government and intelligence agencies trying to use Hasan or
As like I said, like we can mistrust the Trump administration, but that doesn't mean that like they go arrest somebody that's like even on Biden's top 10 most wanted list for like being one of like the most notorious gangsters in the world. And we're like, oh, the Trump administration's just being fucking racist here, dude. They just hate Mexicans. That's why they went after the fucking drug kingpin. Like, that's that's kind of like more analogous to this situation than fucking Comey.
Get information from Hasan that it would be within our interest to find out what they asked him or what they even talked to him about is much, much higher, right?
What would it take for you to take proper on that view? On that view, I guess if you always think that there's a potential interest in the government of the United States to find out what Cuba said or talk to Hasan about, what would it take for you to be like, actually, this is not good?
Well, if as a result of their subpoena, they do something like charge him for buying a hot dog from one of the sellers there, right? Then that would be like, okay, this was obviously bullshit and this shouldn't have happened and this was obviously a political attack. But however, if all they do is come in, ask him, hey, did you talk to this person? How about this
that's all
person?
we're gonna do, Vic?
What did they ask you?
No, hang on a second. No, I'm saying with respect to the subpoena itself. Put aside any. So are you saying that only in the context in which, or one of the key instances in which you could see yourself disagreeing with the subpoena is if a bullshit charge comes out of it? But like, are those really the only circumstances under which you would question the use of the subpoena itself as a device?
I think it's because it's Cuba. If it was like, if you went to
This is. Can I real quick?
Go ahead, I guess.
Sorry, I apologize. Yeah. So, Pisco, number one, I wanted to say I think you're right fundamentally with what you're saying. Perhaps the way that I've been wording it is anything political coming out of this administration warrants extra scrutiny. I think that's absolutely true.
Oh wait, no, that's not what I said. Sorry, I didn't say extra scrutiny. I said a negative inference to be opposed to it unless and until you're shown some strong evidence that it's motivated by non-bias.
Well,
so I didn't say extra scrutiny.
What do you mean by negative inference?
By negative inference here, I mean a disposition that is against it, not just extra scrutiny.
Yeah, you're sounding a lot like an election denier to me. That's just what that sounds like to me.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever a justified position. Like, you can say, and I've said this before with like a bunch of people, like there was a period where a bunch of people would do this with Demon Mama, where they'd be like, well, Demon Mama's lied in the past, so we can just assume she's lying here. I'd be like, what? No, you can't. That's not how that works. You can say she's untrustworthy. Therefore, you're not going to assume that she's telling the truth. But you can't say, we're just going to assume she's lying. That's fucking insane. Like, that's what Pisco's doing here, where he's just saying, well, the Trump administration's been bad in the past, so we can just assume they're being bad no matter what. No, you can't. That's fucking retarded.
You're just like automatically you should assume that it's
hang on a second.
I understand what
So let me.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's not at all like that.
You should just automatically have a negative inference.
The default assumption is they are doing crime. No, that's not. That's just not logical. It's just an illogical position. Like, horrifically illogical. It's as I said, like, you can not trust them. You can be skeptical of them. Like with the Biden administration, if they came out with like an indictment or something, I was likely to believe them. I was likely to believe that this was a legitimate indictment unless proven otherwise, right? With the Trump administration, I'm not likely to do that. But I'm also not taking the positive position in the opposite direction either. But that is what Pisco's doing. He's not saying, hey, just be skeptical of this. He's not saying, well, we should look at this and think, hey, I wonder if there's something more going on there. No, he's saying, let's just start with the position that they're doing something wrong. Well, okay, that not only is that illogical, it's absolutely fucking retarded, because if we go look at the majority of the cases that have been brought by the DOJ, if we go look at the majority of the cases that have been brought by like the FBI and shit, the majority of them have not all been getting thrown out of court, right? The majority of them have not all gone in the fucking trash. So for you to say, oh, well, I'm just gonna start with the fucking position that this is the case, you're like, that is horrifically fucking illogical. Like, you're going to come to the wrong position the majority of the fucking time. You're coming to the wrong position by far the majority of the time. Like, this is literally like saying, every president, every American who's ever been the president, every president has been born in America. Therefore, I'm going to assume that everybody who's born in America is therefore the president. That's the fucking logic that you're using. That's the same logic. That's exactly what you're doing there. Is it you're turning things around where you're saying, like, oh, well, the Trump administration is often wrong. Therefore, I'm just going to assume now that everything that they do is wrong. Well, they're not wrong the majority of the fucking time. Like, it's not everything that you're now wrong the majority of the time. Like, if that's the case, if that's the position that you want to take, we can just go look at the fucking stats and see you're just wrong the majority of the time now. Like, that's a stupid position to take. I don't think this is a regular run-of-the-mill case, and you have to admit it at least has more likelihood to be political than just a regular crime being prosecuted. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not. Yeah, I have no idea. Because again, I feel like for the political cases, they've all been fucking charges. They've all been indictments. I don't know of a single political target that the Trump administration has done where all they did was subpoena people. I don't know of one. I have not heard of this. I haven't even heard of one where they started off subpoenaing people. I don't know of any. Every single one that I know of started off with fucking indictments. Or you know, announced investigations and then indictments, but I don't know any that started off with subpoenas. Like, the fact that it's a subpoena makes me feel like it's way less likely to be political. It makes me feel like it's way less likely to be the case now.
Automatically, we should distrust the election and right.
Hang on a second. So it is sometimes rational to take a negative disposition against a person or institution as a default presumption. Yes or no?
That's so general and vague. I don't even know what
sometimes.
What do you mean? What do you mean by Yeah, explain that more. I'd love to answer.
Yeah. So to disbelieve information coming from a particular source until
wait, disbelieve is not the same thing. Disbelieve is not the same thing. This is what I said earlier. You can say, I don't trust Demon Mama, but that doesn't mean that you say, I'm going to assume she's lying. That's not the same thing. Those are not the same things. Like, one is saying, I would need more evidence before I'm convinced that what she's saying is true. The other one is saying, I'm going to go ahead and make an accusation of an immoral act and a malicious act without any evidence. Without any evidence. I'm just going purely off pattern of behavior. Well, you can't do that. That's wholly irrational. That is wholly fucking irrational.
Shown corroborating evidence. It is sometimes rational to have that epistemic frame of reference.
No.
Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so yes, but the distrust is not the same thing as you're making the positive assertion that they are doing something wrong. You're not saying, I just distrust them. You're making the positive assertion that we will assume they did something illegal or immoral that is totally different than saying I have to wait for more information because they're not a trustworthy source. Those are not the same fucking things.
Definitely.
Okay. So it's not so just to say that this should be applied in a given context does not mean that you will apply it in every context. For example, the
It's
election
not the same
context,
thing.
correct?
Well, I don't
Is
think
that
that's very
correct?
clear. I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's clear what you're
Wait,
saying
no,
because you are
I'm
applying.
telling you,
You are applying this warranted negative inference to the Trump administration to the actions of a subpoena from the FBI, and that's a very wide net.
It's not the
That's
FBI.
A very wide net.
First of all,
so
it's
whoever.
OFAC.
OFAC, fine. Whoever. So the federal government.
So I'm happy, but I just want to clear up the air because you said that this would be like taking a kind of negative inference against election results, and I'm trying to first clear that up to make sure that there's no confusion. That's not at all what I applied. So you would take
how wide is your
this
net?
notion. No. I just want to be clear about that. It's not sort of included in my criticism and my application of a negative inference, regardless of its scope. It's not necessitated or entailed that I would take that same approach to election results. Correct?
So I don't know how wide your net is. Like you're applying it to this federal organization that issued the subpoena. Like where does it stop and start with this Trump administration?
I'm not going to get. So I'm happy to get into the scope and talk to you about that. But it's just enough for you to say it's not entailed that I take this epistemic view and this negative inference in the context of elections, right? That's not entailed.
I think it is entailed because you haven't substantiated how wide your net is.
Well, no, it's possible it's narrow such that it doesn't include elections, correct?
No, you haven't
It's
substantiated
not possible?
that.
Wait. Sorry. I'm asking.
You're arguing with me, dude.
I'm not asking. Sorry.
No,
I'm not saying that I have substantiated. I'm asking, is it possible for one to have this negative inference?
Is it
in one domain
theoretically possible? Yes, I'm asking you. Okay. This is the third time I'm asking you.
I'm telling you.
Number three.
What I'm telling
do I
you
have
is,
to ask you 4 times or 5?
Yes. So what I'm telling you is, I don't have that view for election results. Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to suss out. So is it just elections? Is it just the dirty word? Is it just the one that makes you sound stupid that you don't agree with? Or is there a line somewhere?
No.
Yeah, is it just the one that's really fucking obvious that that's stupid because you heard everybody else say it's fucking stupid? Or is it, do you have reasoning for why this doesn't apply to the to the election that's gonna disprove all of your reasoning for this, most likely?
No, the negative inference makes sense to apply whenever it makes sense to apply it, right? To the extent that it makes sense to apply it. It doesn't make sense to apply it in the context of elections. Yeah, so it makes sense to apply.
Oh my
so
goodness.
It makes sense to apply a negative inference to government actions or justifications in the context in which the government consistently lies and is corrupt. So in that context, it makes sense to apply a negative inference. And that's not true when it comes to election results largely run by state governments. Agreed?
No, I don't. I fundamentally don't agree. I think there's all sorts of.
State governments are different sovereigns, aren't they? Are state governments different sovereigns?
I think that what we're seeing right now is that a lot of state governments are abiding hook, line, and sinker with the Trump administration. I think that's one of the biggest topics that we've been talking about over the last couple months. Where are you?
Not with election results,
yes, it is about elections. It's about the damn Congress.
First, in the context of election results, by which we mean the count of votes, right? In terms of the counts of votes, I'm not aware of Republican states doing fraudulent ballots such that we should question their election results. And I don't think that there's a track record of that. And such, I wouldn't apply that inference in the context of state elections. That's perfectly rational. That's an explanation.
I think what you're doing is you're cycling in and cycling out to get away from the fundamental question. And the question is, this is number 5, by the way, I brought it up before. Number 5, how wide is your net? Where do you draw the line? Because so far your only justification is whether I like it or not.
No, that is not the only justification. I just want to make sure, Wick, you hear me when I give the explanation to the extent of the scope of this negative inference.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm not just saying whether I like it or not, okay? So reason number 1, if there is a track record in a specific domain of government action, all right, here in the context of investigations, right? That's government investigations. If there is a consistent track record of lies and corruption, that's one reason to apply negative inference. That doesn't.
Okay, but when you say consistent, again, if you're saying like 5% of overall cases, you're saying 10% of overall cases? Like now from 10%. So you're saying you're willing to be wrong 90% of the time This is literally the argument that people make with black people. Just so you guys understand, this is literally the argument that people make with black people, where they say like, oh, but it's like black people are committing crimes at a higher rate, to where they literally commit over half of the murders. So like from there, we can just start to assume that if a murder happened, it was a black person. Like, well, that's fucking illogical. And you know what? They're going to be right more often than Pisco. They'll be right more often than fucking Pisco is about Trump. That's how bad this is. That's how fucking illogical this shit is that racists are going to be correct more often than Pisco about Trump.
Just because I like it, right? That's not that.
You're saying, generally speaking, you're defining your realm as investigations. Yes, that's what you're saying.
Realm.
You're saying you don't like it. Investigations is so broad that covers like what 100,000 people.
Wait, did I say I don't like it, or did I say if there's a track record of consistent lies and corruption, or
Yeah,
is
just,
that the same thing as I like it?
No. However, what you are saying, as I hear it, is that you think that the Trump administration has used over and over and over again the judicial branch in order to fulfill its political goals in a way that you feel is improper or corrupt, and therefore, because they have a pattern of behavior, that we should, by default, oppose whatever they do with the judicial.
All into question. He didn't say necessarily opposed, to be clear.
I said you should
He has
take
a negative inference.
Negative inference. And so the reason I do this is, I mean, everyone understands it in their daily life. If you have someone who consistently fucks you over, a student who consistently, turns in the wrong paper, someone who consistently lies to you, a news source, by example, think like Iranian state media that consistently lies, or North Korean state media. This is not something.
Yes, wait, if you're just saying that you can start with the thought process that you don't trust them, well, that's their thought process. That's why they're not saying that they believe the subpoenas. So if all you're saying is that you just don't trust them, okay, well then you're literally taking their position.
Bizarre to apply once you've been shown to be so unreliable and so corrupt that yes, this is not something that's insane to apply, and it doesn't make you an election denier to apply a negative inference.
What's the difference between that and extra scrutiny? Because you made it clear that that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, so the difference between extra scrutiny, I understand extra scrutiny to be maintaining a position of agnosticism, right? An agnostic position, and before you're going to be swayed in favor, to have an extra threshold. That's what I take to be someone with extra scrutiny.
Then we're fighting over nothing because we agree.
Yes. Wait, I don't hear a difference between what he said there. Like, he said before that it was distrust. Distrust is not a positive position. And it's not it is a negative position, but not a negative inference. A negative inference would be that you're assuming they did something wrong. A negative position would be that you're taking a position of agnosticism, which would be the same as what do they say? Was it strict scrutiny? I'm forget, but anyways, that would be the same then. Like, or sorry, they are taking an agnostic position, and if you're saying, well, I just distrust them, therefore I don't know whether or not what they said is true, that's an agnostic position. Those are the same things.
All right, no, that's not. Wait, hang on.
Agree with you.
So that's not the same thing, because that's not what I'm advocating for. I'm not advocating for you. I'm not. So they're different. So we don't agree, right? So they're different. So we don't agree, right? So I'm not advocating for you to be agnostic and just apply a higher threshold before you believe it. I'm saying
nobody is saying that.
Negative disposition. No, wait. So these are different positions, aren't they?
They're not
different?
Because the whole
No, they are.
reason why the reason. The reason why they're different is the reason why you would apply extra scrutiny to something is because you don't believe it. If somebody
Do you understand the difference between agnosticism and not agnosticism?
Yes, obviously, but what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying, you are
that's different.
intentionally applying a neutral tone to an investigation. In fact, a reinvestigation. And what I'm saying is that the whole reason to have extra scrutiny, and this is just we could chalk this up to me not communicating it well enough. But the whole reason to have extra scrutiny is because you don't believe it in the first place.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm going a step further,
Correct.
right? So like I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, right? So like there is a position that you could take, and that position is in favor. You could take a position that is against, and you could take a position that is I don't really know. I'm agnostic. I withhold judgment, right? Those are all different positions you can take. I understand a position of requiring extra scrutiny to believe something to be a position ultimately that grounds out into agnosticism. You see that? That's different than being against it. I am in default against it in these domains.
I'm not describing agnosticism. I'm saying initially I do not believe that this is true, so I will apply extra scrutiny.
Oh, so are you an election denier?
See, this is my point, though. I like.
So
I
that
don't
was bullshit
apply
when
it
you accused that of me. So now you're saying we have the same position. So, that was bullshit when you accused me of being an election denier. Now you're saying we actually have the same position.
Bishop, you were leading me to believe that you were arguing something further than extra scrutiny.
No.
Yes, when he first came in and he said a negative implication, you're saying you're like it obviously sounds like you're saying you're starting with the position that the Trump administration is wrong. Not that you distrust them. You totally flipped it to you distrust them. But that was not what you were saying in the beginning. You were saying in the beginning that you would just not believe them, or that you would believe that they're wrong.
I'm not even. I am like.
No, Bishop, think of it like
you're
this.
not
If you're a debate moderator, you're going to take everything they say with extra scrutiny if you're trying to fact check it, even if like you're third person. Or like if you're not like, let's say Caitlin Collins is trying to like, and fact checkers trying to do extra scrutiny to make sure all the debate people are like telling the truth. But if you're doing what Pisco's saying,
that's not quite true. Like if Rob Noor tells me
it's
something, I'm going to have extra scrutiny for it. But I generally believe something.
you're
even a negative inference.
But also,
you might say. You might say.
No, hold on. But the difference here is what makes this thing is I started off disbelieving the judicial actions by the Trump administration against Hasan. I thought this is bullshit, and I've told people this, right? I think
what
this
negative
is bullshit.
inferences.
This smells like bullshit. This doesn't seem to be something that there is a legitimate case for. However, the argument made today has reminded me, and I've looked into it more and things like that, where okay, actually, there's enough of a plausibility here. It's highly likely that I have gone from being against Trump to neutral in this situation. I'm not pro, but I am now neutral.
No,
I am now deciding I don't have enough information.
That's a disposition change, right?
Wait, no, you started with
This is something I've been wanting to say for a while. I'm so sorry, Vishy. This is something I've been wanting to say for a while. I really wish that I could take the soy pill's entire perspective on this issue, because I would say philosophically, I started from where the soy pill is. The problem is that with my experience and knowing how a lot of this stuff works, I find it virtually impossible that he didn't talk to somebody and have a conversation worth asking about. I would say if I was an intelligence officer and my job was like the Cuba desk, I would want to question every single American that is coming in and out of there right now. If anything, just to be like,
why didn't they do that, Bishop?
Yeah, but they didn't do that. This is mandatory process. This is subpoena.
You're right, but I say a political program raises the threshold from your average person.
No, right? we're saying you could have asked Hasan about it. You could have sent an inquiry. You could have sent him a letter. You could have sent a notice to his lawyer.
That's what a
is.
subpoena
No, a subpoena has the force of law. It's mandatory.
Okay, like that's what I'm talking about. If it was up to me, I would want to talk to every single person. However, I think that the threshold can rise when you are doing a political program that is officially collaborating with the Cuban government. This isn't like my friend Tyler Pinnell, whose wife is from Cuba and he regularly goes to Cuba and they just go in and visit his family. This was an entire political program.
Wait, how do you know they're not? How do you know he's not doing that?
I know that he's not in a political program that has been ordained.
How do you know?
There's less reason to suspect that.
Okay,
He is-
but
he is doing
shouldn't we
us
subpoena him?
free.
Is it not plausible that he went to a bar and talked to someone?
Once again, I think that there is value in talking to every single person. I'd be curious and be like, "Hey,
Okay.
Bob,
Why don't you
you're
just
American.
issuing
Does
a
anybody
subpoena?
come?"
Why didn't why don't we just subpoena all of them? just in
What is
case?
this question? You guys are playing stupid. I've said it 4 times, and it's like I'm talking
Okay,
to people that are
okay.
intentionally
No,
dishonest.
Yeah, I
and
don't
acting
know
like
what
they
the fuck
don't
this
know what
is
I'm
either.
What are
saying.
you talking about? No, you can talk to people. No one's stopping you from talking to Hasan or talking to all these people. But what happened was there was an issuance of a subpoena, and at least allegedly there was pre-clearance with the Office of Foreign Asset Controls. And in that context,
So?
I'm just not sure what you're saying is, well, there's an interest in talking to people. Why is that, which could be true of anyone traveling to Cuba? Why is that justification for the issuance of a subpoena? I mean, the greater includes the lesser here. Well, why wouldn't it justify subpoenaing everyone who goes to Cuba anytime?
I think he wants to, right? Bishop, you want to subpoena everyone.
You would want to subpoena every single individual that travels to
No,
Cuba?
I wouldn't want to subpoena
Okay,
every
so
single
then
person.
surely something distinguishes this.
I would
in your
want to.
mind.
I would want to talk to every single person that goes there, and I would want to subpoena anybody that is involved in high-level political programs, deeply involved with the Cuban government and military. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
As a
Why
default,
do you think?
Go ahead. Sorry, Bill. Sorry.
No. Finish what you're saying.
I was just gonna say, like, if you take is that there's like a default presumption that if you go into high level communications with members of the Cuban, I don't know, government or whatever.
Let's just say government.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that's your view, is there maybe there's evidence that Hasan had high level communications, and you would therefore want to subpoena him instead of like asking him about it, or sending him a letter, or sending a request for documents? I mean, I just don't think that this is a standard that the administration is actually applying. I think I think there's no question that if Hasan were someone that were sympathetic to the administration, he would not be hit with a subpoena. And I take politically motivated investigations to be repugnant to the Constitution, and that's something that we
do. So, are you asserting that there is no difference between Hasan going to Cuba and my friend Tyler Pinnell visiting his wife's family?
I'm sure.
Why'd you say his name? Why'd you say his name?
I'm sure I didn't say that there was no difference. In fact, the reason, in fact, I'm saying the opposite, right? I said that there is a difference, and the difference is, right, and this is one that I think is obvious, is their sympathies towards the president. Their sympathies towards
so
Trump.
I would say that a more important difference is that one of them was in an official program that was collaborating with a hostile foreign government, and the other one isn't. That's what I think.
Why didn't they subpoena Brian Grimm?
Brian Grimm? I mean,
why didn't they do that?
I don't know. I don't know why they didn't subpoena every single person on that program.
I mean, Brian Grimm might be the one that they're investigating. Like, there's so much left open that we have no fucking idea what the hell is going on for any of it, to where like to say, well, why didn't they do this? Like, how the fuck would we know that? Like, the whole point is that we don't know what the fuck is going on here. What do you mean? Why do you keep asking? Why didn't they do this? Or why didn't they do that? Like, why? How the fuck could we know that?
Being like a journalist, so I feel like that would
I mean,
way more scrutiny
Brian Grimm is.
Journalists couldn't possibly talk to a guy in a bar. That'd be crazy.
What's the difference between Brian Grimm and Hasan? Why didn't they?
Ryan.
He's a leftist. He's a leftist.
There's
influencer.
honestly not as big of an influencer. I think it's because
he's
Brian
not
Grimm
as
isn't as big.
Yeah, but
and
this
they're
is
like,
the
hey,
question
we
you
can
have to- hold on,
we
this
can
is-
go
hold on,
after
hold on,
these
hold on,
people,
please.
right?
This is like if.
Well, but even the Cuban government would want like an asset that is a bigger name. Like, going after a bigger name would be more advantageous for the Cuban government anyway. So if that's your only point, is that like he's not as big as Hasan, is like, well, okay, so yeah, that just makes it more likely that that it would be Hasan and not him.
Your position is that the Trump administration is cracking down on its political opponents and trying to chill anyone from going to Cuba or helping Cuba, and also using it as a vector to attack its political opponents. Brian Grimm certainly qualifies as a political opponent that they want to attack and a vector to chill people. So the question you have to deal with is why Hasan and not him.
I'm happy to answer that. Yeah, for the same reason, in the context of what they did previously with immigration and going after Mahmoud Khalil and going after Ameza Oster, because you don't have to get everybody. You can go after particular targets, and you go after people who are unsympathetic. Hasan is more unsympathetic than Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm has the extra credentials of being a real journalist. I mean, let's be honest here.
Oh wait, is Ryan Grimm the guy from The Hill? Is that Ryan Grimm? Or not The Hill? Breaking Points or something like that?
Hasan is not a journalist, and there's probably more of an institutional protection of them. And so, yeah, I think you go after weaker targets that have less sympathy. The Code Pink people, right? Those aren't sympathetic people to most individuals in the country. And so all of that, I think, explains why you pick and choose your targets. And that doesn't mean that it's not chilling, right? Any more than it would be.
Liberals are more likely to be like, you know what, I am okay with them going after Hasan. That's
for the exact reason that you're
wouldn't
seeing.
liberals be okay with them going after Ryan Grimm and some of the other tankies
I don't think so.
on
I
that
think
list?
he'd get a lot. I think Ryan Grimm would get a lot more pushback from the liberals, and they did this because it's political.
I don't know about that. No, that's crazy.
No.
I don't
think you think Hasan is less or equally as hated as Ryan Grimm.
I think he is.
He's more, but
I think he's more well known than Ryan Grimm. But I think of people who know Ryan Grimm and Hasan, I think they're both equally as unlikable just based on ideology. Now, I don't know much about him, so he, as far as I know, he doesn't have statements about like saying, you know, the United States deserved 9/11 or anything like that. So I you know, maybe based on the comments that Hasan's made, that would make him more unlikable. But again, like I don't think nearly as many people know who Ryan Grimm is versus Hasan. I don't think he's as well known.
if they're still in the
Hold
same
on, no. Look,
actually
for me, and I can only speak for me, I think that Ryan Grimm is far more insidious than Hasan is for a lot of reasons.
Okay, I think this is not about what you think is worse, right? It's not about
Most
what you think is
Americans
worse.
don't even know who Hasan is.
Oh, not
more people know who Hasan is than Ryan Grimm. More people, he's more famous than Ryan Grimm. A lot of these cases,
you've created a disprovable scenario based on what, follower count?
No, I don't. No.
Oh, now we're talking about disprovable scenarios, Mr.
Wait, I don't get why they keep doing this. Like, the people who are arguing with Pisco right now keep, like, he's making their point by saying that Hasan is, you know, has more followers, so that more people know who he is. Like, he's helping their point by saying this, and they keep just kind of ignoring that. I don't know. It's like, a lot of them just want to argue. It's kind of annoying.
Fucking met in a bar and exchanged intelligence.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. There is no impossible standard. As a fact of life, Hasan told people that he was in direct communication with the Cuban government. That is something he said.
When did he say that?
This is not. He said it
so that he could get his internet, right?
Yeah. And let me rephrase that in some kinds of legal terms. He is in direct communication with the Cuban government to receive special privileges.
Was it a fact that Nick Shirley was in a sanctioned hotel he wasn't supposed to be in?
Well, don't get me wrong. If you want to sit here and tell me that this dog shit government is not going after Nick Shirley when they should be, I'll agree with you all day.
No,
that's not a contention.
If you grant that, though, if you grant that they're not applying the law equally, that's repugnant to the Constitution. That's repugnant to rule of law and equal protection. And we should be against the whole thing. To put nothing.
That's not how it works. It's like so if they wrongly investigate, so they stalk somebody day and night for 4 years because they're trying to get them for murder, and then they get them for murder, and that was wrong because they stalked them for 4 years. All of a sudden, we can't have problem with murder as a whole.
Absent compelling evidence that distinguishes the cases, absent compelling corroborated evidence, I am going to apply a negative inference to this regime. And until they show me the way in which, you know, an objectively neutral person might distinguish the conduct here, I'm going to assume that they didn't have an objectively good reason to distinguish.
Yes, but again, that is context dependent. So I wish that they would use the argument that I keep making, where, like, if you have somebody who was on the top 10 most wanted list, some fucking drug kingpin. He was on the top 10 most wanted list during the Biden administration. Like, that's that, but if they start investigating that guy, or they indict him or whatever, like, yeah, that's one of those times where you're not going to start off with that negative inference. So you might still, because of the Trump administration's issues with immigrants and shit, you might still be a little skeptical of it, but you're not going to start off with like this position that they're wrong.
Objectively, what's up, Vishy?
I was going to say this. I was going to say, Wick, the way you described your thing was 100% what Pisco said. But I wanted to say, I honestly, if they didn't do it for China, which was weird, but my thing is,
was weird.
If they did it for China or Cuba, I would be like, okay, I kind of get some validity.
Because they want to do war with Cuba. I mean, isn't that the most obvious thing in the world?
Yes. Also,
they're trying to do war with Cuba, and that's why they're doing these kind of measures.
You're also trying to not get like China have the upper hand on you. But if you went to Ukraine and they did this, I'd be like, okay, that's fucking wild. But I feel like I feel like if you did it for China or Cuba, I was like, okay, I definitely understand some type of validity.
The fact that they didn't do it for both actually is to me kind of pushes me towards that there is something legitimate here. If their purpose was to target Hasan Piker, right? They would have done it after he came from
China. Would have
everybody would have said he deserves it after he came back from China. After he had a soundbite of him saying, "I'm not particularly patriotic to the United States." Are you kidding me?
And Vishy, we're gonna clean it up. I love you, buddy, but $2. $2 ain't enough.
Okay. So let's talk about that, right? So you're saying this is not political because, I mean, they didn't.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that for me, right? I do not know, and I do not have enough information to make a legitimate decision here. And what has pushed me towards that is, again, I start from the position that whatever Trump is doing is corrupt when it comes to the judicial system. That's my starting point. But there has been enough stuff to kind of push me to the side of, well, now I'm unsure. And one of those
Wick,
things,
to be clear, wait,
one of those things,
Wick,
I gotta finish.
You moved from Trump probably or might not be doing something illegitimate because there's a plausible scenario where this could be okay. Not only maybe that, Trump is illegitimate, and also there's a plausible thing, because that's my position.
I think it's likely. It's not just plausible to me. I think it's likely. It's 60-40. It's likely. Sure. It's more than a coin toss. And again, one of those pieces of information that led me to thinking it's a 60-40 thing is, well, if they simply wanted to go after him because of his, they do not like Hasan Piker, he's an enemy, doing it with China would have been much more politically advantageous for them, because most
they're not trying to manufacture a war with China right now.
Worried about China. Hold on, with China and Taiwan and the issues that they're
not trying to manufacture.
Right
no, wait, don't be stupid. They are not trying to start a war with China right now.
They want to invade Cuba. They want to invade Cuba 100%, and they wanted to chill people's connections to Cuba and their support for Cuba. And that's clearly what's happening here.
No, if they wanted to chill
with respect to prior conduct against
chill people's connections, they would have gone over after everyone who went to Cuba.
Yes,
but they
didn't. They would have.
If they thought they could get away with it, right?
Maybe not necessarily.
That's an impossible standard. What you're saying is, in order for me to demonstrate that, why do you say "whoa" so incredulously when I'm about to explain it? I'm about to explain why it's an impossible standard. If what you're saying is, in order to show that you have a chilling intent, you would need to show them trying to chill every other similarly situated person. I think you have to concede that that's an impossible bar.
But that's
could they have sent it to one other?
I'm not saying it had to have happened.
Wait, they did.
Because this isn't a courtroom, and I don't need evidentiary proof that would fly in a courtroom. I could make inferences.
I'm not saying legally. I'm not saying legally.
And
I'm saying the normal
I'm making is like, okay, well, this makes it, if they wanted to chill people having positive relations with Cuba, or having a positive view of Cuba, or helping Cuba in these ways, they would have gone after everyone there, most likely.
No, that's not true. Wait, you know that's not true, Wick. Let me respond to you, right? So when they went after law firms, did they go after every single law firm?
Everyone
when they went after
that,
universities,
yes, everyone that was helping Trump's enemies, they did. Every single one.
No, they didn't.
No, that's not what occurred. No, they picked and choose the ones either that Trump hated the most, or for whatever reason were more out front in terms of their opposition, or let's say they helped Hillary Clinton on a matter. And when they did that, other firms that weren't specifically targeted were chilled. And that's also true of universities who saw what was happening to Harvard and other schools, and you didn't need to go after every single school to get compliance. Same thing, by the way, when it came to immigration. Did they need to go after every single green card holder who criticized the Israel policy? No. They picked and chose, and everyone else got the message. And for you to say, well, in order for me to think that that's their intent, you would need to go after similarly situated people.
You're really dumbing it down. You're really dumbing it down. You're just
how's that
you're dumbing it down by removing a lot of variables and factors, and you're essentially saying that, oh well, when they went after the law firms, they just went after a couple of them. It's like, no, there was factors and variables that went into who they targeted and why they targeted. For example, as we discussed before, and with Hasan, that there are variables and factors that differentiate Hasan from other people that go beyond his follower count.
So I'm really just trying to get you guys to understand the one singular point I'm making here, which is the following, right? Just because you haven't shown that they've attempted to do a specific action as to people who are similarly situated doesn't mean that they're not trying to chill.
No, it doesn't
you guys agree with that,
necessarily
right?
mean that, but
Okay, so
I think that it suggests to me that it might be the case.
Yes.
No, why does it move the needle on you at all if they pick two test cases? The same way, by the way, that they've done in other instances before.
Because I see no significant downside for them to just subpoenaing them all. Like, I see no significant political hit that they would take from doing that. There would be no downside to doing that.
Yeah, there would be a downside to going. There's not a huge outrage about this.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. What are you talking about? There's like a whole media swing, and if you think if they didn't go after more journalists,
there's a whole WIC panel over it, dude.
As hated as Hasan Piker, that they wouldn't get more pushback.
I don't think
there would be any more.
I think your intuition here is incorrect. I think that if they had
there
gone
was a
after
whole
every single
WIC
person on
panel
that
about
flotilla,
it, dude.
The outrage needle wouldn't have moved in any significant.
Really? That's. I mean, you don't think that apes strong together? Have you ever heard that? Apes strong together. Okay.
Heard
Do you
that,
understand
but I don't
that?
think it applies in this situation.
Yeah.
So it does apply in the situation. The more you paint with a broad brush, the more people that you get involved, the less likely that you're going to have a unified opposition against particular individuals, because those people
you could say that about
have
anything.
their own networks. All I'm trying to tell you is that it's true on both inferences. It's true on both worlds. It's true in the world in which they're chilling, that they might not go after everybody, and it's true in the world in which they're not chilling, that they might not go after everybody.
And
right?
that's
So
why I'm
everything
neutral.
that you've said.
Yes, because
You're
it's
neutral.
equal to me,
Wick,
equal evidence.
Wick, do you think they're trying to create a media chilling effect? Do you think they're trying to create a media chilling effect when they go after Jimmy Kimmel? Just Jimmy Kimmel?
Yes.
Why? It's just Jimmy Kimmel.
yeah, it's just Jimmy.
Okay.
Because he's the one who
it's
said
not
the
just
thing.
Jimmy Kimmel, to be clear. They've gone.
No,
after
what do you
a
mean the
whole
thing? A
host
bunch of people said a bunch of shit against the
Lots
Trump
of people
ad,
say
but they just went after Jimmy Kimmel. So I mean, like, right? Like, it's just because
there's
he's
no
the one who crossed the
legitimate-
line, right?
Again, there's no legit.
Yeah, they have to have some course of action. So when you're talking about like Mahmoud Khalil, Khalil actually fell within like parameters to where they were able to go after him. Like he has a green card. He goes to a college where he's actually like out in public at these protests. He's on video doing these protests and like has actually said enough things publicly to where they're able to use it to better their case. He's there's like enough variables that interconnect that make this worthwhile, just the same as like in the case of the with the what's it called, the law firms. There were very few that actually fell within like all of the buckets that they were trying to cover, which was like all of the ones that were working with the government, but then had also gone after him and whatnot. And so there were very few, and I'm pretty sure they did go after all of the ones that like hit, checked all of those boxes. I'm almost positive they did. So yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Legitimate case for this
yes,
but
correct.
in the instance here, there is
This is
What's the
I think
difference?
once
What?
again
I can't paint a scenario for you right now that something that Jimmy Kimmel said might have incited violence.
That there is a much more
no. I'm not going to grant you that. Do you think that there's a scenario that Jimmy Kimmel might have said something that incited violence?
Oh yeah, and that's right. And the same with Jimmy Kimmel. There were like there were enough things that enough boxes that he checked where they were able to try to like use these things against him. And each time those things started in the news. Like the Trump administration didn't go after these guys first. Like it would like start in the fucking news that Jimmy Kimmel said X, Y, and Z, and then everybody else would turn around and that's when the Trump administration would turn around and start making a big deal about it and be like, oh well, you upset my buddies, well we have to come in and save them from the big meanie Jimmy Kimmel. And like yeah, there's like a bunch of different boxes that have to be checked off, and in this case, if it just as long as you check off all the fucking boxes, like you got like according to what they're saying, like if it's just to chill the speech, then yeah, like just being there means you check the box.
You think
show host.
Wick, do you think that Jimmy Kimmel could have said something that incited violence against Republicans?
Not in any meaningful way.
No, there's not a
you're
plausible scenario.
That
not
it
a
is
single.
equally
No,
plausible
now you're being bad faith.
Jimmy Kimmel,
that a hostile foreign government
I did
would
not say equally.
use
No,
or
I did not say equally
work
plausible. I
through
asked you.
Prolific
Wick.
political
Stop.
streamer,
Wick, stop.
and it's
Stop.
You're not even letting
I'm
me
not saying
finish,
these are
though.
equal. You're strawmanning me. I'm not saying they're equal. I'm asking you if there's a plausible scenario where Jimmy Kimmel said anything that could have incited violence.
No.
What is the comparison?
There's not a single thing.
Because
you can't
have
imagine
the
a scenario.
It was not there.
You're talking about an
This is
administration
so
that indicted
ridiculous.
Comey for 8647.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, it's
and
horrible.
we know there's
Look,
no
but there is a
plausible
difference.
reason to believe that they actually thought that
Not
that
even
was a threat.
plausible.
Well, no,
What
there's
if- what if-
additional, there's additional
you don't think
reasons
it's-
that Jimmy Kimmel.
No,
there's
let's
additional.
be clear. This needs to be said. Let's be clear. Fundamentally, what is the separation here is people who think it matters that Hasan might have talked to an intelligence operative and people who don't. That's the difference.
Yeah, no, that's not what's going on here. So the difference is people who are willing to give the benefit of the doubt to this administration when it comes to their investigations of politically relevant people, and those who know
This
better.
isn't a matter of a benefit of doubt, and they know better. You're
Yeah,
so
it's not
dishonest. I don't even know
benefit of
why
the
you're in
doubt.
this
It's not
chat,
benefit
dude.
of the
I would
doubt.
not be talking with you
and
for
they
2
know
hours.
better.
That's to call it benefit of the doubt is fucking bad faith, dude. That's not the same thing.
It's crazy.
Wait, and the reason
I
they
really have
and
no
the reason
interest in engaging with you in any good
'cause
faith
you're
because
cooked.
you're
You're
constantly
cooked.
dishonest.
What's bad faith?
Nobody's
What's
cooked.
bad
You
faith?
haven't made a
What's
single
bad faith?
substantial
What's
point.
bad faith?
There's
What's
absolutely
bad faith?
nothing. The bad faith is that you keep on making statements that are complete. They have no
Which
basis
statement?
in what we're talking about. Apes are strong together. Shut the fuck up! Like we're having a serious
hang on a
conversation.
What do you think that means? What do you think that means? You think
What
he's
do you
just saying
think
random
completely
quotes?
that statement meant? Wait. What do you think? Let's examine that statement. Let's examine that statement.
Let's not examine the statement. It has
No,
to
no,
be-
no,
Hold on,
no,
okay,
no,
there
no,
must be
no,
order.
being
Put
ridiculous.
my moderator back on.
Hang on. He's
Hold
going to
on,
accuse me of
stop,
bad
all of
faith.
you, all of
He's
you.
going to accuse me of bad
I'm
faith.
over
Okay,
this.
I'm gonna
Pisco.
mute all of you unless you shut up right now. I'm putting my moderate back hat on. Pisco, give your statement, and then once you've given your
He's accusing
statement,
me of
I'll let
bad
Bishop
faith,
respond.
and he has no basis to do that. When I said apes strong together, clearly the point there is to suggest that there are downsides to going too far and getting people who and instead of isolating individuals who can be chilling targets. That's what that statement meant. There's nothing bad faith about it. You just can't contend with the arguments.
That shows how small your mind is that you think I can't contend with that. It is a simple
Well, you
rebuttal.
said it was bad faith.
It is bad faith because you could
You're
say
gonna
that about
hold on,
anything.
you're gonna have to let Bishop respond uninterrupted. Go ahead, Bishop.
You could say that about literally anything. It has there is no value there. There is nowhere for that conversation to go. There is no response to that. There's no analysis. That's why I said I don't even want to talk about
Bishop,
it.
I can
There's
give a response.
nothing
You want
to
me
be
to steal
said.
man on the response?
Bishop, that was a response to you all saying there's no plausible reason why they would avoid subpoenaing everyone
Less plausible,
there.
not no plausible. Less plausible.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how you make that determination, but basically that there's no cost entailed in subpoenaing more of these
real
people.
cost.
Right?
Yes, that's my intuition.
Yes,
Because
so you guys had stated that there's no real cost, there's no significant cost in painting with it and getting all of these people and subpoenaing them. And what I responded to is actually isolating people is quite effective. Ape strong together. The more people you have, the more likely you're going to get them to rally up against you. That was the response there. I'm not trying to say that that's what you would. I'm trying to say that it's your false contention that there is no strategic advantage to isolation. That's what I'm trying to get at, and it's a response to what you said.
What did they gain by isolating Hasan?
Of course,
do you not think that it is easier to go after an individual and not have to defend why you're going after every single person if they all have different reasons, different backgrounds, and different like characters that need to be defended? Do you think it's not easier to pick the easiest, weakest person who has the most reason to be attacked for other reasons, like the administration has gone after? You don't think that's easier than if you went after literally every single person?
Easiest person, the weakest.
You don't think he's the easiest to attack?
The easiest, weakest person on that trip is somebody that we couldn't even name on this fucking panel.
No,
and the idea that we're
that might make no.
Not if they want to like make promotions and shit out of it. That's not true.
No. Easiest, weakest in regards to they're the easiest to attack. They're the easiest target because they have all this smoke against them. Even Democrats are going against Hasan for various reasons.
What if they attacked, have a chilling effect?
Wouldn't it be a chilling attack if they went after a bunch of non-millionaires and said Trump administration is persecuting large swaths?
No, because that's harder for them to defend.
It's harder for them to defend. It's the same thing.
Yes, if you did all of it, it's not. It's literally not.
Wait. This is, first of all, you can disagree with this position, but what I take issue with is your notion that it's bad faith. It's bad faith to say that there could be a strategic reason to go after Hasan Piker.
You've been interrupting and talking over people and using bad faith arguments since the second you got in here. Period.
Name one bad faith argument.
It was bad faith to say that they're giving the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt. That just is fucking bad faith. He just is being bad faith to say that they're giving them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, maybe Wick sounded like he might be saying that, so I that's possible. I'm not sure what Wick's saying now, but the other guy, not so much.
Name one bad faith.
I just did. The fucking apes strong
and then
together.
we just completely reasonably explained it,
why it's
and
not
you
bad
can't
faith.
even acknowledge that it's a totally legitimate argument.
It is not a legitimate argument. There is nothing. There is nowhere for this conversation to go.
Yes, no,
there is nowhere for this conversation to go.
You can acknowledge that. Yeah, actually, it might make some strategic sense to pick and choose who you're going to isolate based on factors.
You're saying I
right?
can just agree with everything you're saying? That's the solution.
Listen, the fact that you took an indefensible position isn't my fault. You took the position that there's no real
your position is not defensible. Your entire position is that they're going after Hasan, and by them going after
your
Hasan,
entire position is that apes are stronger together.
With tons of fans and an audience, and tons of relevancy, and
I
going
don't
after
agree with that.
The leader, the
apes are not stronger together.
Medea or whatever, Benjamin. And by going after them,
that's not what I'm characterizing as indefensible. That's not what I'm characterizing as indefensible. What I'm characterizing as indefensible is this notion that there couldn't be a real cost associated with painting your subpoenas with a broader brush. That's what I think is indefensible. Of course,
I don't. Let me back him up here. Let me back him up here. I do not think that the response against these subpoenas would be higher had they subpoenaed every single person that went on the flotilla trip. I do not think that makes any real sense, right? They picked the biggest targets,
can I give you a micro example?
right, that had the most ability to influence and gin up a defense force, right? You would acknowledge
can I give you a micro
that
example?
Hasan, hold on, just let me ask this question. You would acknowledge that Hasan and the millionaire that they subpoenaed, I forget her name, they have the most resources, clout, and influence in order to gin up the most resistance against this, correct? Out of everyone in the flotilla.
Right? Yes, but the least sympathy. I mean, yes, they have resources, but the least sympathy. Right?
Then
you're not
it's
hearing
just a
that part when we
balancing
say,
act
right?
of which do you think matters more. And for me, the resources that they have, the clout that they have matters more than the already baked into the cake least sympathy that they have. That's just true. Because I think that the sympathy of the flotilla, the rest of the people on the flotilla, is already marked by Hasan being with them. They've already lost sympathy. Like
what I'm trying to suggest to you guys.
That's my intuition.
You guys are taking the position.
It's intuition. I agree
you guys
with
are
you.
taking the position,
right?
You guys are taking the position that it hurts the argument that we should take a negative disposition against this action, that they somehow didn't get subpoenas to everyone else, and that basically the fact that it didn't subpoena everyone else is evidence that tends to show that there is probably a more neutral basis for this.
Yeah,
and what I'm telling you
one
is,
piece,
so
not just
my,
this is not
I
what I'm
underst-
hanging my argument
Oh my
on,
God.
but it is one.
I
piece
know
of the
that,
puzzle.
Wick.
Yeah.
Wick, I just repeated exactly what your position is that the fact that it didn't subpoena everybody, right, that would tend to, in your mind, lower the likelihood that this was done for chilling
Yes,
effects.
that
That's
is one
correct.
of
That's
my
the distillation
arguments,
of your
yes.
position. What I'm telling you is it shouldn't move the needle on that, because there are plausible strategic reasons why they would isolate on people who, like Hasan, and individuals to make test cases, as opposed to painting with a broad brush.
I just
and so
don't,
it shouldn't
I disagree
affect
that
your
this is
overall
plausible
assessment.
as you were putting forth. I think it's less plausible. I don't think it's. I think
in
it's
virtue
less
of what is it
likely.
less plausible?
I think it's less likely. It's plausible, but it's not likely.
Less likely.
Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
what's
would
feeding
you
into
would
that?
you at least
What's
say
feeding into
would you
that?
at least say it's more likely that it would take a lot more work to subpoena literally every single person on the
No,
flotilla?
not
Maybe
in
they just
any-
picked the
any
two.
meaningful
No,
sense.
no, it wouldn't
not
be
even
more work.
logistically fighting the subpoenas in court if it gets to that, and actually effectuating
They would
the request for
probably all
production.
fight together. I would imagine that they
Can
would
I-
have some sort of.
Oh, would you say there was some sort of together apes that were strong?
No, I don't think that they would be able to contribute resources that would meaningfully make up.
I mean, this is
like,
crazy. So you
it would
really
be
do
like,
think that it's
they're suing Elon Musk. I didn't kick him out. Okay, here. Give me a second.
I think he's backstage.
It'd be like,
I mean,
they're
that's
suing
triggered
Elon
apes.
Musk, but once Wick puts his resources behind Elon Musk, suddenly it's going to
No,
meaningfully
man.
change
That's. I
things.
mean,
It's
that is a
not.
straw
It's
man, right?
not.
That is a straw man.
Okay, I'm heading out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Do me a favor in the meantime. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. Both of the links are in the description. And make sure you leave a comment after stream. I'm going to see if there's somebody else to raid into. I think there's other people doing politics. Yep. Make sure you spam red faces when you get in the chat, okay? Sleepy red faces when you get in the chat. That lets them know it's a fool's raid. You can go ahead and just copy that and paste it when you get into the chat. I'll be back tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.